Oh, hey, Moogle. Awesome. Moogle's first. Cool. This will be fun. All right. How is everybody? Good morning. God, it literally feels like morning. I was up until like 5 a.m. God, I was on here until like 4 a.m. last night, so had a really, really good talk. Wasn't even a debate. It was just a nice little sit down and teach some religious stuff to a very curious cat. So, his name was literally Jesus Saves Justin. So, or Jesus Saved Justin. So he's already been saved, but yeah, he didn't know. There's a bunch of stuff that he was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know about this. Like, oh, well, I'm more than happy to teach you. So, but Ruben, choo-choo, what's up? You got a new train logo or a train emote today. I like it. I almost like the little engine that could though, but I like this one because it reminds me of the Metro. So, what's up, Scott? How's it going? Yeah, burn some of them trees. Crap, did I forget my charger? You know what? If it dies, it dies. God. I actually got to say that in context for something. Cool. All right. Well, if you don't know what that's from, I'm sorry. I'm just apparently an old man who likes some Rocky movies. Which, if you've never watched the Rocky movies, they are actually good movies. They're just, like, especially Rocky 1. It's a solid movie. It's a solid movie about a boxer with autism and a little bit of a creepy obsession with this pet store clerk. Seriously, that is what that movie is about. If you break it down, the boxing doesn't have as much to do with it as you'd think. It's mostly about Adrian. It's lit. We're back. We're back at it live and direct. Coming at you live, eye. Sorry. I get called out for appropriation, even though I wasn't practicing Rastafari. So, whatever. I guess since I'm not anymore, I have given up my card. But I hope everybody's doing good. Oh, guys, here. I think we got enough people here for me to. Do you see that in the back there that says holidays? That is a advent calendar with exactly what you think it has in it. So, yeah. And guess who starts his 12 days of Christmas today? I was always confused about that too, because I was wondering, when it's like, are you supposed to start on the 12th and go to Christmas Eve? Because kind of seemed like that was the way to go. But what up, Lex? Good to see you. I'm glad that everybody's checking in. Man, you guys popped in here freaking fast. Let me check my handy dandy stream thing over here real quick. Yeah, dude. That's exactly. Yep. Why, they love you. They're giving you love. So I'm actually looking at doing something pretty cool. I was looking into these. Oh, hey, Adrian Vixen, thank you for the raid. Awesome. I really appreciate it. Holy crap. Guys, thank you for popping in. Holy crap. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I just started. I was literally just about to say hello to the dog because everybody loves my dog. Also, he deserves all the love. But here, this is very important because I've been looking into those little treat things. I might have a way to be able to tie it to my stream and let you guys donate to give treats. So I'm hoping that this works. Holy crap. Hello. Matt United, Free Palestine. Jeez. Okay, this is I'm still doing. What just happened? I have 70 viewers on Twitch now. Hello. Just so you know, this is like my fourth day on Twitch. I think I started Twitch on Tuesday. So, thank you for popping in here. Also, cheers to everybody. I can't really go through that individually. I usually do. I usually go individually, and just kind of give a little cheers to say hello. This is High on Politics. I hope you guys kind of get the vibe by the name, but, also, yeah, that behind me there, I was just actually talking about this too. That's an advent calendar that I got from a very special place that has exactly what you think it has in it. It is going to be a very special 12 days of Christmas. But thank you for the raid. I appreciate you all checking in. Yeah, we're going to be watching the Kyle Kolinsky interview on Majority Report, so I hope you guys are ready for that. That follow button was so free and rewarding. Chat, you should try it. Oh, yes, follow. Please follow me. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. So, all right, let's go into a little bit of news because I have to start the show by also saying this program is sponsored by Ground News, and the only reason it is because I was already using it. It is a news aggregator that I love. It gives you a way to just cut through the algorithm, and that's honestly the way that I really get my news now. And I think it's made me a much more informed person. It's very, very cool. So, yeah, check this out. So, we have a few things I wanted to get to specifically because it's not good news for anybody, but it is kind of funny. Just because how many Trumpers are how shocked they are that he came out and said, you know what, I don't think I'm going to be able to really lower the grocery prices. You guys might have to buckle down. You know what, the bacon just might stay pricey. God, I still can't believe that was his the bacon is just too high. It's like he went to he got his McDonald's bill and he saw that it like doubled and he's just like, what is it? Why did the McDonald's bill jump so high? Is somebody extorting us? I don't know what's going on here. And then all of a sudden it's just like, sir, the bacon, it's the bacon on your quarter pounder. And he's just like, all right, that's become a political talking point. I'm gonna make sure that everybody knows just how bad the bacon is. So oh, hey, hello everybody that just popped in again on Twitch. If you haven't followed already, please follow. Also, like this stream on YouTube. It really helps me out if you can do that. And also sub to the channel. We have fun here. This is a very, very fun community. So, let me get my handy dandy my news. Gotta get my news face on. All right. Kirk, what's up, bud? Member squad. Checking in, driving in, listening hands-free. Nice. It's so weird when it's just like, oh, people are just listening? Crazy. All right, so here's the funny story coming out of Ground News today. Obviously, it's got a little bit of a left-wing swing, but surprisingly not as much as you'd think, because it's got a 51% left, center is 39%, and 10% right-wing. Go figure. It's almost like the right doesn't want to report on this. Weird, huh? The latest, Trump acknowledges lowering grocery prices will be very hard, despite campaign promises, while proposing 25%. Yes, he was at 70 originally, but now it's still 25%. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but that's really bad for us. So 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada that could further increase food costs. Current grocery prices are 22% higher than they were when he left office in 2021. Why this matters. Mexico supplies 69% of U.S. vegetable imports and 51% of fresh fruit imports, meaning proposed tariffs could significantly impact consumer grocery costs, despite record oil production helping reduce transportation expenses. Weird. It's almost like they're also kind of keeping the gas prices high on diesel, just to kind of go, hey, guys, it's, We don't know where these extra costs are coming from, but please don't say that it's corporate greed, because you know what? That might hurt our feelings. It actually kind of brings me to the other story I wanted to talk about, and that's just how aggressive the news is being with the Luigi story, and how disingenuous everybody is being as far as trying to feign outrage that the American populace has now shown. Like, dude, how gaslit can we be? And the funniest part is, it's Trump supporters that are now pushing back the hardest. It's like the Ben Shapiro viewers, and it's just hilarious. Like, I'm loving it. But you know what? You can only have so much Schadenfreude in your life until all of a sudden you realize that you are on the hook. You're the one who's going to end up paying these costs. So yeah, this kind of sucks, like that we're on the Titanic, and we know it. It's almost like we're time travelers and we're on the Titanic, and we're just like, we kind of know how this goes. Can we not? And then we just that iceberg, and then when the iceberg's there, they're just like, oh my god, it's an iceberg. So yeah. All right, so let's take a look at some more stuff. Hey, Nancy Pelosi hospitalized after injury in Luxembourg. Oh, look, isn't she lucky that she got to escape the American healthcare system, and she got herself some of that socialism. Nancy Pelosi was hospitalized after sustaining an injury in Luxembourg during her visit to the country. What was she there for? Details about the nature of her injury have not been disclosed. Officials indicate that she is expected to make a full recovery. Aw. Nancy Pelosi is currently staying at the local hospital. The injury has raised concerns among her colleagues and supporters. Yeah, it's because she's old and fickle, and she shouldn't be in Congress anymore. Trump supporters will turn revolutionary real quick when they start dying. Yeah, and Earn Alda. Yes, they will. Matt United, we're always carrying the bag. Yeah, what sucks is the fact that for some reason, it's like we can't even do the I told you so, because we sat, like, what really sucks is that they kind of treated us with that whole, oh, you guys are doing the sky is falling, what's going on? And we're kind of like, well, you see, it's falling, and it's getting closer. And then, as I said, we're getting down to like the final days where they're just like now realizing it, where they're like, oh shit. Oh no! Like, can we not? Yeah, MAGA just need class solidarity, and hopefully it'll help them stop being so racist. Sky is on the ground, folks. Yeah, Squishmallow Dragon, don't look up. Oh yeah, I mean, that's literally they did the movie about that crap. But yeah, it's so insane. And then somehow, some way, you just kind of brought up Sky. So Sky on the ground. So they're looking at it on the ground, and they're just like, why Democrats? Joe Biden. For some reason, we're so ineffective of just being like, no, it's the orange guy, guys. It's the orange guy. Yeah, all right. Well, that's pretty not I almost said something mean. I don't want to get that bad with the Nancy Pelosi stuff. We just know not the biggest Nancy Pelosi fan. Texas abortion pill lawsuit against New York doctor marks new challenge to interstate telemedicine. Texas's lawsuit against a New York doctor challenges interstate telemedicine regarding abortion pills. The lawsuit marks a significant development in the legal landscape surrounding abortion access. All right, now let's see. HuffPost. Media conglomerate. Verizon. Oh, really? I didn't know that they actually had a partnership with Verizon Communications. So they are now just centrist left. Good to know. Independent. Here we go. Texas abortion pill lawsuit marks new challenge. Okay, well, we got that. Here, let's go here. The Daily Costs. No. Texas has sued a New York doctor for prescribing abortion pills to a woman in Dallas, launching one of the first challenges to the U.S. to shield laws that Democrat-controlled states passed the protect physicians after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Yeah, actually, that's what we should have is a Protect Physicians Act where they can't be targeted for that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. Nah. You know what? There's enough malpractice. Never mind. I'm walking that one back. It seemed like a great little brain fart idea, but then I just realized that's exactly what it was. It was a brain fart, not a good one. It's kind of like the equivalent of an SPD. Should have been. Attorney General Ken Paxton filed the lawsuit on Thursday in Collin County. Such prescriptions made online or over the phone are a key reason that the number of abortions has increased across the U.S. Now, here's the thing. Daily Costs. Independent. Oh, wow. Okay. I was expecting that to be a right-wing publication. Nope. Matt United, you'll get away with TOS when you're this small, LOL. Oh, am I breaking TOS with something? Because I've been looking into calling my stream High on Politics if that was going to somehow be a problem. They say that it's implied enough in the little censor bar that I have in the thumbnail. I'm not sure if you saw the thumbnail. It's on YouTube. Hey, Bloodstone, what's up? Good to see you. Weasel Lord, man, it's been rough. Or, man, that's rough, Kirk. Oh, what'd you say? Oh, man. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, that's a dope calendar. Literally. I appreciate that. Thank you. But, yeah, no. This is why I love Ground News, guys, because if you haven't seen this, right here... up here it breaks it down. Obviously you're getting all the different ways that it does tell you that you're getting a left-leaning source or a right-leaning source. Although New York Times always they're like, yeah, New York Times is center. Matt United, no, you seemed worried about it. I am worried about it. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just put it this way. I've got a contingency plan if I have to do something. I mean, my channel's name is Pep Talks, so it's kind of like Pep Talks Politics. Could be, just as good, but it's the High on Politics. I'm trying to cultivate... hey, I'm trying to cultivate a audience here where it's just we're all the same mindset, at least, when it comes to a certain set of trees. You know what I mean? So, but I appreciate everybody that just popped in and followed. I mean, you guys are awesome. Also, here, real quick, I had another story I wanted to look at. Okay, so this one interests me a little bit just because I came from a very religious background, and this was always something that was a big deal. Betsy DeVos, what she was trying to accomplish during the first Trump presidency, oh boy, you might as well have just made her, the representative for my school. Yeah, she was doing everything that they wanted. especially when they were just like tax dollars for private schools. Yeah. All right, so the Supreme Court will hear a dispute involving a Catholic group regarding a Wisconsin tax exemption. The case may have significant implications for religious organizations. The dispute raises questions about the intersection of church and state. Beast! Somebody finally... They did it! They did it! They finally did it. Somebody was like, hey, so you know how you have to... How they can obtain these tax breaks? Well, they're breaking this because every time that they talked about it, like, oh my God, in all of these churches, they're trying to get more followers, so they're all recording their sermons. So there's so much evidence of them breaking the law. Nice. Nice. I know this is a religious Supreme Court, but oh man, this will be a real test to the walls that we have put up, especially against church and state. Like this will essentially like make the case whether or not they want to abolish church and or like keep church and state separate, or if they're just gonna be like, nope, we're officially a Christian nation. Matt United, LOL, perfect. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Like I am so excited about this. This is cool. Usually I have a little like flutter in my heart every time that I read something like, especially now where it's like Supreme Court two-way. It's like, oh, crap. What now? What are they gonna fucking, take away from us now? Or what billionaire are they gonna side with? Like, but this one's good. This one's good. Let's see. I mean, it'll only be good if the decision goes that way. We'll see. The Supreme Court on Friday agreed to hear a case about whether a charitable group linked to the Catholic Church can claim a religious exemption from Wisconsin's employment tax system. Oh, they tried to claim unemployment. Oh my God, dude! They didn't even understand how bad they fucked up. That's funny. The Catholic Charities Bureau of the Diocese of Superior. God, can they ever get like a little less pretentious with their names? Appealed after the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled in March that its activities are not religious in purpose, meaning that various groups it controls could not obtain the same exemption that strictly religious entities can get. Ha. So you're not the church. You weren't the church after all, fuckers. Sorry, I should probably swear a little bit less so I don't have to edit. The case concerns whether being forced to pay tax would violate the Constitution's First Amendment. Oh, yeah, because, the whole, we're practicing our free speech. Yeah, which protects freedom of religion. The provision has long been interpreted to exempt religious institutions from taxation. Wisconsin is trying to make sure no good deed goes unpunished. A lawyer at public interest law firm, Beckett, who represents the challengers, said in a statement, penalizing Catholic charities for serving Catholics and non-Catholics alike is ridiculous and wrong. Nope. Sorry, buddy. You're trying to take tax dollars and then you want tax exemptions. That's not how it works. You can't. This is the cake and eat it too scenario, which I've never understood that. Are you supposed to is it like they make you one special piece of cake and then you have the whole cake? How the hell does that work? I've always wondered about that. The Wisconsin Labor and Industry Review Commission had concluded that the charitable groups were not operated primarily for religious purposes under Wisconsin law. The groups in question, Headwater, Barron County Developmental Services, Diversified Services, and Black River Industries, primarily serve developmentally disabled people. Again, oh my God, dude. The disabled are about to get so screwed in this country from like them trying to abolish the Department of Education and then this kind of crap. It's just like, dude, disabled people cannot catch a break. They were already born disabled. Can we just maybe do something to make this easier instead? Like, we are really becoming not just that nation, like the world is just like, you poor, gross. You cripple, gross. Like, what the actual hell? And the weird part is these are people that are one paycheck away, or one bad thing away from losing their entire livelihood. So it's really weird that they would just so casually just be like, how dare you be poor? I actually just ran into that in one of the threads that I was on before I popped in here, where this person was just going on specifically about it. Oh my God. I hate to admit that where it was, but it was the Nextdoor app, because somebody in the Nextdoor app was just like, oh, did you see that the homeless are starting to try and get into houses? They're already doing it. They're trying to and at the end of the post, they were just like, oh, if you have an Airbnb, beware. It was just like, holy crap. And on top of it, they went to another story because like this is like we also have like a police scanner in our group. So they pull up another story from the police scanner and they're like, look, this might have something to do with it. It's like, you guys are scapegoating homeless people now. Like, you're doing it. And like, they're doing the thing. Like, that, it's all happening in just 1 week here too, where I'm seeing it, where it's just like, what the hell? Like, after the Luigi's big day out, you know what? I had more in common with all of my right-wing friends than I've had in years. We had the best discussions we've had. And some of them are already walking it back. Now they're like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be calling for this. Maybe we shouldn't. Now, pep talks. Goth politics. We're bringing Friday the 13th luck to your political stream. From Gothmas to Kyle Kolinsky, let's make spooky serious. Ready for some scary good arguments. Hell yeah. Goth politics, thank you for popping in. You guys are awesome. Like, seriously, I've never been raided before. You guys are my first raiders, so thank you. Thank you so much. Like, I really appreciate it. And anybody that wants to follow, you'll be my 30th follower if you like even numbers, like me. Like, I'm one of those guys where I see it like a 9 on somebody's sub count, and there are some times where I'm just like, screw it. Boom. But I'm also, got that ADHD, a little bit of that OCD, a lot of acronyms. Hello, peoples. Nice. Hello. Thank you for popping in. I'm ready for the IRS to start collecting tax money from the churches. Dude, if that happens, one of the biggest ones in the country is the one that I used to go to. So, ooh, boy, that'd be fun. Weasel Lord at Pep Talks, does it bother you that if the volume level on a device isn't even or divisible by 5? Yes, it is 100%. Or it has to if it has a bar, it has to be like pretty much like it either has to be halfway or like at that 3/4, because I don't, but let's put it this way. If I knew that like 68% would be like the perfect listening level, I still wouldn't do it. I'd go right to 70. And even if it like gave me a little reverb, I would still do it. So, or I'd probably like even go to like maybe 65, but no, again, that's 70. See, I think we just learned something, because even I'm like, oh, this is a little bit worse than I thought it was. I've never really thought of it that hard, but shit. When you see it in text and then you start asking yourself about it, I'm like, huh, okay. But all right, let's finish this real quick, because I do want to know what the broader implications of this could be. Okay, so the state court found that the group's activities were mostly secular, noting that they do not attempt to imbue program participants with the Catholic faith, nor supply any religious materials. The programs are open to all people, whether they are Catholic or not. The Wisconsin unemployment compensation system was set up in 1932 to provide a safety net for people who lost their job. Well, yeah, okay, come on, and are dependent upon others for God. Can we go back to 1932 and see how unpopular that was, like with certain people? Just the type, the type that are just like, well, why do we have to take care of other people? Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative majority that is often whatever. Oh yeah, I don't know. They have had a few where they did kind of go, groups representing various Christian denominations and people of other faiths, including Jews and Sikhs, also asked the court to take up the case. Nice. See, that puts them in a real hard spot, too, because it's just like, Duke, what is the stream? Why is white Jesus yapping so much? Silence, my child. And welcome to the stream, you dick. All right, well, the Duke of Bread is here. That means that we got all the shenanigans are afoot. Quite literally. He is the Duke of Bread, so he is also the Duke of Fun. All right, so that is pretty much the ground news segment that I wanted to go through. Cool, we're done with that. Woohoo! That's not White Jesus. That's Luigi's therapist, who was with him from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. on December 12th. Hey, I got him to sign in and everything, guys. I don't know what they want from me. I didn't know it was going to be an alibi. I just saw the guy. I was just like, Luigi, what's up, my man? Is the dog doing segments, or did he do a whole bar? No, he's you know what? It was funny. Yesterday I had to go upstairs for a little bit while I was getting my dinner, and the entire time he was just sitting there in the bed, and the chat was essentially just like, why can't the dog talk to us? You guys are so wholesome. That was adorable. I gotta say, God, if he only knew how much you guys loved him. Like he just, every time I see it, like, tell him, I'm like, you're very popular with people. He's just like, uh-huh. Can I have treat now? All right, so I promised the Kyle Kolinsky on the Majority Report, so we will go right to the Kyle Kolinsky interview on the Majority Report. Real quick, I just kind of shout for Gondor whenever I start a segment. It's essentially just telling everybody you are being recorded. So, whenever I sound that horn, let me do my pre-story preparation. Also, anytime that you see me with this, feel free to join. Say cheers in the chat. Because we have, as I said, we have fun here. Also, that is, just your average cart. Keep getting something in my eye every time that happens, so keeping it with the TOS friendly here. Man, that dust is wild. So, all right. Let me get my handy-dandy headphones. Cheers, Lex. I appreciate that. Also, it's litter. I'm not sure if you meant that R there, but my cat's just like, it is litter. All right. For Gondor. Well, I woke up to a nice surprise today where Kyle Kolinsky was being interviewed by the Majority Report, and it was for a great reason, because now the Majority Report is kind of leading the way in saying that they really want to start pushing left-wing content creators. So number one, oh boy, I think I got into this at the right time. Also, guys, start shouting my name into MR chat. Let's get a little name brand recognition out there. Also, yes, while we're at it, please don't forget to like the stream. And also, when you see my videos, leave a like on those too. It really helps me out in the algorithm. Also, sub to the channel. We're pushing to 1,000, and we're almost there. There is a good chance that you could be that 1,000 subs, so that would be awesome. So yeah, I deeply appreciate everybody checking out my streams and checking out my videos. Just wanted to say thank you real quick before we go into this. But also, I'm not kidding. Put my name out there. Let's get some brand recognition. We got a funny comment here. Kyle is prettier than Emma, or has prettier hair than Emma. I was about to say, them's fighting words there, buddy. But I don't know. He does have that Super Saiyan blonde going, so, which I still find so funny that he did that because of a Halloween costume and was just like, hey, it works. So that was kind of funny. I could rock the highlights, dog. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't know. The farther out from summer we get, the less I usually have like a little blonde streak or two just from being outside, but can't tell me to go touch grass. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! What? Oh, I just realized that they played the end of the show at the wrong time. Oh, that's hilarious. Because that scared me. I was like, wait a minute, that's the end of the show music. Did I just fast
really
forward?
Appreciate it.
We are back.
Yeah, they totally did.
I'm so
Cool.
excited to have on the show, long time coming, Kyle Kolinsky of Secular Talk, Crystal, Kyle, and friends. Kyle, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Real quick,
So,
can I just ask, I need to ask this. Does anybody know any of the lore behind the name Secular Talk? Did he used to have like more religious discussions, or was that just something that he used to just like be like, yeah, it's a good name? Because I don't know, you would think Secular Talk, that's immediately like, yeah, let's bring in ex-Christians or something, but
your posting game has kind of been getting me through, I would say, these past few weeks, because this might be the funniest tweet I've seen in quite a while. Nancy Mace went to barbecue for her birthday, and how many different kinds of beans is this? Kyle tweeted, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch." And like, I saw another person saying, well, now we know why she's obsessed with bathrooms. So,
oh my God.
That is so gross.
Listen, it doesn't look that bad. That's just that's a family plate.
God, I don't want to be in a
Holy
6 foot
crap.
radius of that lady right now. Holy moly.
I told Chris, I was like, man, because that was one of those tweets where I didn't think it just happened. Like, I saw it and that was my instant reaction and I just went with it. And afterwards,
Flow state tweet.
Flow state tweet. That's exactly right. Crystal was like, man, you had a real moment of brilliance there, didn't you?
It really, honestly, that is, if you have a tombstone, there you go. You can just have that tweet basically superimposed on it.
It got big. People are making like graphics of me with like, how the motivational quotes with that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. But Nancy Mace, truly, have you ever seen a thirstier politician in your life for attention?
She's the worst.
You read that story about how one of her staffers said she tried to get punched in the face on January 6th by one of the people. So for attention.
Right. And now she's saying, I was assaulted by some pro-trans person. And there's like 3 or 4 witnesses that was like, you got a handshake. What are you talking about?
Well, she thinks that just the mere presence of a trans woman in the bathroom means she's likely to be sexually assaulted, which, I don't know, perhaps a handshake for her is like what an assault would be for somebody else. But I don't know, like, what do you think? I guess Nancy Mace is such a clown, but she is kind of representative of MAGA right now. Like, just headlines, substanceless, attention over everything else, and hoping that pays dividends for you in some way. And frankly, it's kind of working out for them, although I will say that Trumpism without Trump, I do think is going to be a failure given his kind of unique charisma and hold over the MAGA cult. But this is a bit of a rambling question. I guess, what's your sense of how MAGA is positioned right now?
Well, how would you distract from the fact that we now have the billionaires completely and utterly taking over our government? That Trump has appointed countless billionaires, countless Wall Street executives. Doge is like this big thing now that even Democrats are like, I agree with them on this point and this point. And it's like, this is
that damn dog
distraction. The distraction is, I'm going to talk about trans people 24/7 and pretend like trans people are hurting you and screwing you and ruining your life. And just focus on this and don't look over here as we run out the back door with all the money. It's literally the oldest trick in the book. It's divide and conquer. And trans people are now a scapegoat in the same way that back in the day, it was gay people. People forget there was a time not that long ago where the overwhelming majority of the country was against gay marriage, right? I believe it was in 2004, the Republicans ran on this idea of getting a constitutional amendment to define marriage as between man and a woman. And by the way, that was happening when? As the Iraq War was happening. So it's another divide and conquer. Hey, look over here, don't look over here. And the bottom line is, I'm now of the belief.
Why does it keep working, though? I would love to know that. Like, if anybody has even their opinion on that, I would love to know why this keeps working. Because we get so close. Excuse me. We get so close to class consciousness, and then all of a sudden, just boom.
Fight on both fronts. You got to fight. You got to put the focus where it should be, which is, hey, the billionaires are taking over the government, but also you have to defend these marginalized communities who are being scapegoated. They didn't do anything wrong. Who have trans people hurt? No, they're not hurting anybody.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you on that front. And I guess we thought that you and I both thought Kamala Harris is going to win this election.
Yeah,
I was pretty bullish on my electoral map. I know you were as well, but that was part of it was what you talk about here, which is that broadly,
cheers, Kyle,
on the issues. We saw in 2022 how the Republicans ran on anti-trans stuff, and it didn't work out for them. But in 2024, with Donald Trump being at the top of the ticket and the force of his personality, the fact that he is a charismatic figure, and the fact that he's anti-establishment and hated by both Democrats and Republicans, I think really benefited him. And people are just taking the wrong lessons about, oh, it's time to throw trans people under the bus. No. Stead Herndon made this point to us when he came on our show. The part of the problem was that the Democrats didn't have a primary where they could have hashed these issues out and performed democracy for the public. It was really difficult for them to sell the notion that they were the protectors of democracy when a majority of Americans thought Biden was too old to run again. And he did so anyway.
You said he wasn't going to.
There wasn't really a period.
God, I'm still pissed about that, guys. I'm sorry.
Of time where the Democrats could have had a debate about these issues, which would have been the publicity that they needed so people even knew where they stood. And it was an example for folks to be like, okay, they're not responsive to what we're saying. Overall, we don't want this guy to run again. We don't think he can do the job. So I don't know, might as well be entertained as our government doesn't respond to us at all.
Yeah, what I would say is Trump proved that you could be the most divisive person in the entire country and win. He was just divisive along the incorrect lines. He told people, all of your problems are real, they're legitimate, you're angry, but the problem is the immigrants. The problem, it's the trans people. And he hammered that away over and over and over, and that was his narrative. And people are angry, they're pissed off, and they don't really know where to point their anger, right? And the problem with the Democrats, it was they didn't have a counter narrative to take on that narrative. The counter narrative has to be, they're wrong. Immigrants are not the problem. Trans people are not the problem. The problem, it's Elon Musk. It's the robber barons. It's the billionaires. It's the corporations who've bought our government, rigged our government to represent them and never represent you. And so the fact that the Democrats were more technocratic and they're more status quo managers who call for decent policies, but it's like little tweaks around the edges, that just left the lane wide open for a demagogue like Trump to win. And he ended up winning by talking about Arnold Palmer's cock. He ended up winning by saying immigrants are eating cats and they're eating dogs. Like, for people to take away...
It plays into him not being the politician, though. That's the whole thing. That's why people still love him.
Oh, I think we should cave to the right on certain issues and maybe be more kind to the right on many issues. My takeaway is the exact opposite. You can be as unhinged, as arrogant, as divisive as you want to be, as long as you keep coming home to your narrative of the problem is the billionaires. The problems, it's the donor class. That's what we need to do.
I mean, the idea that you would be taking anything of substance out of this election in terms of like what Donald Trump ran on specifically is an entire misreading of the political moment. Because as you say, part of what gave me confidence, and maybe you as well, was the idea that his campaign was so undisciplined from a message perspective. And you had the through line of they're coming after me, they're trying to shoot me, and also immigrants are horrible, and Kamala Harris is a bitch that should get punched in the face. And those were the kinds of things where it's like, okay, I just don't necessarily see what I saw in 2016, where he at the very least was talking about how Bernie Sanders was right to call Hillary Clinton corrupt and co-opting that messaging, or the free trade, anti-free trade posture. He was at the very least speaking to that anger. And this time around, he was entirely incoherent, which is an even greater indictment on the Democratic Party branding. Not really for me, any specific candidate, but it's like, give people an enemy. They're angry. And the enemy is who you say. It's the wealthy, it's the elites who are, and we can talk about the Luigi Mangione shooting in a bit, but alleged. But that is like, that's that anger that they just completely didn't tap into. And it's clearly there. They should have.
Yeah, and none of them are coming to the correct lessons now, because you don't see this like massive uptick in anger and narrative driving. If anything, you see what we discussed before, which is like, oh, I don't know, maybe on immigrants we cave a little bit more, even though Kamala ran on a super strict border bill and said Trump is the one who tanked it. It's just, if anything, this election shattered everything about the way I understand politics, in the sense that the main takeaway is, as long as you're angry and you have a narrative, you can get away with almost anything at all. And that's what Trump did. And it's kind of sad how easy it is to convince people, no, seriously, the source of your problem, it's the immigrants. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, your wages are low and you don't have good health care and this and that. Well, maybe if we deport 20 million people, that'll be better off for you. I mean, that's functionally the argument of the right. And I'm now of the belief, don't give even an inch on that argument. Not an inch. You got to fight back on all fronts and make clear these are not the enemies.
Yeah, the Democrats have unfortunately not been doing that, though, because the only way that they hit the Republicans in that election was on hypocrisy, was on process, as opposed to the substance of the immigration point. It was like Donald Trump, he doesn't care about you. He wanted to kill this right-wing border bill that reinforces the Republican Party's framing on the issue of immigration. And what do you know? It was the same. In many ways, it does shatter our perception, but it's also the same story that we've been telling, I would say, since 2016, which is that if you try to be Republican light, people go with the real thing basically every time, unless there's a...
That's exactly what was happening. And that's honestly, like, I keep reiterating just how damaging the Liz Cheney endorsement was. A lot of people are like pushing back against that, but for real, that got a lot of people that I knew to just stay home.
Or, we're at the end of a really unpopular Iraq war and the economy is crashing.
Yeah. And if you think back to Bernie, he was able to spark a movement because he had a narrative. And even though he was like 1,000 years old and he's kind of like a humorless old guy. I mean, and I love Bernie. I mean that with love. But like just the fact that...
What do you mean I don't have a sense of humor? Come on.
He had a narrative and he kept hammering away on it. He was able to go from like 2% in the polls to 48% in the polls in 2016. And it's like, wow. Now imagine if you have somebody with that narrative and with that anger, but you also sprinkle in the entertainment value and the humor. I mean, honestly, it should be easy to defeat these charlatans, but this is now he's 2 for 3 in elections, and that requires some soul searching.
The Democrats ceding the ground to him on this allowed him to paint immigration as a pro-worker narrative, which
you're fighting on his grounds.
Exactly.
He framed the conversation, and you followed him down that path, as opposed to saying, no, I reject your framing. Here's the reality. Why did you put so many Wall Street people in your administration last time and so many billionaires? Why are you doing it again this time? Like, why is your number one legislative accomplishment a massive tax cut for the rich, where 83% of the benefits went to them? You're not pro-worker. We lost 200,000 jobs. What are you talking about? You have to totally reframe the conversation, and there's very few leaders who are willing and able to do that and know how to do that.
Yeah. And Trump... Hold on. I still don't understand where, like, too many middle-class people have come to me, and they're just like, I saw with the tax cuts, it totally helped me. Like, that's what they tie their economic situation to. They were just like, yeah, the tax cuts. I'm just like, you what?
Firing Lena Khan and basically replacing her with Andrew Ferguson, who, can we pull up this document that Punchbowl News obtained? We read this on the show the other day. I'm sure you've seen this, Kyle, where basically it shows how Andrew Ferguson, Trump's pick for the FTC, who previously worked as chief counsel to Mitch McConnell, by the way, says that, oh yeah, we're going to go against the reverse Lena Khan's anti-business agenda, you can see there. And a lot of this is about wokeness and the radical left and DEI and all of that. But turns out, what do you know? J.D. Vance's lip service about loving Lena Khan was a lie, just like his lip service about loving the child tax credit, a vote that he never showed up for, was a lie. Like, they were grifting, and you know what? they're not being held accountable for it because in many ways, Trump doesn't have a full constituency outside of his cult. Like, he can almost do anything and get away with it. And that is an indictment on the opposition and their tactics.
Didn't J.D. Vance get like a 10% or a 0% on his AFL-CIO scorecard? Like,
sure.
they say, oh yeah, he's a populist, but then you do a little bit of research and you're like, hold on, he said he was for the extended child tax credit, and he literally didn't even show up to vote for it when he could have. What are you talking about? You dig deeper in his record. Oh, turns out he's not for the PRO Act. Well, that's like the key dividing line of whether or not you're a populist, whether or not you're for the working class. And so Trump, same thing. You know, I keep bringing this up, but he outsourced 200,000 jobs when he was president after he ran as the anti-outsourcing guy. There's no substance to the idea that these people are populist or they're pro-worker or they're anti-establishment. And to your point, Lena Khan was like the main one here, where it was like, look, if he fires Lena Khan, okay, he was completely and utterly full of shit. Yep. And I don't know about you, but I haven't seen much of a MAGA backlash over Lena Khan being fired.
Because they don't get it. They don't even know who it was. They don't understand that that she was part of the FTC. They don't understand that they are going to get screwed by this. They think this is all good. They think deregulation is good.
Absolute crickets. It's almost like they follow the cult leader wherever the cult leader wants to go, and they're not
almost. Come on,
they're not actually
quit kid gloving this. You have to call them on this. They're following him just with absolute no thought.
Anti-establishment. They're not actually pro-worker.
That's why the idea that we can unite with the quote populist right, you would have to fight for the right things. That would require the populist right giving a crap about what about these kinds of things, right? Where, as you say, I just don't necessarily think that constituency exists. They're just MAGA, and there's no backlash on the substance. It's just that they love when Trump triggers the libs. The only thing that I can think of where they had a splinter was on the vaccines. And even though Trump did Operation Warp Speed, they still don't hold him accountable for it. He's the anti-vax guy that created all these mRNA vaccines that are, I don't know, giving you all these health problems, apparently, they say.
Yeah, look, it's very simple. They don't mean it. They don't believe it. All of it's posturing, all of it's virtue signaling. Because it's
my cat is pawing at the door upstairs so hard that he's banging on it.
Had countless instances where they could have stood up and said, "Sir, I disagree with this," and they haven't done it. And so, in 2016, I could understand the argument, and perhaps I was more sympathetic to the argument of like, look, he did say some anti-outsourcing stuff. Maybe he means it. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe there are minor areas where you could work with them or whatever. But it's no longer 2016. We already have Trump's first whole time in office to see how he's going to act. The best predictor of future action is past action. God. And across the board, he was a total con artist.
Yes, and again, we did this thing where we did the incumbency with Biden, then we did the incumbency with Trump. We didn't focus enough on just how disastrous his presidency was. We didn't focus on like the substantive crap that actually put us in those positions. Instead, we focused on the outrage of just, you guys remember the tweets? You guys remember the embarrassment? Like, yes, that kind of worked a little bit in 2020, but I'm just saying, man, like, we really dropped, they dropped the ball on this one. I don't think that the far left is not to blame on this. We have been pushing back against this crap for like way longer than any of these assholes.
Like he was George W. Bush on steroids. And so to think now that's going to be different, based on what? Based on what? How would that be? He's snuggled up to Elon Musk at the hip as Elon Musk is waging war against the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the NLRB. Like, this is their agenda.
It's because people are tired of it. It's because it's branding. I really do think that. I think that in also like what Morning Joe did, going and kissing the ring. Yep. Like, they're like... One, they're worried about their access. But I think even more broadly, what has been disconcerting is the despondency that I'm seeing in reaction from a lot of people where it's just like, maybe we need to take our medicine and accept this. And it's like, no, this is the opposite. This is when we should all be resisting and coming together. And I'm not seeing as much of that as was the case when he first got elected. But that also wasn't a strategic resistance in many ways. Like, a lot of that was focused on Putin and stuff that ended up being pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, so MSNBC's ratings have basically tanked 50%. And there's a lot of MSNBC refugees. And guess what? They are fleeing to spaces like ours. We now have the MSNBC refugees, because now I look at the situation and I go, you need to quadruple the resistance from the last time. The idea that now we're supposed to take this guy seriously because we won the election, guess what? Because he won the election, guess what? He was still talking about Arnold Palmer's cock the whole time. He's still going to outsource more jobs. He's still going to do more war. Like, let's not pretend like this is anything different than what we know it is.
I'm never forgetting that.
And you brought up the war piece. Wall Street Journal reported this last night, that he is weighing whether or not his administration should do airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, which is what Israel wants him to do. I'm reminded of Maureen Dowd's 2016 opinion piece in the New York Times called Donald the Dove, Hillary the Hawk. And to be fair, she got that second half correct. Definitely not the first part. If you could just talk, you've been on this for a while. The myth of Donald Trump.
And that right there is a perfect example of corporate gaslighting.
The anti-war candidate.
The dove.
Well, first of all, he actually said this same thing on the campaign trail, and nobody talked about it. And it drove me crazy. He was having some interview, and he was like, yeah, I think Israel should attack Iran's nuclear sites. Like, what? He said it. This should have been the biggest story in the country. And I saw hardly any conversation around it. So basically, this is Trump saying, yeah, the thing I said before, I believe it now also. Just the other part of it is, how do people think this is going to unfold? If Israel attacks Iran's nuclear facilities, then Iran, of course, is going to fight back. And then, of course, we're going to see this movement. Hey, we need to back our ally Israel as they defend themselves against Iranian aggression. This is how it's going to be framed. And Trump, we know he took $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and there was a quid pro quo there, like, you have to let us totally annex the West Bank. But the other part of that is, yeah, they want us to fight Israel's wars. That's what they want. And the thing that drives me crazy is anybody who actually cares and goes beyond just vibes, if you wanted to look into what is Trump's foreign policy, it's all out there right in front of us. When he was in office last time, he signed a pro-torture executive order. He pardoned Blackwater war criminals who partook in that Nisour Square massacre when they gunned down innocent civilians.
Which Hegseth lobbied for, by the way.
Correct. Hegseth was the reason that they got that pardon, and Trump was like, sure, I'll go right along with it. Trump's first military raid as president killed a young American girl. His very first foreign policy decision killed a young American girl. He hired John Bolton and Mike Pompeo and Gina Haspel, all these insane neocon warmongers. He dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. Now he's talking about war with Mexico. And the reporting is that right now they're discussing how far exactly should we go? How big should the war be? Should we just do drone strikes and some maybe targeted airstrikes? Or should we put some boots on the ground and go in there that way? These are the conversations that they're having. So the notion that this guy, that in any world, he would be anti-war, it's an absolute joke.
But they fooled people like Dave Smith. Dave Smith is like one of the, if you could call him a sensible libertarian, he's somebody that you can have a conversation with, and he seems like he understands this stuff until he gets to that point where he's just like, yeah, but they seem like they're less war hawkish, and then all of a sudden, now he's just like, shock Pikachu face.
Catastrophic joke. And, from these same people, I find that they never call a spade in the other direction, too. Like, I remember when Biden actually pulled out of Afghanistan, nobody was defending him. I was like, hold on. There was like 70 of you just last week were saying this is one of the top issues is getting out of Afghanistan. Then Biden does it, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we're not even going to mention. I remember Tulsi Gabbard. She put that as like central to her personality, and then Biden pulls out, and she didn't say a goddamn word about it. And it's like, they're all
she
fraudulent.
totally
they're all
did.
hacks. I can't stand them, and it's time for people to wake up and realize that exactly how he was last time, it's going to be like that this time, except probably worse. Because now he has that added element of authoritarianism that he can get away with. There are no guardrails anymore where you have the Mark Millies or other people saying, sir, I'm sorry, you can't shoot protesters in the leg. We don't do that here. Sir, I'm sorry, you can't invoke the Insurrection Act. That's a bad idea. Now it's loyalist sycophants all around him and a Supreme Court that said, you have complete and utter immunity for anything that's even remotely official.
Right. Which is, by the way, and I'm reading a book right now called Homeland by Richard Beck, and it's...
All right, hold on. This comment makes no sense. Saudis gave Kushner $2 billion. Why don't Kyle and Emma mention that? Because Saudis ain't Jews? Dude, no, they've mentioned that countless times. That it's... Dude, that's one of the first things that they say anytime about like the nepotism argument. Your argument is moot there. Like
it's about how not how the war on terror and the Bush administration really led us to the moment that we're in, including the Trump administration, because that is really the, I think, apex of what the Bush administration was trying to do with the executive. What was the executive theory? Unitary executive theory, essentially, right? Which is just
you got a pretty unilateral consensus here. Old news. They have mentioned that you are grasping at straws.
Like,
bad
if the
argument.
president does it, it means it's illegal action, and there shouldn't be guardrails. Like, isn't that the final form of what they were trying to do under Bush with Cheney?
Yes, that's exactly right. And this is like part and parcel of the idea of Project 2025. The whole idea is we want unitary executive theory of power. We want Trump to be basically an emperor, and then we want all little loyalist sycophants around him. We want to absolutely destroy the parts of the government that are actually good, things like the Department of Education or the NLRB or the CFPB, and they want to handcuff the regulatory state so there is no regulatory state. Let big business get away with whatever the hell they want to get away with, and then let the robber barons loot the treasury. Let Elon Musk loot the treasury. Let Vivek Ramaswamy loot the treasury. Give away I'm sure you saw the article. What is it now? Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg, like all these people are now going down to Mar-a-Lago, kissing the ring and giving Trump $1 million checks for his inauguration. Well, what do you guys think this is? This is obvious quid pro quo, complete bribery and corruption. Now they're opening up the door to keep the corporate welfare coming, the subsidies coming, the tax cuts coming, the government contracts coming. And all the while, what are they going to do? Turn around and cut grandma's Social Security check and cut Medicare and cut Medicaid to give the oligarchs and the robber barons even more money. It's really disgusting.
It really is. And in terms of the anti-war stuff, it's not discussed enough how Donald Trump's foreign policy led us to the current chaos that we're in. And this is not to absolve Biden of his complete complicity in genocide, but more so than complicity.
Lock him up.
Lock him up.
Lock them all up. I agree.
I mean, right. Like, we're consistent on this front. Biden is a war criminal. There should be an ICC warrant out for him. If we were to actually apply international law in any real way, we have seen over the past year and a half how obviously insincere that idea is. But like, the Abraham Accords started as a Trump policy. Biden continued it. But he also did more drone strikes than Obama did in 2 terms and removed the reporting requirements for that. The Abraham Accords of trying to normalize with Saudi Arabia and other Arab nations while not dealing with the Palestinian people whatsoever created a sense of desperation for Hamas, where then Biden's in office. Okay, they thought potentially maybe there could be a shift in policy. No, there isn't. He's continuing the same policy of let's not deal with the Palestinian issue. We can keep 3 million Palestinians in a ghetto, 2 million in an open air prison, and then bomb the hell out of them on occasion to mow the lawn. And it'll be fine because U.S. influence in the region is paramount. That's what the message was said to Hamas. And Trump started that. Trump began that process and to where we are, where now he's going to come into office and likely just allow Israel to ethnically cleanse the entire West Bank because, as you mentioned, Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million.
Yeah, and also another thing nobody talks about is Trump ripped up the Iran agreement. This agreement was working. There were over a dozen times the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, went into Iran and they looked at their facilities and they said, they're abiding by the rules and the regulations. They are not enriching to the point of getting a nuclear weapon. They're using this power for their power grid and for scientific research, as they're allowed to do. And in return for that, all we did was ease sanctions on them and give them back their own money that we stole. Everything was working. Everything was hunky-dory. He comes in and rips it up. And then I always love when they're like, Iran is even closer to a nuclear weapon now. My goodness. And they're like, oh, man, we got to crack down even harder. Right. We got to do more sanction. And it's like, you do realize that you're the reason we are where we are. If you just kept that deal in place and abided by it, then there would be no problem at all.
Because that's not their intention, right, Kyle, though? It's to create a pretext for war, right?
That's exactly right.
They're insincere.
They want it. They keep pretending like it's somehow defensive, right? No, this is aggressive. This is offensive. We've all seen that clip of General Wesley Clark saying, hey, here are the countries that the U.S. wants to overthrow. And would you look at that? Libya was on the list. Syria was on the list. Iraq was on the list. Those are all gone now. And now we have, of course, Iran, which is up next.
Right. Let's play this short clip that Matt has up here.
It's RFK and Dave Smith who helped commodify the libertarian movement to sell it to MAGA. Here he is asking RFK a relevant question. And this is the Maverick RFK giving you his straight answer, unafraid to speak the truth.
Do you have
Hunger Games. I'm here. Here now. I took a nap like I do every day. Hey, welcome.
concerns about
Hey, Dave Smith. Here he is. Here's the guy.
the level of Israeli influence in our politics here in the United States of America?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, I'm not a politician in political office, so I don't see much of that.
Do you?
That was a Mitch McConnell pause.
Yeah, right. I thought the video froze for a second. Turns out not as interested in Big Pharma. He'll talk until the cows come home about their influence on our politics. But Israel,
But he doesn't want to nationalize.
Yeah, right.
Right. Right. No, instead, apparently one of his top legal advisors has advocated for the federal government to remove the polio approval, which we are basically people. Do you know what it was like before the polio vaccine? Children were dying all the time. Yep. Children were dying. People were getting
My aunt had polio, and she has permanent damage to her legs because of
paralyzed. If they survived, they were paralyzed. There was a president, a very famous president, who was afflicted with that condition as a child. FDR. It's insanity. It's insanity.
No, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but I'm convinced they got dirt on him. The Israelis have dirt.
Of course.
On RFK. There's no doubt about it. There was a lot of speculation from pretty credible sources that perhaps Jeffrey Epstein was linked to Mossad.
Yes.
Right? So
well, we've said that on the show because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was very obviously a part of Mossad. Like, I don't even think that's controversial to say. He had deep links with Israeli intelligence. Yeah. And wasn't Menachem Begin on Epstein's plane? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what did he say? Fine. He said something like, I got so many skeletons in my closet that if they could vote, I'd win in a landslide. That's what RFK said. And it's like, geez, man, what are those skeletons? Remember when he was on Andrew Schultz's podcast and he was like, yeah, look, I mean, I hung out with everybody where I was living. We hung out with Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. He goes down the list of like all the words. I'm surprised he didn't say Diddy on that list too. Maybe he did hang out with Diddy also. But like, yeah, I really think they have dirt on this man because it's so... I mean, he's just not anti-war, too. That's the other point to make, right? Him and Tulsi, they virtue signal like they're anti-war, and they support the complete and utter obliteration and annihilation and slaughter of innocent Palestinian civilians and wiping Gaza off the map right in front of our faces. There's no world where you can say you're anti-war and you got the pom-poms and you're cheerleading this on. I mean, the guy's a total fraud. I don't even agree with people who think like, well, on health issues, I think he makes some points. And even Bernie said this, bless his heart, because Bernie's, he talks about the ultra-processed foods and all those issues. But again, the problem is RFK believes in junk science. He believes in alternative medicine. If he's right about anything, it is totally ancillary to his main project. And his main project is, honestly, alternative medicine kookery. There's a reason why alternative medicine is called alternative medicine, because it didn't make the cut to be actual medicine. Mm-hmm. So these are the types of people who sell snake oil and all sorts of stuff that doesn't work. Just like Kash Patel, he was hawking some
colloidal silver. They want you to just take colloidal silver, guys.
Which like reverses the vaccine or something. He said it's like, how are you guys so skeptical of every medicine that comes on the market, no matter how many double-blind, placebo-controlled studies are? That doesn't work. They're poisoning us. But then you turn around and some freak blogger in the Midwest, writes some preposterous thing about how pineapple shavings cure HIV, and you're like, we found the cure for HIV.
Well, first of all, I want to correct myself. It was Ehud Barak, not Begin. So on the plane, still an Israeli prime minister. But I think that's the problem where now we can kind of tied into the healthcare CEO killing. When the Democrats leave a vacuum on the issue of healthcare, it is filled by cranks and charlatans, as you say, who try to make your healthcare about your individual consumption choices. Right. When there's no concept of public health until you turn 65 and you get Medicare, what does your health become? It becomes individual choices. And we've now, with our corroded media environment and this online thing where it's difficult for people to determine, frankly, what's true and what's not. Like, we have exacthed that issue of
delivery guy
when
came
your
here.
individual healthcare choices are the totality of like your the way that we're talking about healthcare. It creates an opportunity for people who are going to rip people off with these kooky treatments.
Yeah.
And I think it's also when the health insurers and the healthcare system is so mistrusted, rightly so, and exploitative, an alternative
I like that take. If RFK was right, it was by accident that he was right.
that you can buy on the internet, or you hear a guy on Joe Rogan talking about it, that is more appealing to people because there's no concept of public health, which was also eroded in the pandemic.
That's right. That's right. I mean, these people have gone from being anti-big pharma to just anti-modern medicine. Mm-hmm. And the problem with big pharma, plain and simple, is capitalism. Mm-hmm. It's the profit motive. It's the price gouging. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Everybody just wants to have that nature pill that will take care of everything.
Antibiotics work. The vaccines work. The medicine works, but they're charging you an arm and a leg for it. So the answer is to nationalize it, get the profit motive out of it. By the same token, what you're talking about for the health insurance industry, same thing. The answer is to give us single payer Medicare for all, get the profit motive out of it. I mean, these people, it is a parasitic mafia middleman that exists for absolutely no reason whatsoever. You got 18% administrative costs. Meanwhile, with Medicare, it's 2% administrative costs. That's why there's been a million studies that are like, hey, Medicare for all saves us $450 billion a year and saves 68,000 lives every single year, because then we wouldn't have anybody who doesn't have access to basic health care under a Medicare for all system. So people are really missing the forest for the trees here.
Insurance companies don't get their bag. Come on.
You know, even the beating up on big pharma, it's like, yeah, we all agree big pharma is bad, but the answer is to nationalize it. That's the answer. The answer has nothing to do with pull 78,000 drugs off the market and lie about them relentlessly. Like, this is the problem. They're not just anti-big pharma, they're anti-modern medicine. And it is quite interesting, isn't it, that a lot of these people who go down that rabbit hole, they never end up talking about Medicare for all. They never end up talking about nationalizing big pharma. So, like, you're missing the obvious solutions. These things are not difficult to determine. They do a study like every other year with the Commonwealth Fund, look at all these developed countries and what their health insurance system is like and healthcare system. And every year we rank like at the dead bottom. We're 11th out of 11. We spend more than anybody else. We cover fewer people. We have worse health outcomes. People die much younger. Like, this stuff is not rocket science, but there's this massive propaganda effort, and this gets to the mainstream media, massive propaganda effort to make you believe, oh, that's just a bunch of noise and we actually have the best healthcare system in the world, which is something a lot of people casually believe. But I would recommend to everybody, and I said this a couple times on my show, go watch the Michael Moore documentary, Sicko. I don't care what your thoughts are on Michael Moore. Put it aside. Take my word for it. Just go take a look. And even if you're somebody who's like a wishy-washy centrist or whatever, I guarantee you come out of watching that documentary a changed person. And I would say the same thing for the documentary Iraq for Sale, The War Profiteers. Right. You will go from a wishy-washy centrist to Viva la Revolution, because it's facts. They're spitting facts in those documentaries, and the answers are actually relatively simple.
When did Sicko come out, by the way?
2007, and they released it, I think, online for free, if my memory is right. I remember that moment.
So the point there is 2007, Obama, he ran on healthcare, and then obviously the Affordable Care Act and Patient Protection Act came out of that, but there was no public option. A bunch of, we could go through and litigate that, but like
it was a giveaway to private health insurance.
Yes,
it was Romney Care, and it was sold to a bunch of people like us. Like, hey, this is a stepping stone to a public option or something like that in the future. And I think that was a lie, because all these companies, their profit and their power are way inflated compared to what they were 2013.
And when you see now how we've gotten to this point, right? And
actually, that was more so I had to take care of something on my screen. So
I think the pandemic did play into this.
And I couldn't do it without not having screen share on.
This erosion of this concept of public health and the government being able to provide health care. It's almost as if, because also the Democrats, and I think Obama and his influence was a big part of this, treated healthcare as solved. It allowed a nihilist like Donald Trump, or somebody who just, he's going to entertain them while the government doesn't deliver for them. It makes him more potent, because you have the Democrats being like, It's finished. We've got it. We'll strengthen the ACA. And all the while, I know that the patient protection part prevented the health insurers from denying people based on pre-existing conditions, which was a real benefit. And millions more people got insured. But they're still finding ways to deny you care. And people go, I'm paying $1,200 a month for this crap. I'm paying $2,000 a month for my family with this insurance. And then they're going to tell me they're not going to cover this?
Yep.
They're going to tell me, like, I can't get anesthesia for this surgery because of this? What is this?
And then on top of it, it's illegal to not have it and then just to save that money.
And I think that fundamental lack
that
of
kind
trust
of control,
in our
honestly, and then for us to be sitting here as Americans, and then especially the right wing to be like rah freedom, except for any freedom of choice with Medicare, but they're like, well, I just want to have my insurance, even though my insurance kind of sucks.
Society is really and immiseration of people materially is so fundamental to Trump's rise, and the fact that he was able to win talking about Arnold Palmer's cock once again.
Yeah, and it's particularly sad.
Like how they keep going back to that.
You're 100% right. That's the core of the
It was huge. It was a monster.
problem for sure. And under Trump, the last
Smelled a little bit like lemon and peach.
time, 3 million people lost their health insurance. Right? So, like, just objective failure. And under Democrats, to be fair, 50 million gained health insurance, which is good. And there are provisions of Obamacare we can point to, staying on your parents' insurance till you're 26, protecting pre-existing conditions, mandating 85% of the money actually goes to health care and not to bullshit. Like, all that stuff is good. But to your main point here, it's not enough. It's not enough. They're still price gouging people. People still, are getting denied claims left and right. And that's why you saw the reaction you saw after Luigi Mangione murked a health insurance CEO. That's why you saw people you would not expect. Wine moms on Facebook who lean pro MAGA are out there like, you know what? At least it wasn't a fucking normal person. Like, that's what these people are saying.
Right.
And, it's time to do a little bit of introspection and try to, wow. But I don't see that in mainstream media. In fact, New York Times, I believe today, just dropped an opinion piece by a different health insurance CEO. I think it was actually a different United CEO wrote a piece, and it was like, they're right. We should fix the healthcare system. And it's like, you are the last person we need to hear from right now, bro. That's like Dick Cheney writing an article about not shooting people in the face.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. Why would we hear from you? You're a parasite. You're a mafia middleman. People hate you for a goddamn reason.
Right. And I thought you were going to mention the Bret Stephens op-ed, which was in and of itself ridiculous, saying that he was the true man of the people, the healthcare CEO. But this was the one.
Argument.
Yeah.
This is the one you're referring to. The healthcare system is flawed. Let's fix it.
Fuck off. We don't want you in the conversation. We don't want you in the conversation. You don't deserve to be in the conversation. That's like saying, hey, we're trying to get rid of slavery. Let's invite a plantation owner to write an article about how slavery might be bad.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like a tick saying, "Hey, the Lyme disease situation is out of control. Let's solve it." It's like,
Yeah, maybe you're not the best messenger for this. Lastly, Kyle, I don't want to keep you too long, but you've been pretty vocal about how you feel Joe Rogan has contributed to a lot of, I would say, the misinformation surrounding Donald Trump, and as just kind of sold out for, like, what was it, a $200 million contract with Spotify or whatever it is. I would argue that's corporate media, by the way. If you're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars.
I feel like that's totally disingenuous framing to say that he got the $200 million and then he did it to be a shill for the Republican Party. That is stupid. I don't like Joe Rogan. I think that he is a, corporate shill in general for taking that $200 million, but not for that reason. And I don't think that just because he became a mouthpiece later on no, dude, I hate when people do that shit.
It's difficult to call yourself independent at a certain point. Like,
if you're selling steak to investors.
Yeah, right. Like, what is your view of the place that we're at? And part of why I wanted to have you on is just like, you're resisting Trump. We are. A lot of other lefty media is doing that too. But I do think, like, there's been capture of the independent space in a way that was not the same when you and I probably both, you before me, but started doing this kind of thing.
What is he doing?
Rogan is a great example of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I call these people now fake independent media, because that's exactly what they are. They're fake independent media. They're not real independent media. You have people like Tim Pool. You have people like Dave Rubin. I'm sure you saw all that Tenet Media stuff where Lauren Chen had this Tenet Media company, and she took money directly from the Russian government, but she ended up giving some of that money to Dave Rubin and giving some of that money to Tim Pool. And Dave Rubin and Tim Pool, I love this. Their dodge is, look, we had no idea that was coming from the Russian government. We just thought some shady billionaire gave a bunch of money to Tenet Media, and then Tenet Media gave it to us. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? I've been doing this full time since 2012. I've never once had a conversation with a billionaire. I've never once had a conversation with an advertiser. The way that we raise money for our show is Patreon, donations that happen monthly, and Substack. For Crystal Kyle and friends, we do it on Substack. And then outside of that, I just have what I call the default ads on YouTube, where there's this giant buffer, and I have no idea what's coming in, what's going out, etc. That I think is a model that is defensible, because I've tried to insulate myself from,
unless you're sponsored by Ground News. Ground News is okay.
Any malincentives. But if you call yourself independent media and you have $100 million, $200 million contract from Spotify, or you're taking money from shady billionaires left and right, or you're going to companies that contradict your values, your open express value, I'm sorry, that is no longer, you're not just independent media because you happen to be on the internet. Yeah. If you have the exact same incentive problems as the people in mainstream media, then you're fake independent media. You're not real independent media. And I'm now going to war, because what we saw is a lot of these people like Joe Rogan, I was there. I was on his show 4 or 5 times. He would sit there and nod in agreement when I would make anti-Trump arguments and arguments in favor of a left-wing worldview. Then 3 weeks later, Ben Shapiro would come on and say the exact opposite of me on every issue, and he would nod along in agreement, right? And so at some point, you got to call a spade a spade. You're not independent media, and you're clearly just a vibes-based voter, right? You cocooned yourself in this right-wing echo chamber where you got right-leaning UFC people and right-leaning comedians, and Dana White, his boss, is super right-wing and loves MAGA. He put himself in this echo chamber. COVID helped to break his brain, and then look at that. He goes full MAGA. And you know what? That makes me look like a jackass, because I was the one going in there, taking him at face value, acting kind, holding his hand and walking him through it like he was a toddler on these topics. And then, wow, in retrospect, would you look at that? You completely flipped. I mean, we were defending him, unfortunately, way too late, right? When people were already on to, I don't know, man, he's saying a little bit more right-wing things here. And we would be like, well, no, look, here's a compilation of all the times Joe Rogan said base things. He argued for universal health care. He argued for free college. He argued for higher minimum wage and this good thing and that. And I would show that compilation and go, see, I don't know what you guys are talking about. But guess what? When you decide I'm going to endorse Donald Trump after he lied to your face relentlessly for the entire podcast, telling brazen lies, then I'm sorry, all the charity is gone, all the sympathy is gone, and I have to come to a different conclusion now. My conclusion of you could hold these people's hands and walk them through it and talk to them like they're reasonable and work it out. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. And that's why you see a much more bold, aggressive style out of me, where I'm like, fuck these people and the horse they rode in on.
Hey,
because if what I did before didn't work, okay, I got to try a different approach now. So if it's just call these people the fucking frauds they are, well, then guess what? We're going to call them the frauds that they are.
We should have been doing that from the beginning.
But don't be...
This decorum thing is part of the problem. The Democrats had that problem, and we were like, let's just model ourselves that way.
Like, hard on yourself in
I'm
that way.
guilty of it.
Bernie Sanders did the same thing, where he was trying to go there, and I thought at the point Rogan could be reasoned with in that way, and his audience, it was important to try to communicate with them. Like, the thing is like, go on all these platforms. It's like why I went on Tim Pool, but I'm gonna go there in a way where I'm not gonna try to get invited back. Like, I'm gonna go there and try to
adversarial.
Communicate at this point, specifically with explicitly right-wing outlets. You got to go in there and you've got to eat their lunch, because the only time that leftists get reinvited to these places is if you validate everything that they say. Right. And then that creates a perverse incentive for those leftist communicators as well.
If, like in Piers Morgan's case, if you create like enough of a stir and also get him the views, he'll bring you back for sure.
No, because there's so much more money.
He's
on
so
that
shameless
side
about it.
Of the equation. It is a wash in money, and we're kind of scraping by on our end, because turns out like socialized healthcare and those kinds of policies, not necessarily the kind of thing that corporations want to fund in like a communications medium.
Yeah, and you have to be adversarial. There's no way around it. I mean, I even criticized Bernie. I understand what Bernie's trying to do when he says, I agree with Trump, cap credit card interest rates at 10%. I agree with Doge, we need to cut Pentagon spending. Like, I understand what he's trying to do, and I don't think he's a fraud or a sellout or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is, and we know this, they're full of shit. He's not going to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. They're
No,
not
he's
going to
not.
cut the Pentagon. Trump increased the Pentagon every time when he was president last time. So a better approach is to upfront and directly say, you're full of fucking shit. You're not going to do that. I know you're not going to do that. Oh, you want to prove me wrong? I would love it if you prove me wrong. I would love it if you did that, but you're not going to do that. So don't give them any false credibility, this idea. Maybe they'll do it. They're not going to fucking do it. They're not going to do it. And let's stop playing footsie with them. Let's call them out for what they are. So I would even say to Bernie, don't even bother. Don't even bother. We know what MAGA is. We saw them for the last 4 years. If anything, it's going to be worse this time. And I've become a lot harder on them. Not just the people at the top, but also, I mean, again, a lot of the voters. It is a lot of the voters. I have to say, the ones who never abandoned Trump through everything thick and thin, like whatever number you want to say it is, 30% of the country, thereabouts. Whatever, I guess he bottomed out at like 30% after January 6th, like the day after they did a poll. He was around 30% support. That number, don't be under any illusions that there's any, with this one weird trick, you can get them to change their mind or flip their vote. Nonsense.
Nope.
These are enemies. Some people are just enemies, and you have to call it like it is. And unfortunately, that's not something that's really being embraced right now. But to be fair, since, we're some of the few who are actually doing it, you really do see a lot of people who are yearning for resistance, who are yearning for the truth, who are now fleeing, like the MSNBC refugees, and looking, at outlets like ours. And I do think there's an opportunity here, not to flip, maybe the populist right will agree with us. No, wrong. They're not. That's
Liberals.
over. It's done.
Liberals.
Forget it. Liberals, exactly. It's the liberals who are the ones who slowly but surely are going, you know what? I think they might be right about single-payer healthcare. That makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe Obamacare didn't go far enough. Like, those are the ones who you're going to get.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. And then, of course, like independents or people who are lower propensity voters, but those are the people the Democrats should be targeting anyway, which they didn't last election cycle. But I'm glad we're aligned on tactics. Really appreciate you coming on today, Kyle, and chatting with us. Anything you want to plug in particular?
No, I mean, everybody could find me on YouTube at Secular Talk. You could check out Crystal Kyle and Friends and all that fun stuff. And thank you very much for having me. And I appreciate you showing my Beans tweet.
Yes, it's burned into my memory. Thanks so much, Kyle.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
You know that he was proud of that. It was a good tweet. All right, well, that was awesome. Oh, God, I hope we get more of this type of content consistently, because that is fun. I love that these shows are starting to come together, and especially in the wake of like the TYT drama. This is nice. This is good. I got some hope on this one. So, also, I think that of all the online analysis, Kyle has been the most consistently right. I'm just gonna say, like, he's been calling this stuff pretty much dead on from the start of the election. He was also saying, we need to pay attention to like the poly market kind of stuff and just be like, do not discount the polls that are saying that Trump is hot, like up. I kept going with like, yeah, but the vibes. I want the vibes. Yeah, well, Kyle was right. I also love his analysis on Joe Rogan, so that was cool. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed that segment. That was cool. Alrighty. Let me do this, and then we're going to move on to chat. All right. Well, chat has been active, so let's go over there, see what has been going on. Holy crap! Wow, you guys have kind of took over there. Wow. I mean, I appreciate the engagement. Holy shit. Which, by the way, I'm going to take this opportunity to say, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel and like the stream. It really helps me out. But trying to get to that 1,000. So, yeah. Really, really appreciate any help on that end. And also, if you can follow me over on Twitch, I'm trying to get to 50. So, trying to hit those goals, and I appreciate all the support. Also, Hunger Games 1989. I feel like I didn't give you a good enough shout out, so thank you for popping in. Also, Matt United. Obama built part of their data into how Obamacare works. Yeah, actually, I know exactly what that's in reference to. I have a feeling that Obamacare was, go back to when it was being rolled out. There were so many capitulations, but But I will always harp on the fact that getting those pre-existing conditions, like, that was a big one. That was a big one. I mean, that impacted my life. It impacted so many people in my family's lives. So I really think that yeah. Okay, so in the YouTube chat, let's go take a look over there. Also, yeah, if you guys can just sound off in the Twitch chat, I appreciate it. So let me know that what's Also, we're all everybody on Twitch. Were you guys part of the raid? Because you guys have been here for a little bit, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, they have monetized Duke. It was Palestine since the 5th century BCE, dog. When people have been there for many generations, you cannot just simply kick them out without any conflict. A Mitch glitch. Oh yeah, RFK. Oh. To be fair, I have Mitch glitches, but it's usually because of the Benjamin, hitting that a little bit too much. Squishmallow Dragon, I was. Right now I'm working. Oh, okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hunger Games 1989. Thanks for the shout out. I'm still tired, but making supper. Noise. I always love when people tell me kind of like the activities that they are partaking in while listening to me. I always enjoy that. For some reason, I'm a favorite for chores. Like, people, they're just like, I'm doing laundry. I'm folding laundry. It's a lot of laundry. All right. He's waiting. Did he? Oh, you got sorry. They forgave Cat Williams, Roseanne Barr, and Martin Lawrence. Are they sure the establishment isn't smearing LeBron James? I have no idea what that's in reference to. Which also, yes, the Cat Williams one has always been weird to me. Like, surprising. Wait, when you say they, do you mean the right wing? Because the right wing didn't go and just, like, embrace Martin Lawrence and Cat Williams. Roseanne Barr, yeah. I mean, come on, that one's obvious. But Thu Kovacs. The Romans renamed Judea, Syria, Palestine after the Bar Kokhba revolt. But hey, tell me you don't know history without telling me you don't know history, and prove you embrace some colonial enterprises. Oh, cool. You're a debate lord. That's fun. Debate lord, like, the way that you guys debate is just so, like, yes, you guys are going to win over so many people with such aggression. Awesome. CJ from the 6, new follower, love the content. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, seriously. Also, yeah, follow on Twitch if you haven't already, and sub to my channel on YouTube. Wow, man, I'm so good at that. Honestly, it's because that's the part that I'm just like, listen, it helps me out, but I also don't want to, push people off Twitch. Like, I did realize that it's like, shit. I did watch, like, viewers drop and then pop up on YouTube, but whatever. The Romans renamed oh, we already got that one. Ever been high and just sitting in somebody's basement, they just turn on Majority Report and leave? Yeah, I think I already covered that. I was in the middle of doing something on my screen, so I didn't screen share. Through Kovacs, you are proving my point. It doesn't matter. You can't kick people off a land when they have been there for so many generations. Through Kovacs, who started the War of 48. Jim, it doesn't matter. That's like asking who did the October 7th. Jim, you prove my point. What happened on May 1st, 1921 in Jaffa, Duke? I ain't talking to you. I think he was talking to Jim on that one. Duke thinks he knows history. Any Jewish artifacts in Tel Aviv? From Jim and Skidum. Kovacs. Any Palestinian artifacts anywhere in the land? Jim. That would be Arab artifacts, and yes. Kovacs, but they do find ancient Hebrew artifacts everywhere. And then Duke finally pops in. It doesn't matter. People must have equality and freedom regardless of ethnicity or religion. If people are in a spot for generations, you cannot kick them out without any conflict. Ruben's Train. Why is Israel happy to take the water rights of the West Bank but refuses to give Palestinians who live there basic civil rights or citizenship? That's a good question. 2 against 1. I'll eat both your lunches. Oh, God. Actually, real quick. Squishmallow and CJ. So did you guys came from, what was that? The, Goth Politics? So, yeah, here. I'll have to check out the channel. I'm kind of new to the, Twitch thing, so appreciate your patience on that one. All right, so he's going 2 against 1. He's so happy about it, too. I don't like theocracy anywhere. Israel needs to write an actual constitution that gives equal rights to everybody who lives in Israel or under occupation. Duke, the Arab world was more safe for Jewish people before Israel was in the West, but dispossession for an apartheid state causes conflict. Yeah, safe as long as they accepted Demil, Demi status, and you ignore many pogroms. I eat your lunches, yum yum. Yum yum yum. Cookie. Oh, and Assad's fall shows that Iran has no power. Cool. Duke, I thought this was kind of your thing. You're not really popping in here as much as I thought you would. Interesting. You must be working. Kovacs, our boy Duke in here, he's a hard-working man, and yeah, I know that he watches this during his shift, so if he's not engaging with you as much as you like, that's probably why. All right. Free Palestine. We came from Adrian Vixen's channel. Oh, cool. Cool. Derp. All right. Alrighty. Well, either way, I appreciate everybody being here. You know the deal. Also, you know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. I should probably... where's my... Here it is. I do donations. Or, I accept donations, I should say. Here we go. It's on my clipboard. Cool. All right. So we're going to move on to the next segment here. Just let me put this in the chat, and then we're good to go. Where'd it go? Oh, shit. I closed it. No! Because I'm an amateur. Sorry about that. There we go. There is the link for the tips. Yes, this is my tip link. Appreciate you guys bearing with me. So, there was a, oh, geez, they did almost 3 hours today? Wow. Okay, so I didn't know that MR, the fun half was like legit. They went like for the full 2 hours there. Okay, cool. Or yeah, damn near 3. 2:49. That's a long ass fun half for the majority report. Okay, well, maybe not then. Nah. Okay, so we'll go with this. Well, I got the Benjamin is all loaded, although this sucks. My my charger's upstairs and I don't feel like going and getting it. I've already, had my dog sending me back and forth, dude. That was rough. I don't know. He was being a stinker. He was just like, I want to come down. I want to come down. And then he would just stand at the door and just be like, no, I've changed my mind. It's just... Brandon Whitney, what's up, bud? Appreciate you popping in. What's up? How goes it? Just about to do the thing here. So let's go for it and then move on to the second video. Because I did mark we were going to watch some of the MR fun. Which I have checked. They are cool with after it has been posted, so I feel okay with that since the live fun half has already gone through. Specifically, I wanted to listen to their talk about Luigi and just the broader conversation that's going on about the healthcare situation. Because I feel like this is already starting to turn. Like, I feel like I went to bed last night. I was in a great mood about it. I felt like, the discourse is where it needed to be. And then just this morning, it's all back to like the corporate bullshit. They buried the stories of like how people are, fawning over him online, which, when the mainstream media is covering that and then all of a sudden backing off, that is where I kind of like throw up the red flags. I'm like, okay, this is where it's starting to shift. They're also going to start talking about how like crazy he is, and sure as shit, that was like the next thing they started doing. So it's kind of like clockwork, but I do appreciate it. This is one of the few times I'll say this. I appreciate the conspiracy wing of the internet right now, because they just went from whatever the hell they were doing to taking this cause up and going, this ain't right, this is way too fishy, there's something going on here, this just does not add up. The biggest one is that it's still not the guy, because they keep doing one of my favorite ones that I saw was somebody that was just like, no dude, like you can look at simple analysis from the camera and just go, not the same dude, because he doesn't even have the same build. But sure, green coat, like, and then of course the, his whole fucking manifesto. But I don't know. After seeing him, going to jail, I don't know anymore. Now it is turning into that thing where even I'm questioning, like, is it the official narrative? Like, is it just him? Did he just make a mistake, go to McDonald's with everything that like attached to him still? Because that part is what floored me. The fact that he had everything on him still. When he ditched the backpack in the Central Park, like to make his statement, I immediately was just like, okay, so there's no way he even has the coat. There's no way he has the gun. There's no way he has any of this stuff. That's why I think this is fishy. Because it's just like, I don't know, for it to be so well planned and for him to just then go, nah. Because at that point, why not just give up in Central Park and like make a thing of it, where he does like the movie thing where he's sitting in the center of Central Park just with his hands up, just waiting, Yeah, who would have all that stuff days later? Exactly, Matt. That makes no sense to me. Absolutely no sense. Cops frame people like this. It's their job. Yeah, trust me. I am from an area where cops framing people is quite well known, like legit, and it's not just what I would call racial problem. It is a class problem here, where if you are of a certain class, they will just be like, oh, hey, what's this pipe for? It's just like, Are you kidding me? I had that happen to me once where they're just like, you're submit to a drug test? I'm like, yeah, because they were accusing me of smoking something that was definitely not in my system. I'm like, let's go. And yeah, cuffs went off after that, and they just said, don't let me catch you doing anything again. I'm like, okay. We have a famous case right now, the O'Keefe trial, free Karen Reed. What region is that, if you don't mind me asking? Because I already have my next segment pulled up. I don't really want to... Boston, thank you. One of those forensic nuts questioned how they got the gun shipped and ballistics tested so quickly. Exactly. Especially from a frickin' 3D printed gun. Yeah. One of my buddies even brought up, he was just like, there's no way they could get ballistics because the gun itself, he was theorizing that it would have, like that's why he kept, like, doing the trigger, or, like, the thing where he kept, like, cocking it. But he also said, like, after so many uses, it's going to melt the inside. So, like, it's going to break kind of stuff. So, yeah, that makes no sense. Could potentially be he wanted to get caught as well and pleaded not guilty to drag it out for publicity. Sure. No, I'm sorry. The not guilty plea, especially, nah. I don't know, maybe, but no, he did the not guilty plea because he wants to go in front of a jury. Trust me, that would be the dumbest thing ever if he gave up his trial by jury. That would be the dumbest thing ever. I think there are multiple Luigi. The real one was never found. That's kind of my theory on it, was that there were more. Number one type of advertising is Fox and CNN. Bloodstone can't confirm. I'm a Luigi. I'm a Luigi. Ah. We're all just gonna show up. I'm Spartacus. I already made that joke earlier in a stream this week, but it still holds. It still holds. We should just Spartacus this shit. I think he is 26, which explains his weird mistakes, and he clearly intended on being caught based on the manifesto. Again, why not just Central Park it then? Why? Why even go to Pennsylvania? Why? This makes no sense. Why go to Altoona? Like, they will convict him? No, they won't. Duke of Bread, if it's a jury of his peers, I don't think so. I mean, they're going to have a hell of a time finding 12 New Yorkers that are going to be that objective on this one. Trust me. Trust me. You're literally going to have 12 of the richest people that are already at, like, handshake agreements, but then, yeah. Yeah, way to go, Altoona. Yeah, dude. I don't think she did it. People who are drunker than her remember hitting something. Here, I'm going to look up this case real quick. Because this is interesting. What is their name? Pipe is Karen Reed. Okay, here. Give me one sec. What we know about the Karen Reed trial. The closely watched murder trial of Karen Reed is nearing its end in Massachusetts. Jurors deliberate her fate while her supporters rally in defense of her outside. So, how did we get here? Reed, 45, has pleaded not guilty to charges of second-degree murder, vehicular manslaughter, while intoxicated, and leaving the scene of a collision that resulted in death. Okay, well, if that's what she's charged with, let's see how this broke down, because, I mean, DUIs are nothing to mess with, and honestly, I mean, but let's see. I don't know the story. This is the first time I'm learning about any of this, so we're going in fresh. The death of John O'Keefe. Oh, that's who okay. I was like, who is O'Keefe? All right. Oh, it was a cop. Okay. That's why she's getting raked over here. The heart of the trial stems of what happened on one wintry evening in Canton over 2 years ago. On the night of January 28th, 2022, Reed and O'Keefe went out drinking at 2 bars with friends. Shortly after midnight, the couple climbed into Reed's SUV and drove to the home of O'Keefe's colleague on Fairview Road for an after-party court document show. O'Keefe got out of the vehicle and Reed drove home. Earlier the next day, she drove around in a snowstorm to look for him and found his body in the front yard of the Canton house. What happened to O'Keefe between getting out of the vehicle and when he was found the next morning? Oh, they think that she may have... It was an argument. They think that she ran him over, kind of thing. I mean, I'm just... Give me one sec. Turns out that the event at the house was a swingers party. It probably doesn't have much of the dirt. Oh, so it was an upside down pineapple house, eh? Had a bunch of flamingos in the yard, did they? Interesting. That's how you can always spot the swinger house on your block. It's just like, oh, look at you. Also, who remembers 2 years ago, or is it that it's just me that can't remember 2 years ago? I don't know, Hunger Games. I'm going to go out on a limb and be like, I don't remember 2 years ago all that clearly. I mean, let's be honest. There are things that I thought happened 2 years ago that happened, this year, and then there are things that I thought happened this year that happened like 10 years ago. So I don't know anymore. Not exactly a great thing, All right, so the prosecution has alleged that the couple got into an argument that led to O'Keefe getting out of the vehicle, but never made it into the house. A drunken Reed allegedly struck him with the vehicle while driving in reverse. And then fled, leaving him to die in the snowy cold. Oh, I hate to say it, I don't think she knew. I don't think she knew she hit him. Especially if it was like a really bad, and then if it was that cold and snowy outside, yeah, that's why he was out there and nobody saw him. Firefighters who responded to the scene that morning asked about his injuries and Reed told them, I hit him. According to their testimony, people at the house that night testified O'Keefe never came inside. In addition, Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight and pieces of the taillight were found outside of the Canton home, prosecutors said. Data from the vehicle's internal camera system also indicated she reversed at a rapid speed, according to testimony. Yeah, but you just gotta wonder, did he walk behind it and she not see it? And then just hit him by accident? But then again, I mean, the DWI... Alright, so I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the outrage here, the collected outrage that everybody's following this trial for? I mean, obviously, I'm gonna get to it, but I kind of want to get your takes on it before I get there. What the constellation of facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant... Could you use a inexplicably? I mean, what the... come on, man. I hate people that are just like, I'm going to use... I read the dictionary for this. Sorry. The defendant drove her vehicle in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet. Struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing him to death. Prosecutors Adam Lally said in closing arguments on Tuesday. However, Reed has said that she dropped off O'Keefe at the house and then drove to his home because she wasn't feeling well. Her defense has accused off-duty police inside the Canton home of killing O'Keefe and framing Reed. What? The defense has theorized O'Keefe was beaten in the home and mauled by the homeowner's German Shepherd, Chloe, and then tossed out into the snow to die. The police then conspired to fabricate evidence and lie under oath to protect their own, the defense alleges. That seems a... Listen, again, not knowing too much about this, but if her broken taillight and they have the internals of the car, I mean, listen, we've all been in an argument with our significant other, right? Like, you ever had one of them fights? You know, what? One of those. Oh, you think this is your like? You think this is your like? Like one of those? Yeah, I know we've all been there. But that's also why I'm like, interesting. Okay. Lead investigator apologizes for offensive texts. Okay, so the prosecution's case also has been hampered by a series of missteps and unusual investigative practices. Most notably, a lead investigator in the case, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, admitted that he sent a series of sexist and offensive texts about Reed in a private group chat, calling her a whack job, mocking her medical issues, commenting that coworkers that he found no nudes while searching her phone for evidence. Again, just remember, these are the serve and protect assholes. And more of these guys are like that. Just remember, being a cop, it definitely attracts a certain type of person. Proctor apologized on the stand for the unprofessional comments, but the vulgar text had been sharply criticized in and out of court, according to, including from the governor. It's completely unprofessional, Maura Healey said about the text. It does harm, frankly, to the dignity and integrity of the work of the men and women across the state police and law enforcement. So, as a former attorneys general and governor, I am disgusted by that. At closing arguments, the prosecution condemned the texts as unprofessional, indefensible, and inexcusable, but said they had no impact on the integrity of the investigation. The defense disagreed. They cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and the investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and care of the investigation. It does. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts has launched a federal probe into Reed's arrest and prosecution. And in March, the Massachusetts State Police announced an investigation into Proctor for potentially violating policy, I'll just say. The prosecution has presented evidence that Reed and O'Keefe had a volatile relationship. O'Keefe's niece and nephew said that they heard the couple yelling in arguments prior to his death, and that an ATF agent testified about his romantic kiss and text messages with Reed. Further, in the minutes after the prosecutors say she hit him with the SUV, she called his phone and left him a voicemail yelling, "John, I fucking hate you." The defense has sharply questioned witnesses about whether Reed truly confessed to hitting him with her vehicle, and has challenged investigators about the quality of their work. For example, investigators used red plastic cups to collect evidence from the scene, and the surveillance video of Reed's vehicle was inexplicably flipped to a mirror image. Okay, all right, there we go. Now we're starting to get to it. That's a little sus. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away, Jackson said in closing arguments. That's not sloppiness, that's evidence manipulation. It is. The prosecutors have rejected those theories as nothing more than speculation. What? No, I mean, dude, there is a chain of, evidence. Like, what the hell? There's no conspiracy, there is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation, and conjecture on behalf of the defense, Lally said in closing arguments. The case has divided a small town. The accusations of a cover-up and high stakes of the trial have spilled over to the local residents and divided the town. Aidan Kearney, a Massachusetts blogger named Turtle Boy, I like turtles, wait, is it him? Is it him? Has the chosen one returned? Has fed the ongoing debate with numerous posts alleging a cover-up by law enforcement and local politicians. In October, he pleaded not guilty to charges of witness intimidation and conspiracy, CNN affiliate WBZ reported, after he allegedly called and sent messages to witnesses and investigators in the Reed case. You can't be stupid, dude. What are you doing? If you want to get involved, fine, but don't be stupid. Near the courthouse, dozens of people have gathered daily to support Reed and offered their approval of her defense's accusations that she was framed. sounds like a lot of people might have had bad experiences with this police department. Wearing pink in solidarity, they have held signs reading "Free Karen Reed" and waved American flags. Police have set up a buffer zone to keep them from being too close to the courthouse. Rita Lombardi, a local Reed supporter outside the court, told CNN on Thursday she got into the case by following Turtle Boy's work. We live in a fundamentally unserious time, guys. Totally tubular. It's one of the Ninja Turtles. It's literally Donatello just like, I've managed to change something. The information in the court filings didn't add up. This woman was framed, and there's overwhelming scientific evidence that she was framed for murder by the very people we trust to protect us. We are not protesters. We are supporters. We bring love. We bring joy. We bring hope. We bring compassion. Man, if they're doing this for Karen Reed, just imagine what Luigi's about to get. Damn. I have a feeling our boy's about to get a lot of publicity. I'm thinking court TV. If you thought the OJ trial was a thing, like a big deal, boy, wow. Let's just hope our boy gets a Johnny Cochran himself. If the hood doesn't fit, you must acquit. I mean, it's like the only thing I can think of. God, you remember, so I remember this, just like even as a kid, my dad is like, they're sitting there watching the trial and they're putting the glove on and he's just like, look, it doesn't fit. I must not have been able to do it. Oh, yeah, God. The OJ trial, that was a wild time. Oh, that was cool. All right, give me 1 second. I said that we were getting my other segment set up here, so... also, I don't know what the hell is going... What is going on here? Here. Ha. Okay, I'm good. Tubular is California surf talk, not created by dumb tune. By that. Man, you really take life way too seriously for being in here. my dude, why don't you rip one and calm down? Because... Besides, they didn't even say tubular. Oh my god. Cowabunga. They said cowabunga. Of course not. I'm a ghost after all. They pay, but I still pay taxes. You can never escape the IRS. One of my favorite things in any cartoon ever was in Batman the Animated Series. The Joker, he starts like an enterprise, and he's actually like he's filing taxes. And at one point they're like, Joker, we just found out you owe back taxes, and he's just like, he gets up all the money, he's just like, here, take it. He's like, I'll mess with the Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you. That joke always landed with me. All right, here we go. Twitch chat. She built reasonable doubt that her defense is correct, but they lied more than one of them, and they got caught. If the mask doesn't fit, you must acquit. I like that. There we go. The mask. It resulted in a mistrial because they couldn't be unanimous about one of the charges. Several jurors said she was acquitted on murder. By Massachusetts law, she should have been acquitted on the first appeal hearing. Interesting. I can see why this one has gained some traction, but at the same time, I mean, just from my personal reading of it, it does seem a little more cut and dry than people are making it out to be. Yes, the cop sucks and the cop's a dumbass, but I do think that, I don't know, if she was drunk, they were getting in a fight, they're going to a swingers party. I don't know. As I said, I'm coming at this with the just being like, Spousal fights are no fun. They may have to drop the case. I mean, if they... Well, number one, if there's a hung jury, that's kind of... You know, they'll keep trying it, but at the same time, that kind of proves that they might not be able to convict, so... That is interesting. Thank you for bringing that up, though. I did not know anything about that story, so... That was enlightening. That was enlightening to say the least. Alright, let's see. Why the hell does that keep popping up here? Okay, hold on. I have a video popped up, but it's like there's another video behind it that must have been in the queue that wants to take it over. Huh. Okay, I gotta fix that. There we go. All good. Well, before we go into this, I appreciate you guys all being here. If you haven't already, please sub to the YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. Trying to get to that 1,000. Also, I'm trying to get to 50 on Twitch, so I would really appreciate your support there as well. So, either way, I do appreciate you guys being here in general. So, he does too. He's just seepy. So, he's usually more active during the streams. Yeah. I'm sorry about that, guys. Use guys. Use guys. Yeah. Yeah. They already said it in court. I hope they do the trial and she dog walks him. I mean, I wouldn't say, Matt, I wouldn't say that she's going to be able to dog walk him. As much as I'm not pro cop, dude, like, she was hammered. There's enough evidence that does kind of seem, like, I don't know, man. Because, like, even with what I was reading there, it seemed like it was pretty fair reporting. I don't see the evidence of the cops beating his ass and then throwing him out, but she caught him lying on the stand. That's evidence. Kinda, I guess. I mean, it's like a Perry Mason moment, but even that one cop lying on the stand, that doesn't negate the actual, like, trial. Like, again, I'm just gonna play the devil. I'm gonna play the juror on this one, because I could agree that, you know, even if they some of the evidence is showing that the cop is very unprofessional, I didn't see anything in that story at all. Like, even showing that there was, like, a hint of the guy, like, of her story being true. I mean, and I'll be honest, it does seem a little fucking far-fetched. You know, outside of she admits to being drunk, driving an SUV in a blizzard, and then, you know, hitting reverse for 65 feet and then calling the guy after and being like, fuck yeah. Again, not sure if you guys have ever had one of those, like, nuclear level fights with a spouse, but that probably was before October. I don't know. Either way, this is interesting. I will say. All right. We're moving on. Pips and Neeples. Nice. Nice. I just peek over at chat and that's the first thing I see. Okay. I appreciate it. Fuck. Yeah, if you guys are over on Twitch, there's no shame in also checking out the YouTube chat at the same time. The YouTube chat is hilarious. So I'm one of those few streamers that actually enjoys his YouTube chat. Because I have I've been informed that, yeah, the YouTube chat's usually not the best, but I don't see it. I love these guys. But I also love you guys on Twitch chat too. So, alright, let's take a look at the conversation about Luigi.
Some freebies. This sale ends December 22nd. See their site and terms for terms and conditions. And now, time for the show.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Did they put the fun half like? What? What? Now I'm very confused.
Makes sense. Maybe there are minor he's trying to do.
They did. They mixed the show. This is weird. Apparently today is the free fun half. If you just go to the majority report, they don't do that usually.
Content creator, and the right president is in office. Basically,
I totally agree with you. And
Wait, where's the fun half?
if you
more than,
and
I also think it's an apt way to put.
I know exactly where the timestamp was before.
Reporting live in.
Damn it!
There's no.
Oh my god. All right, hold on. This is the problem. I just realized what I did. I had it saved from the live show, and then they uploaded the VOD, and it totally screwed that up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Boom.
There's
Nope. Go here. Aha, found it.
damage to a lot of people's ability to.
I am scared of YouTube lives. I get it. I mean, I've had. It's so weird the tribalism that exists between Twitch and YouTube. That one's wild to me. But either way, I do hold. Please at least go and sub to my channel on YouTube. That'll really help me out. But you can enjoy me on Twitch all you want. Okay, so.
Talk about social media reforms.
Nope. Damn it, guys. I think this might be fucked.
Thousands of Americans every single year. And people are like resonating with that rage and going, huh?
Yeah. Okay, I found it, but I would love to know where it
And cause a lot of pain.
I love how I try to be prepared for the show, and it's just like,
real
nope,
reasons
not
people
today.
Do have.
And the paid live.
All right. I think we got it here.
See, under Bill Clinton in the 80s said we need to not pay so much attention to labor.
All right, so that's pretty much here.
For everybody else,
All right, got it. Finally.
like in the debates this year, there was no talk about policy anymore, like there was in 2008. And so, if there's no talk about facts, then what are we even like talking about anymore? You know what I mean?
well, I do think that Donald Trump has done immense damage to a lot of people's ability to
Thanks, Kevon. It's all good, man. We live, we learn.
to differentiate between what's true and what's false.
We live, we learn. We don't pause live shows and then hope that they're there when you start stream. Yeah.
I would also argue that our social media platforms are really underregulated.
God, that sucks.
Which I think creates a corroded and siloed media environment.
I hope you understand. I had it perfect. I had it right at the start of the segment I wanted to cover.
Exacerbates what you describe.
So,
now,
it's getting there.
Hopefully we can regulate big tech at some point in the future. But as of right now, I agree with you that that's in a dark place. However, I do think that it's a little bit secondary, right? Because if there had been a counter narrative, this would have been stymied to a degree, right? Where politics has always been, to a degree, about lying. And I think you're absolutely right that the idea that we haven't gotten to a place now in this year 2024 that's different from 2008 of like misinformation and conspiracism, you would be incorrect to say that we're in the exact same place. Like it has devolved and unwinded.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I think the problem is that in politics, especially
New room, who dis? React to Kerms. Hey, bud, what's up?
information is moving so fast at this current moment, and will for the rest of our lives, given the internet. you have to have a theme of what you're offering people. It can't just be fact checks and Pinocchios, right? That is kind of just hall monitor stuff. The Democrats failed because they didn't say anything that was true, that felt true as well as a overarching theme for the party. So perhaps the people in Nebraska that you're hanging out with, who you're saying take Trump's word hook, line, and sinker, they may have been that way with Bush, right? If this was 2006 or 2004. But for everybody else, where that seeps out to, that's on the Democrats still to change their narrative to
I'm putting seeps up there with the word moist. That's just
meet this current moment, if that makes sense to you, Jackson.
Look, my take is the media is definitely worse now than it was in 2008. It was worse in 2008 than it was in 2000. It was worse in 2000 than it was in 1990. There is a long-term trend of disinvestment in reporting by America's capitalists. So the employment in these industries, particularly in local papers, has been just collapsing. And this is a trend that's been going on for a long time. Conversely, the rise in paid liars, which is, of course, I applied for these jobs, public relations, PR, advertising, that sort of stuff, has gone through the roof. So people are just coming into terms with a lot of messages that are meant to sell them on stuff rather than inform them. I think overall, though, there is an advantage to being the party that generally coheres to the truth, because the truth doesn't really change a whole lot. If all of a sudden we're talking about Michelle Obama wants to force you eat organic foods, but now all of a sudden it's RFK in there saying, hey, we're going to make you eat organic foods and you like it. I think that can be kind of useful at some point, but I think over the long term, it's not where I'd want to be as a political party. The problem with the Democrats is they spent the last year lying about a lot of things, like Joe Biden wants peace in the Middle East and isn't supporting a genocide, or Kamala Harris is fighting for a ceasefire. So you kind of abandon that terrain a little bit, and
Biden's age, I think, also in terms of what travels, even
a massive lie.
Lie.
And you don't need to know anything about politics to understand that a party was hiding and telling you not to believe your lying eyes about something.
The most low propensity voters that I know basically said they're both anecdotal, obviously, but said they're both liars. I know he's a crook, but God, they've been lying about Biden's age the whole time.
What else are they lying about?
Yep.
And the
only thing I would like.
The one final thing I just want to say before you make your last point is, again, I'd point back to Laney Newman's book with Theta Skulchpal, Rust Belt Union Blues, which goes into the thing where, we let Democrats like the DLC under Bill Clinton in the 80s said we need to not pay so much attention to labor. And that helps a trend towards labor, just especially in the private sector, not being a thing anymore. And then we wonder why people are getting the wrong messages, because there's not any sort of organized labor to countervail that message. It actually turns out that there's other things that unions do besides just pay their members. It's also have them lead to a more informed populace. So we disorganize people, and then now people are adrift.
Well, and you're not wrong, but I would like to add that, I bartend in this small town of 3,000, and these farmers will get off the fields and go to the bar and just watch Fox News,
Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, when Fox News lost that lawsuit for, I think it was $1.3 billion, these people don't even know that they lost that lawsuit. And I was so excited at that time that maybe they would finally be held accountable for it, and it just never happened. So I guess, my last question to y'all is, do you guys see any change in the near future? But thank you for taking my call, and left is always best. Thank you.
Left is best.
My opinion on that is you'll see change when they actually kind of start waking up to the material conditions that they're seeing because of their party. Once they actually see that they are dupes, then then they will start changing. But if that doesn't happen,
I think I think you're right about the severity of the problem, and I don't want to discount that either. It's not just the Democrats. It's this apparatus and this conspiracism has been fostered on the right since before my lifetime or before I was born. But I do think that Donald Trump, and I think, social media and the paid liars on that, whether you're taking money from Tenet or whatever, or the subsidized guys at the Daily Wire, and they have the money for paid advertisements all over Facebook. Like, I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I have occasionally checked it, and you know what? It's a cesspool. If you're like a boomer, or if you're Gen X and you don't have a ton of media literacy, and frankly, the Gen X people, those are the folks that voted most for Trump. Like, seniors swung towards Kamala Harris, and young men swung towards Trump. But young people still are voting more Democrat, and millennials are the most Democratic generation of them all. But the folks that grew up with Donald Trump on as The Apprentice, who are on Facebook, and then who also watch cable news a lot for their news, they're also like the people that are most buying into this Trump bullshit. And I think that they're more susceptible to false information.
I don't know that I see it getting better, although I do not lament the collapse of MSNBC, and I look to hopefully the future collapse of Fox News. There's difficulties going on within the Murdoch clan right now in terms of secession.
Yes. Can Lachlan do what Rupert has always done?
And, it would be nice if the sort of online media was able to ultimately destroy that thing, because I think the era that we're leaving wasn't necessarily great either, where we had this sort of like centrist media establishment first by major papers and also like a few channels before there was cable news, where everyone vaguely trusted the mainstream press. Like, that's an aberration.
Walter Cronkite.
Before the Civil War happened, the number one selling book before Uncle Tom's Cabin was a book called The Quaker City, the Monks of Monk Hall, by a guy named George Lippard. And the entire plot of that book, you can look it up on Wikipedia, is how all the politicians are doing horrible things after dark behind closed doors and are entirely corrupt. I think that is a more realistic view of America than the one that we've had, where these are just different groups of people fighting for the best ideas. No, this is a corrupt nation that needs to be redeemed from below.
Did I say Gen X the whole time when I meant Gen Z? I'm getting IMs about this.
You said Gen X.
Which one is older than millennial?
Gen X. Gen Z is below.
I know. I literally can't figure. For some reason, it's like a mental block.
But you meant Gen X, right?
I meant, yes. Yeah. I meant like after the boomers, in between millennials.
I mean, those are the people that voted for Bill Clinton and thought it was really great.
Right. And by the way, to your point about, like, there is actual progress in the media. Like, the CNN...
Zateo's a good one.
And the rise of the 24-hour news cycle manufactured consent for our wars in the Middle East by treating it like a big Rambo movie, showing every night the bombs going off in Iraq the first time in the 90s and in Kuwait or whatever, and making it so that, like, Whitney Houston goes out and sings the national anthem at the Super Bowl and everyone's crying as we bomb Muslims abroad. That wouldn't happen today. So there is a benefit.
And the American people still, like, they hate Democrats, and they still vote in referenda for progressive things. And we can act as if that is just a product of Joe Rogan and misinformation, or we can try to be seen ostentatiously addressing the real reasons people do have for not trusting Democrats.
No, I think we do that, right?
Of course. Yeah.
I also think, like, that in terms of, like, what Kyle was talking about earlier, this audience that feels like they were maybe lied to by the media, right? We're telling you that that's the case, and that there's alternative sources like ours, hopefully, but others where liberalism is dying, leftism is the way to go, and we know this now. And you should, and we knew this before, but if you were dismissive of it, or you thought that, I don't know, that Bernie Sanders couldn't have won or anything like that, we're telling you now that this is the way to actually combat Donald Trump, who you rightly hate.
I was up until 4 a.m. discussing with a ex-Trumper why there are the merits to the left, and it really woke me up to just how bad it is where they know nothing about our position. So we have to be a little bit better about communicating this. And also, like, that's why I am big on this channel about like having good, not just good faith communication, but also trying to be nice about it by trying to actually sell them, like, but if they're combative, obviously don't like get walked on, but definitely try and start the conversation from, you know, hey, maybe we can agree to, you know, on something.
Right? And who is going to be extremely destructive and violent and cause a lot of pain. And the way to prevent that is to provide for people so they don't resort to voting for a guy like him. We kind of went down a rabbit hole there, but let's, yeah, it was a good conversation, I think. And thanks for the call, by the way. So what should we do here? 13. Daniel Penny is making
this is what I wanted to cover.
Rounds on right-wing media. He was not found guilty in the killing of Jordan Neely after Daniel Penny choked him for over 5 minutes as his body went limp, and other riders were observing that his body was going limp, and Penny did not let up. But in the vein of Kyle Rittenhouse, the right wants him to be a folk hero now, because as Matt made this great point earlier, there's currently a folk hero that's a little bit more threatening to people. Don't they wish that this trial happened just a few weeks ago?
Only so much folk hero energy to go around.
Because no one really, when you put up this guy.
Yeah, you know what? There's only one Robin Hood in here. And Luigi was just like, get out of here. He blue shelled the hell out of him.
Just show his face for a second. This dead-eyed,
look at this
glorified
loser.
Bob's Burgers character. I stole this from somebody because he does look like he's from Bob's Burgers with that long ass
my gird, you guys. They found me not guilty.
face and his perm.
What a dork.
Is not the folk hero. The guy that is the person who is resonating with people right now who killed somebody is Luigi Mangione.
Actually, you know what? This is a perfect summary of just like how the right and the left like kind of function, because like the right is trying to put him up and be like, look at this hero. Meanwhile, even the right wingers are going, nah, we like Luigi. That guy kind of sucks.
Because he killed allegedly, not proven yet, a healthcare executive who is responsible for the deaths in some measure of tens of thousands of Americans every single year. And people are like resonating with that rage and going, I don't really know if I have sympathy for this guy. And perhaps we're all united in many ways along class lines. And we've all had these experiences with health insurers. The range is kind of from celebrating to what he did to largely being okay with what he did, unless you're a media millionaire or somebody who works for the health insurance industry.
You're invested. Karma is, I think, often the rough rubric people put this under. Right.
So he's taking up all the oxygen in the folk hero space. And the right wing desperately wishes that it
was a very good marketing decision on his end to just, wear green. That kind of helped, and then put a hood on, and immediately we're all just like, Robin Hood.
It was this guy instead. Because their false brand proposition of right wing populism involves this freak summarily executing people that the right finds undesirable or who are too poor to have dignity in their life on the subway.
I can't tell you just how jarring it is to see the poor, anti-homeless rhetoric that's going around on social media. Again, dude. So I'm not sure if you caught this part of the stream, but I was talking about how I was kind of just lurking in the Nextdoor app, and this is all they were talking about was like homelessness is seeping into our area. Be prepared, lock your doors. Bunch of just scared ass Karens, just like, whoa, homeless people. Whoa, we thought we had one of the better neighborhoods in Chicago. Whoa,
and
we lock our dumpsters.
That's what their version of populism is, because it's for the kinds of people that already are supportive or in the tent of protection from conservative politics. It's people who are already have the upper hand in society. Those are the people that conservatives protect. So here
Great
he is
point.
on Fox Nation with Jeanine Pirro about why he killed that home.
It's one of the funniest SNL bits is the welcome to Judge Jeanine Pirro with the judge.
Listen, man.
I mean, I'm not a confrontational person. I don't really extend myself. And like this type of thing is very uncomfortable. All this attention and limelight is
Seems like it.
very uncomfortable.
Oh, he has curly hair and he's got like a receding hairline. You know what? We can already laugh at this.
Could be.
And also, look at this dork.
I prefer without it. I didn't want any type of attention or praise, and I still don't.
Then why are you on Fox News?
Praise.
The guilt I would have felt if someone did get hurt, if he did do what he was threatening to do, would never be able to live with myself. And I'll take 1 million court appearances and people calling me names and people hating me just to keep one of those people from.
Just remember, guys, vigilanteism apparently is okay according to this.
Getting hurt.
Just remember that. This says the opposite of what the media's been saying. So,
What a
killed.
hero.
I mean,
Hero. What
Huh?
a hero. Wow.
I mean, if is it okay or is it not okay?
You know, someone did get hurt. Someone got killed, actually. Someone died by your hand. But that's, I guess, not a person, huh? JD Vance is bringing Daniel Penny to the Army-Navy game this week.
Jim is good. We don't judge by looks, remember? In this case, I do.
He's going to be
In this case, I do.
in Trump's suite. Daniel's a good guy, says right-wing populist JD Vance. And New York's mob district attorney tried to
Also, by that logic, I can't say like just how good looking Luigi is.
Ruin
So no,
his life for
sorry.
having a backbone.
I know, hypocrite. Whatever.
Grateful he accepted my invitation and hope he's
I'll
able
take
to have
that one.
fun. Oh God, the burden. The
Speaking
burden of
of,
being a killer. It's just going to be so difficult for him to enjoy this football game with all this attention being heaped on him, and appreciate how much his fellow citizens admire his courage. Citizens, by the way. It's kind of often the right-wing tell when they refer to people usually as citizens or as consumers and less as human beings.
I mean, look, if
Taxpayers is another one.
If Penny
Yeah, taxpayer.
Restrained Neely, which happens all the time. People that don't live in New York don't have public transportation and just sit in their cars all day getting scared by like Steven Crowder or whatever. They post some videos like,
All right, Hunger Games. Great comment. Daniel Penny looks like a circumcised penis.
of people having mental breakdowns in the subway saying, what would you do if this was a situation? And the truth is that happens semi-regularly, but not often. Usually times subway rides are
That's funny.
uneventful. If Penny just restrained him and then let him continue breathing, nobody would be talking about
Exactly.
this. Nobody would be talking about this because it happens all the fucking time. The mob doesn't say, hey, why did you put your hands on that person who is saying it? The complaint here is that a guy was choked to death. The same thing that happened in Minneapolis. And again, people tried to minimize the actual lethality of these holds, but people aren't stupid. And so, and I'm not saying even Penny should have been thrown away for life. I think he is guilty of killing a guy, and that should have been recorded. And, I don't know. There's not a whole lot else to say about it, besides the fact that it's being used as a way for people to sort of drive this crime narrative around that isn't about any kind of reality, but is about politics and
Class.
getting political advantage for reactionary.
Mostly class at this point.
The reactionary side of things.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Jordan Nailey was, I don't know, he was severely underweight. Severely underweight. I don't know how much he weighed, but you can see the video of him. I doubt that he would have been much of a threat, especially with Penny having the training that he did.
I don't know. Listen, okay, this is ignoring some of like the actual like things that have happened on public transport where like there was a guy that ironically, he wasn't even homeless. He was just a disturbed like gamer type. He was like in his mid-30s, big white dude, had a real bad temper problem, was on a bus, and he stabbed 4 people, and he ended up, he claimed 3 lives that day.
He could have,
you know, so there, I mean, I don't know. When I take public transport, I always got my, head on a swivel. I also just, it's spatial awareness is something that should definitely be,
easily just had his hands behind
practiced
his
by
back.
everybody.
Put him on the ground if he really thought he was that kind of threat. Wait for the stop, the next stop, call for the cops, move on with your life. If he was really there to protect and serve.
Oh yeah, I mean, he didn't have to put him in a chokehold.
But why?
Like from the video that the parts of the video that I saw, if he had just put him like even in an arm lock like this, he would have been fine.
He's being celebrated is because deep down, this is like a, what do you call a film where you film somebody getting
Snuff.
a snuff film?
Snuff film.
There's a whole class of people, and it's also in the suburbs of these blue cities, Long Island, where he was from, or other parts of New Jersey.
Guys, he's snoring and he's doing the little
Jersey and
very cute.
New York State, that watch Fox News, watch local news, love to see from their little fiefdoms and their little castles outside of the city. And again, this is not to besmirch people that live in the suburbs, but it is to besmirch people who consume this kind of content.
Your objects of propaganda is subjected to propaganda, and you need to realize it.
And you're watching Fox News or local news or reading the New York Post, or maybe you're watching some true crime. And when you're a safe little space where you're at, you can look at the city and imagine how scary it is with all those black and brown people there and all of that filth. And you can't, and that is, I think, why they enjoy that video.
And there is a heinous straw man by somebody like Cenk Uygur, who says that we act as if this is a Shangri-La when we see these things. I think that's the exact word he uses.
Really?
He's a liar. Nobody is saying this sort of thing is good. What we do when we see people like Neely acting on the subway is...
Jesus, TYT, dude, what the... They are just burying themselves with their takes lately. What the hell?
Say society has failed that person.
What?
And we don't just say like, well, the dad should have been there, because probably that guy's life, I haven't looked into it, probably a little bit harder than most people's listening. And so we look at society as opposed to just say gesture and say, why won't leftists let immigration enforcement be immigration enforcement or cops be cops? Because nobody likes any of this. But what is the actual way to address it? Is it with violence from the top down, or is it helping people live more dignified lives? And I fucking am so pissed that that Cenk is still...
I stopped watching TYT about a year ago. Yeah, that's about the time I did too. It was whenever Anna had her final take on the trans issue, and her and Benny got in that fight.
Still doing this. And this is part of his main thing, where he's like, the left acts like this is just fine. It's not fine.
Well, it's a
Nobody's
straw
saying
man.
it's fine.
I've ignored it enough.
And anybody pointing to New York City as the center for like crime, I'm sorry, look at what's going on in the South. Why isn't that the focus? You know why? Because neo-Confederates want to emphasize crime in cities like mine. And so Cenk gets on a year ago saying, migrants are allowed to punch cops because of the radical left now. Go fuck yourself.
It's just not based in reality. It really is something else. You think very little of your audience, most likely, if you're making these arguments, but we know that crime has been down and has dropped in essentially every way except for shoplifting in the year 2024 from the year prior to that. And shoplifting did go up slightly, but to pre-pandemic levels. Rape reporting is down, although again, low report rate for that, but say violent assault or murder. Murder, it's quite clear when somebody is murdered. All this stuff is down. And yet you're still seeing crime narratives all over local news. You see the valorization of a guy like Daniel Penny, who, again, could have restrained Jordan Neely by just holding his hands behind his back, but he chose to kill him instead. And you see that a majority of Americans still believe that crime is up. And you know why that is? Is because media outlets are manufacturing consent on this front, because it is titillating for a certain segment of the population.
Despite how triggering that word is to certain people.
It is titillating for a certain segment of the population to be able to, as I mentioned, from their suburban homes, go on their television and consume content that makes them feel like it's so unsafe out there, but it's so safe here. It validates them in a mundane existence.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same reason that true crime is popular. It's the same reason that these videos...
Yeah, the cop videos. Although, hey. I have always enjoyed some I watched cops growing up, and it's like... I almost use it as a, okay, so this is their tactics. You use it as a training video for,
people fighting one another are popular on social media and pushed to the top of the algorithm.
Know your enemy.
It's the same reason that the New York Post is popular and all the sensationalist pro-cop media. And it gets conflated with the working class. Well, the increased cop presence in New York City subways, who most vehemently opposed that? It's the working class of the city that is coming from the outer boroughs and commuting in or working for a wage that express their opposition. You can look it up, and also are the most frequent riders of the subways. So the folks that are most invested in criminalizing people on the subway are folks that are bridge and tunnelers who consume the content that I just described and want to come in and see a show and go to Times Square and act like it's Disney World and not have to deal with the reality of having pain and income inequality in their face. And the number of people that die on the subway every year? It's in the single digits. Mm-hmm. Or killed on the subway every year. Mm-hmm. Give me a break.
And if you actually look at the statistics, it's also like gang stuff.
So, on
targeted killings kind of situation.
Honestly, I haven't heard with what you're saying, but it's monetizing racial resentment and poverty and resentment from middle to upper class people about poor people.
And how dare you when crime does rise and these people are victimized disproportionately, do you point to anti-police activism as the cause when it is so obviously material pressures that go up during, say, a pandemic or a cost of living crisis? How fucking dare you look at people stealing detergent from wherever the hell, CVS, and say that what this shows is we need more violent suppression or state suppression of people who are poor, and not why is it that we have people stealing.
Jim just called me out in chat. Same camera angle, same hair, same pouty eyes. Somebody's emulating Emma.
Detergent to sell for like a few extra bucks.
Yeah. I think that.
Hey guys, I'm trendy. I got that pouty eye. What's up?
That is exactly right. It's people that blame poor people for their immiseration. And on that note, I just wanted to plug because it reminded me.
Dude, I've lived in Chicago pretty like my entire life. I've never ever we got the L, not yeah.
We're just.
I can say that there have been some incidences where I swapped cars or I got off at a station early and then just transferred. But yeah, man, this idea, that's a very suburban white kid take right there.
Being as fully honest as possible.
I dreaded taking the subway.
Here, I guess this is Christina, right? Do we have her?
Whatever.
If people want to go support...
I'll say the biggest thing is it does kind of smell like piss. I'll give you that.
Cosmopolitics, Christina. This is kind of a pretty good indication of how it appears this network views people that may need some extra help. Christina of Cosmopolitics was critical of the way that TYT has been handling their coverage, and here's an image.
I stopped watching TYT a year ago as well when Benny quit, but I had started distancing myself from TYT probably starting in early November and December.
Of how Anna responded, mocking her for asking her for money with help with her bill.
Look at Anna becoming a mean girl. Look at her. You know, and just do you guys remember when she was just like, everybody's so mean to me?
You were sure, sweetheart.
Oh, the Jimmy Dore, the Jimmy Dore arc.
When you were asking me for money.
Yeah, that's what people do to bosses.
And I guess Christina just had needed some help for a month, and that was private, and then it was made public by Anna to mock her. So if you would like to support Christina, she's a Twitch streamer, Cosmopolitics. When she goes live next, we'll raid her stream.
Yeah.
I don't really know how one can make the claim that they're for the working class and then use the fact that somebody asked them for money in a time of need against them publicly.
It's the radical left versus Jenks populist left, which of course he sold a stake to a billionaire for $20 million for it, and also I didn't know. And sorry if I'm getting a little bit spicy here. I did not know that studio was paid for off of.
Hey, spicy content here on Pep Talks. That's what we're all about. I have a spicy tier of memberships, by the way, that will get you all of the good stuff.
Solicited donations from the audience.
So built for that is now the Polymarket, then sold to Polymarket.
So,
wow,
fundraising from the grassroots for a building, and then taking Polymarket money, regardless of whether Peter Thiel is an investor or not, and slapping that name on the studio. That is crazy, bro.
That's nuts.
That's crazy. It's crazy to do that.
They should refund that money to the people that donated if they now got a sponsorship from a corporation, which it was supposed to be a crowdsourced studio effort, and now it's a crypto betting site that's not even legal in the United States.
And live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
And Anna's response to that, which is to say, I don't care. Well,
oh my God, that's every show now.
Difficulty, Anna, might be that people tuned in because they thought you did care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Anna attacked Christina again on the other day. Christina's a sweetheart. I help her whenever I can. Oh, Squishmallow Dragon. Hell yeah.
Where you don't.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that why are you technically part of the Dragon Squad? Because that's who I feel bad for in all of this is John. He just seems like I just made the joke yesterday, but he seems like when you go into a GameStop, just one of the soulless GameStop employees where they've had they've worked there for over 5 years and just they have that little teeny bit of their soul left, and you could just see it in their eyes that they're just like, kill me
about any of this shit.
Take me with you.
It might lose you some audience. I don't know. Maybe people want to check out Social Blade for the Young Turks, see what's been going on to their subscription numbers the last couple of days.
That's bad.
And in terms of who's the purest leftist and who's not, I will say that I will put a lot.
John is the only one I'll watch. Maybe Dr. Richie. Yeah, I'll check out Dr. Richie. I actually have just like the alerts for his show specifically. I actually learned that the studio was actually funded by rich Republicans and just told people that they helped fund the studio. I actually looked this up, and when I tried to decide whether to keep... Oh, that's when the first time you were trying to decide whether or not to keep watching TYT. That would... no shit. I'm surprised that they didn't just, come out and say, hey, we have a wealthy benefactor. No, it's you. This is crowdsourced. Progressive crowdsourcing.
Trying to be in competition with any other of these leftist streamers. I want to work together with them. That's part of why we had Kyle Kolinsky on today. Kyle, Crystal Ball, Francesca Fiorentini, still there, but still think she's phenomenal. John Idarola, phenomenal. The Rational National, the Humanist Report,
Nando and Waz, I think
Matt Binder. Sorry, say it again.
Nando and Waz, I think, are still doing stuff.
Yes, it is. No different than sports stadiums being publicly financed and getting corporate sponsors. It's all a game. Yeah, except TYT like they claim to not be part of that game. That's why we're holding them to a different standard on this one.
And I mean, even Olayemi, like all of these creators are allies in this movement, and excited
I think Waz stopped going on TYT.
for a future where we work with them and don't work with people who are eventually going to leave the left because some crypto betting site gave them money and they need to return some investment to a billionaire who invested in the company.
And we've heard from, we heard from the letter hack. We have, Lance from the Surfs, who's obviously, unfortunately, been in some of these crosshairs as well. But
the problem is they claim to be the home of progressives.
I just want to flag too that we've been talking about the subway violence.
Of course.
No.
Sorry.
I
Just in the context of that, of the subway violence rhetoric and discussion, is I think I mentioned this tweet, this excerpt from James Baldwin before, talking about the wet eyes of the sentimentalist, basically being how like sentimentality can trump what is actually needed for sentimentality can get in the way of policy, because individual experiences can be so jarring that it makes it so that it can only inform what people think might need to be mapped onto policy, when in fact
No, Kovacs, no. If they're selling themselves, then you fell for a grift. Dude, seriously, do you ever are you ever not an asshole? Like, do people actually like you being like this?
Even if someone has a traumatic experience on the subway, even if someone has been thrown in front of a train, that stuff is horrible. But you have to actually, when you're looking at outcomes relative to what people are actually experiencing on a macro scale, that's when the actual difference between facts and feelings actually comes out.
Yes.
In that you can feel scared because you heard about someone getting thrown in front of the subway. I'm not refuting whatever trauma might lead from that or be downstream from that, but you can't make policy for millions of people or say this is the right thing based off
Hey, you know what, Kovacs? I live in a state where we're not falling for that, and our governor is not going to allow that to happen. The Bears have tried to get the taxpayers to fund their new stadiums and their new stadium, and it's not going to happen.
Instances maybe that you can count on your
I'm proud to live in a state that isn't being duped like that, and no, it's a little bit different than that, man.
Hand every year to then be indicative of what everyone should experience as a result. It's like that's when literally a sentimental, a feelings-based assumption and ascription overrides what should actually be done for everyone.
To construct a society.
Well, and it's not even about when perception goes up. It's when actual crime does go up. What is our actual solution to it? Is it because we aren't empowering cops so much, or is there ultimately things that are pushing people towards these outcomes? Or is it purely ideological? We know with COVID, it was and the cost of living crisis, we know what's causing these actual poor outcomes and horrible events and confrontations. And like that's what needs to be addressed. It's not okay, we just need to loosen the rules on lynching people.
And we've had criticisms of defund as a slogan in that it wasn't constructive enough. Yes, the police.
How is she part of the same hypocrisy when she actually does hold her morals and her character have literally been consistent? You're trying to lump Emma in with the TYT thing, and it's not going to work, because how is she part of that same hypocrisy, dude?
To be defunded to the extent that it needs to shrink. We shouldn't be having these armored vehicles that were left over from Iraq because our tax dollars went to military contracts being used to patrol our cities and our streets. That energy, or that money, I should say, should be redirected towards community policing, towards social services,
social democracy,
social services, where it's not to say crime can run rampant, but where there are people who are trained in particular to deal with folks who are having episodes, or folks who may need health care or a doctor or a place to go. That is where those resources should go to, and then creating places for people to go as opposed to just locking them up. So that is where we have criticisms of the defund slogan. But if you want to say the radical left loves people getting punched in the face, I guess that's a bit more convenient for you to straw man. And it's funny, like, we played that clip of Anna saying that she was maybe she was wrong about Dave Rubin.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to,
because of her neighbor Jim.
We can just play your words. If you want to play a clip of me saying that what was accused,
I don't know, maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin.
Is there a sound drop of me saying that crime? Well, I don't even, now it's going to become that, but I don't need to mischaracterize anyone's words. Yeah, our words are out there for everybody. So,
the panders.
Hashtag cold feet jank. Maybe debate Sam, which he offered, or not even debate. Have a conversation like Sam offered privately back in July, and now just publicly now.
Well, just do the tour.
But Sam's a grifter.
Let's talk to Glenn Beck. That's where we can have real.
It's so. I just have to make one final point. The idea that it's everybody else just can't stop taking shots at TYT is so embarrassingly thin. When Anna's going to Lilo and Stitch and all these other Fridman offshoots, and just packaging like, oh, look at what this guy on our side, Lance from the Surfs, did. just packaging that up for mileage.
I love
Let's
that.
see how much mileage we can
movie.
get with these complete losers, and just bash the left. It is gross to me to build a reputation off of years of good work that a lot of people respected, to then commodify that label, say, actually, no, we're the progressive. Again, we don't say that shit. We don't actually say we're the left.
No, we're media. We want to platform people who are doing good work for left-wing causes.
Yeah, again, this kind of plays to this chatter here. Kovacs was saying, and Emma's part of the same hypocrisy. Like, what?
Exactly. We want to propagate what the left
No, they're not
is
playing
doing.
that game, dude.
We're not originators of it, I don't think. And
unless you're one of those types that's just like, every single person that I see on a screen that reports on something, I'm going to just go, they're wrong. I'm right. I can see through it. I'm the ultimate journalist. I have eyes everywhere. I can just see it. I can see through it all.
Taking a median with, say, 900 millionaire or billionaire, it probably says a lot better. Say, hey,
I just got to keep special stickers on hand, so anytime I see these people, I could just be like, here you go, because this is what you crave so badly.
The biggest left-wing channel on online media. How much money would you want to give us for it?
How much money could that have gone to left-wing organizations?
Lex Thompson, dude is flat wrong. Yep. Hey, Lex Thompson, look, you actually do have a special sticker.
Organizations or DSA or other groups that wasn't going to
Member Squad
eventually would become the Poly Market Studio. So that's why a media company portraying themselves as the
Actually, my members are called the Pep Squad. Hey.
left is incorrect.
Usually,
if you have extra money and changing the couch cushions, it should go to leftist organizing, not a media organization. If you want to support the left movement, I appreciate the fact that we have members on this program, but I'm never going to say that donating to us is about donating to the left. It's just not the case.
No. And also, Cenk is bluffing about how open he was to a union. The NLRB doesn't typically issue warnings for somebody who is just so overjoyed to. We have great discussions over here.
Yeah, I mean, the people that were, according to them, retaliatorily fired for organizing might have something different to say about that. All right, guys, gonna read some IMs and get out of here.
Okay, we're good. Yep, that was the segment. Cool. Yeah, number one, Emma killed it this week. She crushed it. I hope everybody just kind of writes into Sam to let him know, just like, hey, Anna, she held the show together and did not just that. I think that she may have helped usher it into its new era, especially with that Kyle Kolinsky interview. Like, that was great. If they continue doing that, then yeah, I think then we're gonna be just fine. Especially as a fan of the Majority Report, it is very refreshing to see them take the reins on this one. They have always been so much smaller than TYT. I can't tell you how many times I've had people just be like, "You listen to what?" And I can't tell you how many times people had seen Sam or heard Sam, and they were just like, oh, that's what he's on. It's just like, yeah, but then, his whole thing on, I think MSNBC, that was a lot more exposure than I even thought he had, where I know a lot of people that were like, yeah, I used to watch a show on MSNBC. I'm like, huh, weird. Kovacs, they don't report, they react. No podcaster reports. They all take stories from actual reporters, so I'm right. Know who used to do actual reporting, blogs like Crooks and Liars. Oh, you mean like just going on? So you're like that guy that's just like, look, man on the street. Also, you're like the guy that was in my chat yesterday. It's just like, yeah, Telegram. Just go read from the direct source on Telegram, and then have absolutely no editorial processes. So it could totally be fake, but you know, your vibes tell you, since it's the source. It's a direct source. And by your logic, then that means every newspaper does not do reporting. So, like, my guy, you think that you're... I love people like you that think that you're the smartest thing on the planet. Like, you're so smart. You're so smart, but you simultaneously are so smart that you don't get that everybody's laughing at you, like collectively just going, okay. And what does that get you? You're the guy that's just standing in the middle of the room like, I'm so smart, guys, I'm right. And we're all just like talking around you, and you're just like, why won't anybody listen to me? I'm just so smart. I'm so right about everything. God, legitimately, I know people like you in my real life. I hate them. I absolutely hate them. So, I mean, again, if you get by in real life being like that, cool, man. I'm glad that you have people that apparently cultivate what I would consider a like. Do you guys just sit in like a little thorn bush and you're just like, this is comfortable? Know who, oh. Uh-oh. All right, guys. Well, we got a goofy goober in the YouTube chat who got the attention he wanted from me, because honestly, I was getting sick of it, so I just wanted to call it out like I saw it. Because you've somehow gone back and forth. I mean, Jim and Skim, your pen isn't working. Relax, he's a chain jerker. Oh. Oh. Actually. What the hell? Actually, I think my pen might not be working. Shit. Yeah, there was smoke in the last one. Weird. Alright, well, we're in the third hour of the program, guys. I appreciate you all still being here. Anybody that has recently popped in, please leave a like on the stream. It really helps me out. It's free for you, and it makes you an awesome person. I have been saying, like, you should just, like, be making this a normal thing. Just... if you like something on YouTube, make it part of your daily life, because I feel like karma's a real thing. Wilbur Burr, thoughts on Luigi's lawyer? I don't know anything about Luigi's lawyer, so... may I have some attention also? Nothing to say, just hi. Agra, with 2 R's. Hello! And there's your attention. I appreciate you jumping in. Follow the stream if you have... oh, you just did. Cool. You already beat me to it. Not sure if there's likes over there, but whatever you got to do on the Twitch side, I appreciate it. I think this, what did I say? Day 4? Yeah, this is day 4 of Twitch, so I really appreciate you guys coming here. Wilbur Burr, let me take a look at the lawyer, because I did not get any updates on that. I just learned about the Karen Reed situation, so. 2 away from 1K? What? No, I'm not. Don't scare me like that. What? Am I? No. When am I collaborating with the Vanguard? I don't know. I would love to. I don't know, guys. Tag me in their stuff and I don't know. I would love to. I would love to work with the Vanguard, despite the fact that I do disagree with them on some things. But I always like to talk to people that I have like slight disagreements with. Mario just stopped by. Said Louis. Listen, it doesn't matter. There is no conflict of interest here. I just need to see my brother. I just went and passed at the bar. Mario. Oh, no. I'm so dumb. I gotta put the pen down. I was about to say, bro. I was like, yeah, I'm 2 away from 960, which, yeah, hey, if you guys can, I love the Luigi emotes. Those are great. But yeah, we're working our way to 1,000 subs here, so I appreciate it if you guys could hop on over to YouTube and give me them subs, because honestly, that will help my channel immensely. God, I hate begging, but the way YouTube set it up, they pretty much made sure that you either got to be like really shilly about it, or you have to be like just kind of humble and be like, hey, this is the way it is, and that's the way I'm going with it, where I'm going to just tell you exactly how it's set up. So if you guys want to get, leftist streamers out there, especially some new content, which I appreciate everybody who's been popping in and enjoying this, because that is wild to me. Raids will help. We'll rally the troops. Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate that. Yeah, this first raid was wildly successful for me, so I absolutely love that. Thank you. Seriously, guys. Actually, do you know what time? Fuck, I forgot her name. Stoner moment here. The Kristen. Yeah, Kristen from TYT. When does she go live over on Twitch? If you guys can let me know that, so I kind of know when I might have a shot at sending her a raid if I have the opportunity. So, ODK, cool. I don't know. Okay, well, if anybody knows, let me know. All right. Well, I'm gonna hit the Benjamin. What are the better names to come out of nicknaming stuff? Cheers. Thank you. I forgot to say cheers. I feel bad when I do that. Adrian used to be a mod for TYT, I think. Oh, no shit. Damn. I would not want to be a mod for TYT. That had to be wild. God, you want to talk about seeing some shit in chat. Damn. Can only imagine, because between the right-wing hate and then the left-wing coming for him too? Oh boy. Oh boy. I would not want to, I don't know, man. I keep reiterating this, but I feel so bad for John. I feel so bad for John. Like, the guy has passion for what he does. Although, am I wrong in saying that he's always kind of, he's always had the air of, I have to do this. This is what's going on in the news. So here. Like, I feel like that's the energy he brings to things like that. Damn, forgot to sesh for 420. I'm super late. Y'all, cheers, y'all. Yeah, we got about an hour and 40 minutes or so until we're hitting 420 here, or hour 50. Have you ever seen GDF documentaries? I think I have mentioned not the best with acronyms, so I don't know. Have I? Like GDF. All right, now you got the gears working here, and you're not going fast enough. So I will look it up. No, I haven't seen any of these. Huh. Matt, if you raid into another stream, that would help too. I know some people have limits to raids, like stream time, so don't be surprised if you get an error. Okay, thank you, Matt. I appreciate you looking out for me, man. I really do. I appreciate all the help because these are new, uncharted waters for me. I'm surprised that I'm actually doing as okay as I am over on Twitch. Or I was like, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. GGF it. I got it, Jim. I looked it up. No, so yeah, I saved the one, the trans documentary there. I'll watch that on my own time and then kind of get back to you if there's anything I want to obviously bring up here. I don't know. I can't seem to find your YouTube channels. Really? Hold on. I got it here. I got my link here. There you go. I have a YouTube channel. I have one. Uno channel. I'm Pep Talks TV, one word. Thank you. Yeah, trust me. There's some guy out there that has pep talks that like he just sits there in like his kitchen or whatever, does podcasts, and I'm not trying to like shit on the guy, but he only gets like 4 or 5 views per video, and I'm just like, wait a minute. How the hell am I still not getting pushed over him? Even with all like the tagging, all of it, where I'm just whatever. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm just gonna accept that that's how it goes and move on. Got him. Wait, Pep. KSRV, one word. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, if you're like searching my stuff, just do Pep Talks TV, one word. It does bring you right to my channel. I've played enough around with this to see that it works. So, where is it? 4 hours? Who the hell sent me something that's 4 hours long? Oh, okay. No, I appreciate. All right, sorry about that. That I don't think we're gonna be able to watch. So I just want to say, sorry. Also, guys, check in on the Discord because I just did, and we got some new members. So I appreciate you popping in. Also, joining our Discord. We have a lot of fun there. Share a lot of memes and just kind of. I have a very wide variety of interests. So as far as horticulture, I like horticulture. If you catch my drift. By the way, behind me, that is an advent calendar, and it's exactly what you think it is. If what you think it is so don't type one word. Yeah, don't type one. I know. Damn it! I'm getting trolled in my comments. There I found it. I wasn't putting in S in the pep talks, and there was a shitload of pep talk TV. Yeah, I know, but I saw. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Pep talks. Pep talk was one of the ones where I was just like, screw it. I'm gonna take the name. Hopefully, it works out. And so far, it is. I mean, my branding is working. Like my whole idea here where it's just like, yeah, I got the spicy stuff. Although, let me know if you guys kind of like my bare bones setup here. Because, like, I've toyed with some, additions to the screen. I was toying with putting the mixed chat up. I don't know. I kind of like being able to go to my chat and read guys. Especially because, priority chat is still slowly making its way towards that. Although, man, today, that was wild. Like, that was a wild beginning to stream. I got rated and had over 70 viewers right away. I was like, holy crap. As a new YouTuber, that still gets to me, and I will totally just admit it, where it's like, wow, thank you. That is, you want to talk about making a boy feel special. More hot women on set would be nice. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. More hot women on set. What am I supposed to do? Like, seriously? Do the was it the fresh and fit thing? Just get a bunch of girls sitting behind me, staring off into their phones, just like, oh my god! Like, at least I'm on stream. This is amazing. Are you guys like talking politics? I only say that because I've seen the although there was like the I watched one of those where one of the girls had a crush on Hassan, and she was just like, oh my god, like, I would love Hassan and he would hate that I'm here. Pupper intro. Wilbur Burr. Why were these women German? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing there, but yeah, I guess. She needs to watch his alpha male podcast. Oh god. What is that, where his excuse to bro out and kind of do a fresh and fit, where he's just like, this is how much I like to lift, this is how much I how many pieces of chicken I eat, this is how much protein I ingest. And like, I'm all for fitness, and I'm all for taking care of yourself, but damn, sometimes it's just like, hey, also, noodle arms. So there's that little bit where I'm just like, inadequacy as a thing. Yeah, it just makes me feel like the scrawny asshole that I think I am, which I know I am. Hey, it served me well in hockey, man. My body type was be surprised. Also, I love when people would see me on the ice and they just, think that I couldn't hang. I loved that stuff. I miss it. All right, guys. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yes, he has a podcast for dating advice from an alpha. Had it before TYT. Still up there. Still up though. Interesting. I mean, I don't dating advice, really. What's his dating advice? Get rich and move to LA? What? Hang out with streamers and porn stars? Yes, it was super cringe. Yeah, I mean, I've always hated that shit. Straight people play hockey? Yeah. Although I did play, since I was a goaltender, I would sub in the gay men's hockey league a lot. That was fun. They were a fun bunch. But he has 30k viewers right now. Oh my god, really? I mean, hey, I got 33? 34? Hey, I don't know. I'm trying not to do the view chasing as much because I just enjoy doing this, so the tag may have work. The tag may work. Oh, like just tag. Oh, here. Well, yeah, I thought that I tagged Hassan in this one. Oh shit, this is my tags from yesterday. No wonder. Oops. My bad. Where'd Kovacs go? And yes, I think I did kind of realize he was being a goofy goober. Hey, we going up. Cool. Cool. All right. Hey, we hit 961, guys. We're making our way there. I really appreciate anybody that subbed today. All right, guys. So I got sent this debate. I'm gonna just play the most replayed part of it, and then we can maybe decide to go back, because it's a 3-hour debate. Chase Fuse, Mr. Pepper, nobody cares unless you sell out by being a reactionary. No, I mean, if I start selling out, please just be like, hey. So, I think you may have scared Kovac away. Oh, shit. Whoopsie. Which, I hope you guys know what that's from. It's a Mortal Kombat thing that Tim Pool was doing that now it's whoopsie. I still love it. All right. I'm procrastinating editing a video about the penguin is woke bullshit. It's satire, obviously. Ha ha. That's funny. I appreciate that. God, I appreciate you guys that, make the content, the actual content videos or actual content. That was very mean to myself. Gotta recall them. Essays, the video essays and stuff like that. Also, The Penguin was an awesome show. I already said if you grift right, I will make a series of videos about you. Well, dude, I mean, so many people right away when I got the Ground News one, I did get a few people hitting me up saying, "Oh, I feel so." You're trying to brand yourself as a new socialist streamer and you go right for having somebody sponsor you. I'm like, listen, yes, because I believe in the sponsorship. I believe in the company. So I'm not going to say no to a sponsor who I actually believe in. And I also believe does more good than harm as far as running their company. So God, forgive me for that. Jim and Skidum, that's Tim Pool's whoopsie now. Yeah, I know. Although I just can't, anytime I hear it, I literally just think, whoopsie! Although, is it... I don't think it is whoopsie, because is it whoopsie or toasty? Because me and my bud, dude, this goes all the way back to when, one of my babysitters, when I was 7, we were playing Mortal Kombat, and he used to just say toasty, 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 and I was like, I don't think that's what he's saying, but and then everybody's like, whoopsie, whoopsie. I'm like, yeah, I think it's whoopsie, but now I'm doing that thing where I'm like, which one is it? It's the God, what do you call it? The Mandela effect. Oh, I can't steal right-wing Mandela, even though Michael had the best bit with that, the right-wing Mandela. Yeah, babysitters. Yeah, babysitters. God. Long time ago. God, getting old. But, hey, what's up, Rome Dog? Thank you for popping in. Everybody, I hope you guys know that Rome Dog is in the YouTube chat here, and Rome Dog is... he is one of our cool elders. I always appreciate that. I always appreciate when somebody older than me pops into chat, and I'm just like, yeah. Sorry if I'm putting you on the spot there, Rome. Turning 38 in a few days. It's starting to get to me. Just moving from that 7 to the 8. It really is just like, damn it. Before I could claim mid-30s. Now it's just late 30s all day. Babysitters teach you what's up, for real, dude. No, for real. I learned so much from the cool babysitters I had, as far as just things that I took with as things for my personality to make sure that I can vibe and be cool. Yeah, definitely came from the babysitters and my brother. My brother was very big on that, but I kind of classify him as the same because he used to babysit me a lot. So, ish. I mean, if you call doing WWE moves to somebody half your size babysitting. So, not even half. God, he probably outweighed me by a solid 250. Rome dog I've done and went and made a rotisserie pork loin and au gratin potatoes. Oh, you're killing me here. Oh, why would you go make a bomb-ass meal like that and then you're bragging too? Oh, I'm so hungry. I got nothing. I literally have nothing in my house right now. This sucks. I gotta go grocery shopping this weekend. Boo. I hate dealing with people. That's why this job was perfect for me. It's like, okay, I don't have to... Yeah, actually, because of this, I might just do the thing where I order groceries, but not like from Instacart, but from like, I don't know. I'm a fat kid at my core. Me too. People have always said they're surprised like for how scrawny I am. They're just like, yeah, dude, you can put it away. I'm like, I like food. I like food. The other problem I have though is like I just forget to eat, so food channel on the Discord. Not a bad idea. You know what? That's not a bad idea at all. We should probably do that. Also, now that I have a ton of you guys here, what do you guys think of my idea for a little treat cam? Because I found one of these things that you can feed my dog a treat, and I found a way that you can do it securely. Where you got like I could set it up to when I get a donation, that you guys could give my dog a treat. So I thought that was kind of cool. But then I did kind of think about it. I'm like, oh, my dog might get fat. So, because once you add a dog to it, they're like, puppy. I could totally like. Here's the problem. I would donate to that. So that's how I kind of know. It's like, well, if I would donate, surely other people would. Which, God. I hate to admit, the karma system took me a minute to get on that, where I started donating to some streamers that I really like. I felt like I had a backlog, so I think a lot of people do that though with streamers, where they're just like, they'll give like $100 super chat or something like that, and they'll just be like, here, I owe you this. Although I do that when I go to like an event and I know like it's gonna have like an open bar. I always tip the bartender right at the beginning of the night, and I just make sure, like, I'll literally hold the bill in front of him until he sees it, and I will be like, you have to make eye contact. Jim and Skinnamy's already pretty thick. Hey, be nice. He's not thick. Okay, maybe he's a little thick for his size, but whatever. He's a little bit of a thick boy. We are going to debate about karma someday. Is a problematic concept. I know. I'm not sure if I truly entirely believe in it, but I believe in general just putting out good, because makes me feel good. When I put good out into the universe, it makes me feel good. So call me selfish, but I think that's a good enough reason to do stuff, right? Also, I feel like with my time on the left, especially just being a leftist, like, content viewer as opposed to being a content creator, man, like, I got so sick of just the leftist infighting, dude, it became a meme. You know, like, people were memeing on us just for how often it would happen, and that they would just be like, it's good to be good. I guess, yeah. I mean, I like being that way. And a lot of people have even tried to bastardize it's because you learned the treat others as you would, do unto others type of lifestyle. I'm like, yeah, but I learned that, but then I kind of took from it, yeah, that's a good way of learning it, but at the same time recognize how hypocritical everybody in my church was, where nobody acted like that. Everybody in my church, every family in my church, they were selfish assholes. Do you know, like, there were almost, Weekly, there were almost fist fights over parking spaces in the church parking lot. Like, are you kidding me? One of my favorite jokes that ever happened was when my mom's new boyfriend at the time picked me up from school. He was confused about the stop sign. So this woman who had just pulled out of my school picking up her kids just goes, and he's just like, God's number one. I was like 10, and that was the funniest damn joke to me, where I was just like, ha 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 ha, hilarious. But he's also just like, what the hell is wrong with this place? I thought these people were supposed to be good Christians. I'm like, yeah, right? Wonder what's up with that? As they're all coming from like their nail salon or whatever. God, so many Karen haircuts from the 90s. God, you remember the Karen haircut where it had the bangs, but it also like ended here. So it was kind of like a triangle was on their head. Ugh. That was the popular one with a bunch of moms in my school. God, I remember also when they made the super popular choice to enforce a dress code on us. And it was like, we went from not having really, any dress code outside of just don't wear offensive shirts or stuff like that, to you had to wear khakis, you had to wear, your collared shirt, you had to have it tucked in. God, you had to have it tucked in, which is weird because the closer I edge to 40, the more I'm actually resisting the urge to tuck my shirt in, like especially undershirts. Like if I'm wearing something like this, I have to resist the urge to tuck it in. I don't know if that's a 40 thing, but I don't. Rome Dog, is that a 40 thing? Because I feel like that's a 40 thing. Also, I'm becoming very, very okay with just who I am and my place in the world. And I also look at anybody under the age of 25 and think they are children. So, actually, Dan Soder told a really funny joke about that, where he was just like, you see a kid in a business suit, you're like, look at him playing dress up. Aw, you got the big shoulders on, don't you? It's good to be good. Karma has multiple issues as a concept, and historically, people makes people complacent in it, and also has been used to justify caste. I don't know that one. Sorry. I'm assuming justify just being like, well, I've already been a bad person. God, so many people do that with Christianity, the Christians of convenience, where it's just like, I'm hedging my bets. I don't actually believe, I'm just hedging my bets. Bloodstone by Stars, if vibes be chill, then you just chill. Just vibe and be chill. I like that, Bloodstone, and I think you're right. Also, I mean, that one spoke to me. I was like, I got that one. Duke of Bread religions that believe in reincarnation sometimes think of karma like a point system. So you are in bad luck. If you're in bad luck, you deserve it. Yeah. I mean, I also actually just, I went through that. I was discussing that kind of mentality with my therapist this week, where I was just like, yeah, I got this thing where I always like, no matter how happy I am, no matter the joy that I'm feeling, I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. And immediately, she was just like, that's not healthy. We need to break you of that. You need to allow yourself to feel joy. I'm like, yeah, but then I feel guilty. And I feel like if I feel too much, then it's just like, no, you're going to take it all away. Then it all goes away. So I don't know. It's a very weird thing. Self-sabotage is also a real thing. Try not to do that shit. I was forced to go to Pentecostal church when I was a kid. Everything we thought everything was through the church. Cultish. Yep. Man, I still wear untucked shirts with bands on them. Nice. All right. Actually, yeah, wearing a band shirt right now. Revolution. Also, I think I gave you guys a little scare right there. It's just like, look, a little bit scared. Kevon Silva. Oh yeah, I feel you, Duke. I feel like Western sense of the concept of karma doesn't exactly have the same connotation. It is kind of the way WWJD vibe. Yeah, no, it is. Actually, that's a really good point. The WWJD, like, what would Jesus do? That's karma. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at that. Or like when Reagan was like, F them gay people. I mean, Yeah. Kevon, yeah, exactly, Pep. That's really, I'm happy you're sharing about that. I feel better knowing or I'd be like feeling like that too. Oh yeah, dude. No, I'm more than happy to share. Cause like, dude, imposter syndrome's a thing. Like, dude, doing this, you think that that's helping? Especially like when I'm hanging with my friends. Oh man. Like, no, that's a real thing. Like, a real thing. But I've also, because I'm in therapy, I'm recognizing that I'm not going to let that take over anymore, because I've had a thing with that for a long time. Like, I don't know why, but I meant that real. Oh, yeah. It's okay. No, that's cool. But yeah, no, I also have that, like, weird thing where, because I'm so aware of what's like of that mentality, that it's almost like you're forcing yourself to enjoy something, and then because you're forcing yourself to enjoy it, you don't get to enjoy it. And you're like, now I don't feel anything. Crap. Herbal therapy. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I do, is herbal therapy. So, you know me. Which, by the way, we are at 3:34. So we got some time. And I just realized my fan turned off. Why does it keep doing this? It keeps disconnecting from my fucking Wi-Fi. God, I'm turning into my dad. Anytime I see something has a Wi-Fi connection that shouldn't have a Wi-Fi connection, I don't buy it, because that just means it's one more thing to break. I had a car that didn't even have, like, I could have had a way nicer, like, radio setup and all that. Nope, because I got convinced he's just like, nah, if you got all that, all them screens and shit, then you got to fix them. Yeah, you know what went out on my car? My radio. You know what happened when that went out? They didn't have any backstock, so I didn't have I didn't have one, so. Matt, have you seen the full United CEO interviews, the lawyer for Luigi? Here, I'll look it up. I remember I had mentioned that. I'm always doing self-work. We're all works in progress, you know? Yeah, well, unless, I know I was getting fucked with, but people that are legitimately like Kovacs there. Just saying, man. Always doing the so. Okay, so Luigi's lawyer. It's 12 minutes.
A law enforcement.
All right. Let's take a look.
A law enforcement official who was briefed on the matter is telling us here at CNN that along with that 3-page handwritten claim of responsibility, as the authorities are referring to it, some might refer to it as a manifesto, investigators are also looking at a spiral notebook of Mangione's that included to-do lists of tasks in order to facilitate a killing, as well as notes justifying those plans. In one passage about the Unabomber, Mangione concludes that using a bomb against his intended victim could, quote, kill innocents, but shooting would be more targeted, musing what could be better, and I'm quoting now, than to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference.
She had to just be like, and this isn't my words, and then
this is coming.
She kind of does like the.
As we are learning more about the suspect's life beforehand, including a report from the New York Times that Mangione's mother filed a missing persons report about him in San Francisco on November 18th, and also that he stopped communicating with his family and his friends about 6 months ago. Yet apparently no one who knew him and knew that he was missing recognized him in those surveillance photos that have been plastered everywhere for the last several days. Tonight, that's prompting a whole new set of questions about what was happening in Mangione's life behind those smiling photos that we've now seen on social media, and also questions about an injury that he suffered in 2023 and what happened to him ever since. My lead source tonight is the attorney who is representing Luigi Mangione, Thomas Dickey, and it's great to have you here, sir. I just want to say thank you. I know this has been moving very quickly, and you said earlier you were retained today to represent him. And so can you just tell us, how's your client doing in jail tonight?
I tried to count his beans. He was mad.
Well, Caitlin, thank you for having me. As I've been saying all day, if you put yourself, I tell everybody to use their common sense. Here we have a young man who is incarcerated without bail, as you alluded to, and apparently he's going to be charged with murder in the state of New York. If you use your common sense, I'm sure he's, it's concerning. That's all I can say.
Well, you've been an attorney for decades. What did you make of the way he went into court earlier, that outburst that he had?
I'm still analyzing that. I was actually on the other side of the wall when he came in, so I didn't hear all that statement. I've been busy all day, so I haven't had a chance to analyze.
I mean, the fact that he went out of his way to avoid collateral damage only makes him that much sexier.
That. So, I'm not going to comment on something, unfortunately, until I can have a chance to hear that in detail and break that down.
Well, being on the other side of it, you were inside that courtroom, of course.
He had the Goku approach where it's like, let's take this to an uncivilized place so we can fight, so we can have a real fight.
We learned about what happened in there.
A little bit different, but
extradition for him to New York. Why are you fighting that? It seems like it's inevitable that he will be sent to New York.
Well, that may be, but again, the Constitution, and I know I keep bringing up that word today, lest we forget about that. But the Constitution gives you certain rights, and we need to make informed decision. And the law permits, and the Constitution permits, that somebody in Luigi's position has the opportunity to look at evidence, make sure the government follows through a process, and that's what we're doing. So, again, I've been in this case probably about 12, 14 hours, maybe whatever, give or take.
She is a robo-reporter. I mean, look at her. She is like a robot.
I haven't seen a speck of evidence at all. I argued today at the extradition hearing. I still haven't received details about the charges that he's facing in New York. I heard your introduction and looking into that. But so we as lawyers need to make informed decisions, and we need to get our hands and our eyes on some evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the charges right here. It's murder, a loaded firearm, 2 counts of that, a forged instrument, and criminal possession of a weapon as well. I mean, those are the charges from New York. I mean, so as you're fighting extradition, you're not actually.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because he wasn't arrested in New York, so they can't charge him with things that he was already charged with in Pennsylvania. See, this is where a lot of people, I have been having these conversations where I'm just like, you do realize how messed up this is, right? Police jurisdictions do not play with this kind of stuff. Like, they usually fight for this, and I'm surprised that the Altoona Police Department is just kind of like, all right, fine.
Arguing that the authorities in New York have the wrong guy, are you?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence that they have the right guy. I can tell you that much. So I don't know anything about that. There's identification issues that are present, and so I don't. Like I said, this is why I need to look at some things, and they need to convince me. I try to remind people, and it's a shame that we forget about this.
Pep looks more like the drunk attorney.
Presumption of innocence that the Constitution gives all Americans. And people don't worry about the Constitution until they're.
I start my own law firm. I'm just like, hey, man, so what'd you do again? Oh, man. And they give me the explanation. It's like, well, it was self-defense. I'm just like, so you told me you had a car accident, right?
Facing charges or accusations against them. Then trust me. Caitlin, the Constitution matters.
And of course it does. And
yes,
I know you highlighted earlier and emphasized innocent until proven guilty. I understand that, but
I understand that, but I work for CNN, and they definitely have a narrative, so we need to push this narrative, and we really, really need to just be like, he's innocent.
I read the police report from when he was arrested. He initially gave them a false name, and then when they asked to confirm his identity, he said that he shouldn't have lied to them about it. I mean, that would seem to be that they do have the right person, given that he had a gun on him, he had a fake New Jersey ID that he.
Yes, because nothing can be planted. Nothing. And again, all this evidence does seem a little too convenient, where it's just like, again, why not just be in Central Park? Just put the hands up, make the movie. Like, he could have done that. He could have been the movie guy. Like, at that point, everybody was looking for him. Hell, he could have showed up for any of those press conferences and just been like, and then it's like, it's him. It's like, I did it. Do it like if you've ever seen the movie Seven, where he just walks into the police station.
Used to check into a hostel. I mean, is none of that enough for you personally to know that they do have the right guy?
Well, first of all, that's a piece of paper. I know you probably can't tell, but I'm 5'6". I could write on that I'm 6'5", and all this other kind of stuff. So that's written on paper. What's nice about the law is we'll have a hearing. I can cross-examine witnesses and look at reports and find out what they have and what they don't have. So again, that's just written on a criminal complaint. Without getting into the details of that, I don't see any evidence of a forgery. They're going to have to at least prove a prima facie case, which is less than the beyond a reasonable doubt. But I need to see these things. Right now, I have one piece of paper. And again, so
what's in the box? What's in the box?
Yes,
Mr. Dickey, have you asked?
What's in the box?
I have a copy. If that's the Pennsylvania complaint, I have a copy of that.
But have you asked to see the evidence
near the end? Well, that's what we're good. We have a hearing coming up on, I believe, the 23rd. I apologize if I'm in error about that, because there's a bunch of dates that's been flying around today. But yes, and like I said, tomorrow I'm going to reach out to the district attorney. It's my intentions, and to see how much we can see of this stuff. So today was not about that. So we have not had the opportunity to do that today.
And I know you were also unhappy that he was denied bail. Of course, prosecutors were arguing that he is.
That's all I'm doing here. I'm just speculating.
They either have to talk about being a flight risk or a risk to the community. Obviously, he was captured about 250 miles from Manhattan. But you said you were retained today. One big question that everyone has is: are you being paid by his family to represent him?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
That's a yes.
Well, can you say that it's not his family who is asking you to retain him, or retaining you to represent him?
I'm not going to comment on. I'm not going to comment on that. I've been retained. I'm not court appointed. I've been retained, and that's all I can tell you.
We had seen reports earlier
that
there was, people were inundating you with offers to help pay for his legal bills. Is that?
Yeah, it's almost like he's a very popular figure in this atmosphere, and that you are doing the thing now where you're just like, oh, well, why would he be so popular? Why would anybody pay for him? Who paid for him? Was it his family? Was it somebody? Was it a mysterious benefactor? Was it George Soros?
I have received some emails. I have not seen them personally, but my understanding from my staff is people are doing that.
That people are reaching out to you and offering to help pay for his legal bills.
That's correct.
Would you accept those offers? I mean, I imagine you maybe have. I don't know. Have you ever gotten that before?
Nah.
They really, man, they're pushing. They were gonna do this to anybody who took his case.
Actually, I probably wouldn't.
God, guys, the gaslighting from the media is so real on this one. It's insane.
Why do you think you would not accept that?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable about that. So I don't know. I haven't given that much thought, but I'm not looking. Obviously my.
Well, to be fair, you know where else you can donate.
I appreciate the support that he has, but I don't know. I just I'd have to look in, but it just doesn't sit right with me, really.
Why do you think they're offering?
Come on! Really?
I don't know. People, you talk about, the Supreme Court says, all these rich.
I gotta start answering questions like this lawyer. Hey, so what do you think of this?
They can give all kind of money to candidates, and that's free speech. So maybe these people are exercising their right to free speech and saying that's.
Oh my God, that was political in nature right there, saying that hey, where you spend your money is exercising free speech per the law. Hey, that's playing the game right there. Yeah,
they're supporting my client.
Oh, this guy's like dude, it's like he was the guy who set up. He was Matt Murdock's professor. Oh my God!
You noted there that that you said he supports he appreciates the support that he's getting. Did he acknowledge that when you had a conversation with him earlier about
this one is this one is big on class solidarity, and honestly, yeah. They really want to break this up. They are trying so hard because what they want right now is for like the grassroots discussions that are happening inside like the homes. Like they don't want say like teenagers and like people in their 20s who think Luigi's hot and their parents to agree on this. They want them to be at odds with this. But the thing is, nobody really is, and it's not working. I have even seen so many right-wingers in my life that have just been pushing back. One of my friends, he's a Ben Shapiro viewer. I talked to him yesterday about this, and he was just like, you know what? I'm done with Ben Shapiro right now. That he's a total sellout. You can tell exactly why he's in this, and that right there, that just proved to me that he just wants to divide us. I was like, you're finally on board?
In this intense public interest in him himself?
Yeah, unfortunately, Caitlin, I can't get into anything that my client and I talk about. So by law, I'm not permitted to reveal anything that's attorney-client privilege in any conversation that occurs between he and I is simply that.
I understand that, but could you describe just what his demeanor is? You're talking about putting yourself in his shoes, but did he seem nervous? Did he seem calm, or how did he come off to you when you met him?
Well, yeah, and if we have a minute, I do want to go back to the sales situation.
He came off innocent.
We have a quick second, but anyway, I've been telling people all day to use their common sense. Here's a young man who's apparently going to be or has been charged with a very serious, one of the most serious offenses a person could be charged with. He's in prison without bail, as you previously mentioned. And so, I think common sense would say, he's concerned.
Do you plan on representing him only in Pennsylvania or also in New York?
Well, that will depend. I got to see how this process pans out. And, if in fact I were asked to do that, I certainly would consider that and probably do that.
Thomas Dickey, I know you've had a very busy day. Thank you for your time tonight and for joining us, and I hope you'll come back and join us in the future.
I will, Caitlin. Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
I dig him. So why were you asking me if I had seen that, Matt? Because I'm just more so, what's your take on it? And then I can kind of give you more of a, what I think about it. Because honestly, I mean, just from that alone, I think that he's pretty good. He answered everything right. Somebody in chat said that it's like the drunk lawyer, or Pep's more like the drunk lawyer. I'm like, oh, he's not, he doesn't come off like drunk to me. He comes off like a defense attorney that is definitely coming from a leftist perspective, which is already rare in itself. So, take the small wins here, guys. My take is this is going to be dramatic. Oh, dude, this is going to be the trial of a century. No matter how this is broken down, too, unless they charge him federally, which I don't see that happening. Yeah, dude. Also, all this evidence is circumstantial as fuck. Bottom line is, how do we know that the cops did not plan it? He could be a little sassy. I liked that, especially with Robo Collins, CNN reporter, here to report the news. Halt. Your move, creep. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Murphy? Sorry, one of my favorite movies. Which, God, I feel like we're living in like the RoboCop timeline. It is so fucking scary. What else we got? The shooter looked more like Alex Jones. Yeah, I mean, the globalists. T-1000's in the house. Wait, is he? Wait, did T-1000 just pop up? Oh, sorry, we had the T-1000 in chat the other day. It was kind of funny. Dude was, definitely mad. Like, he was a big mad type of guy. Have you seen this boy? No, I'm kidding, Jim. I'm kidding. My take is this is going to be dramatic. There's a couple others saying he's sassy. PA apparently has infamously good trial court. Good. It's about all. I was about to be mean. It's like that's all PA has good right now. I mean, fuck Altoona. Fuck Altoona, especially that McDonald's. I hope that one gets put out of business. How the hell is Donald Trump's face? Okay, that's how. Because only right-wing news publications are saying popular support for President Donald Trump has never been higher, according to polling group. Yeah, because polling groups can be trusted in any way, shape, or form right now, especially after this election. Yeah, okay. But you can trust these polls because these polls tell us what we want to hear. Yeah. Yeah, great. Oh, guys, we are 25 minutes from the big moment where we hit 420 on this stream, which I'm not sure if you guys are new here, but this is a big moment where that's the fun half of the program. I kind of break it down like Majority Report. Gotta take a little influence there and just say, you know, after the 420 mark, that's when we just that's kind of where we hang. So, all right, let's take a look at this debate that somebody sent me because it is interesting. Somebody had turned me on to Aron Ra, and I gotta say I enjoyed his content. So, I want to take a look at this debate with Stuart Nickel and Aron Ra.
My death is not even relevant. We're talking about
We'll go back to that.
What I miss.
No, it's point one is to serve God, and when you serve God, you flourish the most as a human being, joyfully, physically. Recent Harvard study came out with that. One came out in 2018 too that we could go into, and then to serve other people, which is obviously when you're serving others and living for another person and loving. That's when the world is at its best.
Okay,
so those two, I think,
that's the part I'm in. And you're also in servitude to an indomitable despot.
But why are you in that part? What's a good reason for
I'm a human.
Like I understand it's a decent reason that Aron could probably think.
Aron Ra drinks more than me, and that ain't easy to do.
I understand there's not a great reward in being selfish and self-serving.
But the selfish naive though.
We evolved as a social animal. We need human companionship.
Why not be a free rider?
Because we care about other people unless we're dysfunctional.
Why would you do that?
Because
he's one of those guys that if you don't have God, then you can't care for people. Like he's one of those assholes that would tell me that, all your morality came from your religion. I hate that shit, especially like when they're so condescending about it. It's like, yeah, but then by your logic, I could have just said fuck this and became a bad person, and you would have been understanding about it.
More of a motive.
Just explain that.
There's much more of a reason. Now, my reason could be totally fallacious, but there's much more of a reason behind my worldview as to why to serve somebody than yours, which is much more societally based, and supposedly we should just do it.
I'm at least serving people that are real.
Okay, see, that's
making something up and trying to imagine that
non
maybe
sequitur.
after I die,
No, it's not.
My death is not even relevant. We're talking about if somebody is in need and I'm able to help them, I can help them, right? And so I would do that.
Right.
And I do.
Right. Why would you sacrifice, though, is the whole question. Why would you sacrifice your own time, physical well-being, resources? I mean, I could see you just doing it and just say, for my common man.
Does that person need help?
But is that good enough? Like, why would you do that?
Does that person need help?
Yeah, does that person...
Does the person need help?
Yeah.
Either way.
Their reason good enough? Does it have to be my reason?
Well, if you're going to act, it has to be generated by some type of reason on your part.
Yeah, if that person has a need and I'm able to fill it, without compromising my own ability to continue.
Yeah, I would just say from that worldview, it makes sense to be nice, but not really nice. And what I mean by that,
which is so, dude. Okay, these guys that like literally think that way, and look at the way that he's smiling. He thinks that he's a good person, but then he could so easily just be like, "But I don't think that you should have rights because you're trans." But I'm nice at least. Like, fuck these guys.
Distinction, and I also don't get.
Like, seriously, this guy has a very punchable face.
Here's what I mean.
Just saying.
What I mean is, from your...
We have evidence of Neanderthals tens of thousands of years ago staying alive with debilitating injuries because helping others is core to our species, even adjacent ones. Yep.
From the naturalistic, atheistic perspective, even throw humanism, whatever. Don't worry about it. Just from what...
Well, yeah, because that's also how the tribe thrives. Like, no, these guys are of the mind that, oh, well, they must have been just Neanderthals. So, because I think this way that if my friend and me were running from a bear and he broke his leg, then I wouldn't even try to help him. At that point, sorry, pal, it's survival of the fittest.
Describe. I still don't understand why you would serve somebody over in Malaysia.
Animals generally take care of their own. Have you ever accidentally gotten too close to a robin's nest?
Who's really hurting? I know you would, because you are a good guy. I've had many conversations with you, but why from your worldview would you sacrifice so much? I can't get there.
Where are you sacrificing? What is the sacrifice?
Well, I would have to know the specifics because, there are some people that are more of their own problem.
Dave, under duress, they have superiority complexes. Most religious people do, exactly, because they need to show that because they found the way that their God is the superior God. Like, dude, even that's why evangelicals have always pissed me off. Like, that's why I can talk to a Muslim, a Jew, like anybody that is practicing any other religion but evangelical Christendom or Christianity, I could easily have a better discussion with, because they're not coming from it like the perspective of I'm trying to convert you. The only ones that try and do that are evangelicals, and they're doing it from that sense of superiority that you're talking about, where they sit there on Sunday, they put their hands in the sky, they listen to the hymns, they I feel the Holy Spirit, and then they listen to the half stand up routine from the pastor who otherwise would probably be working at the downtown Kroger. But he's funny. He's a good speaker. He's also, a little bit edgy, because every once in a while he'll tell a joke that kind of pushes the boundaries. It's kind of mixing in that adult, the adult joke in the Disney movie type of vibe. Like, sorry.
Then
it's almost like I know these people way too well.
Deal with. I've had to walk away from personal friends.
But at the end of the day, it comes down to the superiority complex from just being like, well, I'm saved, you're not. And if you're not going to accept being saved, then I'm just going to feel bad for you and I'll pray for you. I'll always look down on you because I know I'm better. I know I'm saved, which again is super hypocritical. I mean, dude, I love these guys because they always can come at you with like chapter and verses, but they never come at you with chapter and verses from Jesus's actual word, or just the basic shit, like the do unto others kind of thing. No. They got to do the Bible. Like I talked about this yesterday, where they have to do the Bible study mentality, where it's just like, well, it's the inspired word of God. We all have to come together to try and understand the inspired word of God, which if you're, I don't know, just a logical person who even believed in this shit like I did, where I just at that point came up and said, well, if it's the inspired, then wait a minute, how is it divine? And then they were just like, wah!
That there's only so much that you can do. And when it comes down to the point where all they're doing is lying to you and everything you do to help them is just for waste.
Yeah.
There's a certain point where you just got to say, hey, I can't do this anymore. And you're on your own. I had to do that less than a year ago. I had a friend for decades who was deep in addiction. I knew he wouldn't get help if I didn't take him, if I didn't make the arrangements myself, if I didn't drag him physically there myself, if I didn't take him to the pharmacy to get his medication myself.
I can even go as far as to say that not even addiction. I just have a friend that is just so bad with money, but refuses to get better that at some point, like even I had to just be like, listen, I'm done helping you.
Watch him take that and all of that I had to do because I knew he wouldn't do any of it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But I can't force him to take the fucking pills.
Yeah. And this is where my grandma actually was like really good in her assessment of it, of never try to help somebody, like never exert too much energy trying to help somebody that does not want to be helped.
And then when I found out that he didn't take
because
the pills,
she also finished that by saying, because at that point you're doing it for selfish reasons. You're not doing it to help them. You're doing it for you. So you feel better.
And he lost another job again for being drunk. I thought, okay, this was your sixth time in a year. I can't do this anymore. So there are limits.
This one coming in from Forte says, is there an argument for not spreading atheism from the view that religion is a byproduct of evolution and as such offers many benefits to the believer in terms of health or whatever, lowered anxiety, lowered depression? They say the Robert Sapolsky argument.
I don't argue for spreading atheism. I'm an advocate of truth against lies. Religion is a pack of lies, so I don't lie. That's it.
Nice.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Notion Slave says, atheist worldview. In the atheist worldview, we exist for no reason, no purpose, just a giant energy ball strangling itself. May as well believe.
Yeah, it kind of sucks to have just like this weird mundane life where, it doesn't really matter, where we are just kind of going through the motions, because for everybody that thinks like this, they can never like comprehend the numbers of people that have died and have lived and died on this planet, we all see ourselves as like above nature and above all of it, because I don't know, maybe we evolved this mentality to protect ourselves, but because I'll go as far as to say obviously we did, because that's why we get so uncomfortable with thinking about death.
We live inside of Barney's butt, like Barney the dinosaur.
I don't understand, what is the fascination if you're not the reason the universe exists, if the universe wasn't created just for you, if you don't have a special purpose, then you have to be morose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that.
That's exactly it with them. That's exactly it. They need somebody to always pat them on the back. They need somebody to impress.
Christian believers who really think, and one of them actually said to his own congregation, he admitted that he was completely irrational and he had no justification for believing what he does.
Thanks for saying the rest of that point. Shouts out Grandma Pep. Yep. Grandma Pep is badass.
If what you do if what you do today doesn't still matter 5 billion years from now, then it doesn't matter now. He said, if he couldn't live for absolutely forever, then if he only had a temporary lifespan and that was it, then he said, then there's no reason to help anybody else. There's no reason to prolong life.
Everything is so conditional with them. Everything. And that's also what bothers me about like new the born agains that would come in, where it's just like, number one, they were super annoying. Like the clicky side about like born agains is just like, we get it, dude. That was always one of my favorite parts about being kind of a catty Christian at that point, where it was like, whenever they'd come in, it's just like, have you heard of Jesus? It's just like, yes, we have. we get it. You're new to this, but holy crap. Like they're just way too overly enthusiastic. Everybody's probably had one of these people, whether it be on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever the hell, where you got that one friend that like, yeah, you knew in high school, they found God, and then they just start, every post is lit, like every meme is like, oh, well, you know, being Christian, like
minimize suffering. You just may as well just hurt as many people as you want to. I don't think he said that last part, but he did say the other two parts. And I thought, that is the most nihilistic perspective I've ever heard from a guy who's arguing against nihilism.
Yeah.
That was
Great
disgusting.
point.
If you can't live for 5 billion years, then what you do to help somebody today doesn't matter today. That's just wrong every way possible.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Zero Glitch says, question for Stuart, since you say both sides have the burden of proof, what's enough proof someone can give you that would make you concede your belief in God?
Show me the body of Christ.
Well, that's yeah. If Jesus was, as some have suggested, either a compilation of different characters into one, and that the stories of his crucifixion.
I believed in heaven. I would be living life on a ragged edge every day.
Confused or conflated with events that happen to other people, or
I don't know. You ever talk to a retiree and then like they end up going back to work because they're just like, you could only play so much golf.
That he wasn't necessarily put in his tomb, but was left to the dogs to tear apart and all like that. Well, then you're never going to see that body, are you? My experience has been that when I present this hypothetical situation, that if people had a time machine...
Honestly, religious people creep me out. Like being an adult and actually believing in fairy tales is scary. Yeah. And then here's the scarier part, where these people are just like, you need to believe in this. Like, I know it's kind of, again, become a meme, but you really, if you're not religious, you need to be a lot better about this, where you're just like, no, your religion is for you. You follow that. If you don't follow it, then you are the sinner. You are the one who is culpable, not us. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in your God. I am not culpable to your God. I'm sorry. That's just not how it works. And if you do believe in that, then let's just call it out for what you are, an asshole.
And an Aramaic translator, and they could go back with the TARDIS and go look for Jesus. That even if they could find him, if they could find his body and see it rot.
Give me the DeLorean over the TARDIS any day. Sorry.
Christians tell me, and I've got documented evidence for this because it's still available online. They admit.
Wait, what am I talking about? The DeLorean always broke. No, I take that back.
Still believe it anyway.
And I encounter atheists all the time on university campuses who say that they wouldn't, even if it was true.
Yeah, these are also like new atheists, and I don't mean by like merits of like Sam Harris type of atheists. I mean they're literally just coming into their atheism, and you're like, well, I'm gonna dunk on them. That's why Ben Shapiro loves going to college campuses, because they're so new to these ideas that he's just like, well, I'm going to change them. I'm going to show them how flawed they are.
Christianity, that is. And I would say, just to Aron's point, exactly, you're not going to be able to turn up a body
and
now.
Halfbacks don't care about your feelings.
I would have to see like an ossuary that literally had written out like, hey, this was all.
Dave under duress. Whew, yeah, TARDIS for sure. Yeah, I had to think about it. I'm like, you know what? No. We had 3 Back to the Future movies, and in all 3 of them, they had to fix the time machine.
Just a big hoax.
So, yeah, maybe not.
And I would need that connected to other ossuaries with these.
If I'm actually going to go like practical time machine, give me the little wrist one that Cable wore.
Here. If I have a personal religious experience, I've had personal religious experiences as a Christian and as a pagan, and I had them as a pagan after, and the ones I had as a pagan were better.
Here, hold on, guys. I'm going to run upstairs and grab my prep for... Oh, wait. Never mind.
Than the ones
I have my prep for 420.
Christian.
But just so you guys know, we're at 412 right now, so we're coming up to it.
But I've learned how deceptive those religious experiences are. So having that personal religious experience means nothing.
Nerd alert!
I need objective verification to know that I'm not fooling myself. As a matter of fact, that's the very reason that I'm not still a Christian. When I was a reborn Christian.
Listen, It's not a nerd alert until we have a discussion about which doctor. Who's your doctor? Mine is a solid, it's 10th Doctor all day. I'm sorry, David Tennant, that's my doctor.
Floating around in this euphoric daze for hours, I had the presence of mind to ask a friend of mine who at the time...
I'm so proud of you.
But I mean, this guy later became a Southern Baptist preacher.
I'll do you one better. Rose is actually, as far as like also companions, Rose is also my companion.
I said, how do I know that this elation that I'm feeling is really the power of Jesus, and it's not that I'm not just fooling myself some way through a trick of the mind? And he told me, just keep telling yourself it's Jesus until you believe it.
Act as if. Wow.
The fake it till you make it thing broke my Christianity in an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his smile where he's like, how would I react if I was... Huh.
That would break mine too.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question coming in from Amy Newman says, after show, after the debate, another amazing debate. James, question for Aron and Stuart. What would change your mind that a God does or does not exist? Stuart, we already kind of heard from you, but Aron, any thoughts?
Yeah, there's a number of things like when I argue about evolution, I show people what we can verify. And when I say something is true, you don't have to
what a dope name. Sunday Worship. That's a good one.
take my word for it. You don't have to take anybody's word for it. We can go out in the field and see it yourself. Right? We can go into the lab and see it yourself.
All right, I'm going to go grab my stuff for the upcoming
truth of this thing. But with God,
festivities.
all you've got is one storybook contradicted by all of these other storybooks that talk about different gods. And nobody has any verifiable truth to anything. Nothing that can be objectively verified. And if there really was a God, and especially if he was going to be such a bombastic asshole that he would dare to damn somebody to hell forever and ever and ever for not believing in him, then it is his responsibility to make up for this huge mistake of not providing any evidence and giving us only the most untrustworthy liars to convey his message to us, and stories that we know are fractured fairy tales and completely false. It's God's fault I don't believe. God needs to know how to fix that.
Any thoughts?
I would just say to that, I agree with a lot of it. And I oftentimes think that way, but holding in tandem with, if you have a God big enough to get angry at that angry
small enough,
then you have to have room for a God like that to have reasons that you don't know about. If he's that big,
God
if he's that big
enough,
if he's that small, then you don't need those reasons.
Right? That God is very, very small, very, very insecure, almost as if, as a matter of fact, exactly like there is no God. It's just the clergy trying to sell us a bullshit story and trying to scare us out of questioning them.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, the Grim Skeptic says, Stuart, would you debate the YouTuber King Xerxes?
I don't know who that is.
Me neither. This one from Jay says, Stuart, do you believe it's possible that the universe could be eternal?
No, I don't think it's eternal. It wouldn't shatter my faith if there was, say, like a multiverse, because I still think there would be a creator behind multiverses. But that's Aron helped me there though with the eternal perspective tonight.
Okay.
I hate the cosmology question because it's completely irrelevant to everything I study. Creationists argue with me all the time that we are not evolving apes, and the argument they always bring up is, where did the universe come from? That makes absolutely no difference. If the universe had a beginning, we're still evolving apes. If the universe is eternal, we're still evolving apes. Can we get back on the topic? But they don't want to. They want to defend their fairy tales in the Bible. Why do you go back to cosmology? We know the Bible's fake. Let's look at this. Let's look at all of the different evidence for why the Bible's wrong. But no, they want to go back to the origin because they want to go back to the distant past, so far back that we're not absolutely certain about everything we know for sure. Then you've got your vanishing gaps where they can call into God. If you argue about evolution, I'm sorry, I got everything you need. So that's why they push the boundaries back.
You got it. They also asked James, are you a Christian? Yup. and they say, Aron, you rock. This one from the Grim Skeptic says, Stuart, we got that one. Notion Slave says, atheist worldview. We got that one. Let me just reload this puppy.
Hey, I'm glad that he runs into the same problems I do with chat.
Thank you very much for your question.
Cool. And he's been doing this for
Did you
years.
skip my super chat question. Nope. We're just getting to it. Thanks for your patience. This one coming in from, bear with me, folks. I've got to reload the page here. Our guests, Stuart and Aron, are linked in the description box. If you have not already checked out their links, we highly encourage you to. Even if you disagree with them, there's a value in it. In the sense that if you disagree, it's good to at least understand what you're disagreeing with, right? So, in other words, if you disagree, hey, you could still learn just to be sure that you're kind of like, okay, I get exactly what they mean. I can strongman them. What is it? Steelman them, as they say. Eddie Dean says, Aron Ra, on the topic of helping others, it would help me emotionally if you show us one of those beautiful creatures behind you. I'm looking to get my first snake. Which would you suggest as a starter? That's a fun question.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. I have a wall of snakes behind me. If anybody's curious.
Oh, geez.
I used to say that it was corn snakes who would be the easiest ones, but I realize it's ball pythons.
I got Indiana Jones aversion here, where I'm just like, I hate snakes.
Slow. They're easy to take care of. They have very few requirements. You want to make sure that you
maintain
the temperature and humidity and all that.
30 seconds.
But it's really easy. They're sluggish. They're derpish. They don't run away from
derpish.
You like corn babies.
I got a derpy snake.
I'm more importantly, I want to add to something.
I'm a snake.
I have debated a number of people that have been hugely frustrating with me because they lie. It's not just that we have a different opinion. The people I argue with usually openly, overtly lie. And so far, Stuart and I have just had a different...
We're pausing it. Let's go. Come on, chat. All right. This is a team activity. Hell yeah.
It's opinion.
Thank you for being here.
I still think I can help him, but he hasn't actually lied that I caught.
Thank you for that.
Cheers.
I still think I can find lies in his sermon from last week.
Appreciate your authenticity, Aron. And
I can't think of a debate where somebody hasn't just come out and bald-faced lied. And
I appreciate you guys.
I've been able to call him on it.
So I also appreciate you guys understanding why I need to dip out on that one. It's just easier if I just turn my screen off at this point. But yeah, if I turn this chair around, I have been reading up very, very closely on the TOS on this. So
it's important to mention.
I very much appreciate that. And
I mean, isn't that crazy that I got this bubbling machine right here that just makes so much noise? I have to, I mean, it's crazy because I have to turn off my camera just to deal with it. But yeah, whenever I get too close to it, it makes me cough a little bit. So just so you know, like, it's a little bit too much of the mist. It just kind of hits me in the throat, you know?
Secondly, I get from a lot of people that I'm one step away from atheism. So I don't know if that is if that's connected or not.
Well, I mean,
all right. Well,
that seems like you have a fucking pretty decent worldview as far as like you're almost there, but it's that little bit of just like, I just need this. I just need this. Trust me, I was there.
Convention is in April. See you there.
I was waiting. Dubai.
This one from Samir Farsane says, not true, Aron. Would you like a clip of Lawrence Krauss himself insisting, yeah, nothing, no space, no time, no matter, not even quantum fluctuations?
Yeah, not even quantum fluctuations. No, that's not. I've seen his talk a number of times.
Modern day politics really just needs to get rid of the green screen and just get a backdrop. It is embarrassingly distracting.
I've talked to him about this a number of times. But I don't remember him ever saying that there was not even quantum fluctuations, because his position depended on that.
This one coming in from Franco Trujillo strikes again, says, Aron, would you like heaven if you weren't stuck there for eternity? So like a temporary visit.
When I was 12, I remember praying to God to spare me that. Just let me die. Like we're supposed to. Don't make me have to sit through an eternity.
I remember the first time that I actually did comprehend eternity, and it kind of broke me, where I was just like, wait, but then why are we here for such a short time? And then like the elementary questions do start coming out, but they matter, because you're just like, well, do I just choose which body I want? And everybody's like, no, you're about your mid-30s because that's your peak form. And it's just like, oh, that's just when everybody has, like, that's when they're their favorite selves, apparently.
You got it? This one. Oh, but I think they were saying, like, they said, let's say you could just be a temporary visit instead. So, like,
there isn't anything remotely
like Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Feeling about heaven.
I'm sorry. They Melvined me.
At all. I want nothing to do with
You
it.
guys have never seen Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. It's actually a pretty funny ass movie. Also, Keanu Reeves. Yes, sir. That's my favorite.
What if
That's my
Stewart's
dude.
there?
Shadow the Hedgehog. December 20th. I am probably going to go see that stupid movie.
Ooh. Spice it up a little.
This one from Harrison Bridges says, Aron, please accept my friend request on Facebook. You got a fan out there. And then
I gotta go let my dog out.
Cloud Jr. says, for Aron, please explain in detail how and why Christianity was legalized under Constantine and spread during his reign.
Constantine found the strategic value in the emerging cult of Christianity. And whereas it had been under the Romans, it was illegal to be a Christian up to a certain point. When Constantine adopted that, within 70 years, it became illegal to be anything other than a Christian.
You got it. And this one coming in from, do appreciate it, Hill Hugger says, for Stuart, how did words and sound exist before our universe did? And how do you know this?
I said without human beings, rational logic would exist. And I was saying that most people would buy into that type of reasoning because you don't just get rationality and reason just from us talking. We think we get it from an outside source, most likely.
You got it. Phaetor Mephitis, thank you for your, is that how you saying it right? Phaeton Mephitis says, do either debaters believe that what we understand or see as our existence could be the product of an ancient higher life form? Maybe like a simulation, if there were aliens from a billion years
I don't know what a higher life form is, but I'm going to say no.
Agreed.
You got it. This one coming in from, you guys agree. All right. This one from Jay says, Stuart, do you believe it's possible that the universe could be eternal? Well, I think I asked that.
God,
Forgive
people
me.
have no imagination.
Yeah.
It's-
This one from
Yeah.
the Grim Skeptics. We got that one. This one from Notion Slave says, atheists. We got that one. Eddie Dean, thanks for your question, says, got that one as well. Harrison Bridges says, Stuart asked why he would take the time out of his day to help someone else.
The
Sounds
politics,
very
high-spirited. Yeah. I actually was toying with just doing the HI. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see where we sit after 1,000. I'll be completely open with you guys. I found out that I could also just tell you what's going on. After I hit 1,000, then I get kind of run through YouTube's checks a little bit harder. So I've got to find out the future of the name of the channel. Well, the channel is always going to be Pep Talks. I'm at the show. So
we got that one.
But for now, High on Politics stays.
Did we get that one? I think I asked that. Forgive me. I think I asked that.
Yeah.
This one from the Grim Skeptics. We got that one. This one from Notion Slave says, atheists. We got that one. Eddie Dean, thanks for your question, says, got that one as well. Harrison.
Real quick, actually, I asked YouTube already, but for Twitch, if you guys want to recommend something, feel free.
Bridges says Stewart asked why he would take the time out of his day to help someone else. Sounds very self-serving. P.S. We got that one. Did we get that one? Sorry, guys. I got that, like, my eyes are jumping from line to line. Did you hear it, Stuart?
What about the self-serving?
Bubble machine is wild, y'all. LMAO dog.
Oh, yeah.
I just got... My chat was buffering for a second there, and then I just got
Let me
that.
just 2 moments. I'm loading this puppy up. They said... I think that's a troll chat in the comments, so ignore that, folks. This one from... They said Stewart asked why he would take the time out of his day to help someone else. Sounds very self-serving.
Yes! Thank you. Right there.
Oh, I think that it might have been when you were saying...
When I hit 1K, will I sing...
like on assuming a secular, like an atheist naturalist position. I think as rhetorically you were saying, like, so why should I help someone? You were asking that question to Aron, and I think that they were meaning that you personally were saying, like,
can I just ask, why does everybody keep asking if I'll sing?
On your own worldview.
Like, Jim, you're not the only one who's asked that. Anna's asked that too.
You don't like helping people. Does that make sense?
No.
If you really are selfish and you really don't want to help people, buy a sports car or a motorcycle and have that as be your only transport. If you make the mistake of doing as I did and buy a truck, you're going to help people move.
A lot. A lot. Yep.
That's the worst.
Oh my God, when I had a work truck. Oh, that sucked.
This one from Charles Lehner says, why it matters. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. I think that's... This one got addressed,
the universe
Charles.
Didn't begin to exist.
Yep. Aron is of the position that it's eternal. Daniel Seamster says, mind learning evolution from Dr. Hovind. Okay.
Convicted fraud Hovind, not doctor.
They say Aron Ra? Question mark. I think they mean, like, what are your thoughts on this? I think we just heard them. Any other thoughts? Mind. I don't know what they mean by mind learning evolution from Dr. Hovind. I know who Dr. Hovind's supposed to be, but I don't know what they mean by mind
Stuart,
learning.
isn't that a blissful thing? James doesn't know who Dr. Hovind is supposed to be. What kind of a sheltered world does he live in?
No, I know who that is. This, I was saying, I don't understand the...
Hovid's not coming back on.
Yeah. There's a lot of... But anyway, this one from Jay says, Aron, when you believed in God, did you ever believe he talked to you? If so, looking back now, who was talking to you?
No, I never felt that. And I was always confused by it. And I was like, the people who would say that God spoke to them, I was just like, I always kind of felt like, what? Because we had like a mix where I would have very new agey teachers and pastors who would just say, no, it's that's what I was going with, the inspired feeling, where it's just like, when you feel a good feeling, that's God. And I'm like, well, what about the bad feeling? They're just like, well, that's the devil testing you. It's just like, I don't like, what? I'll never forget the day when they, no bullshit, looked me in the eye in junior year of high school, and they dead ass said, fucking dinosaurs were put here to test your faith. Like Satan. Satan is a time-traveling demon who would scatter different bones at different time periods. Like, they believed in carbon dating, but they didn't believe in dinosaurs. Oh, I still can't believe that shit. Like, I still can't believe that.
Okay, well,
God, I remember. I'll
never
never forget the day it happened, and just how many of us just were like, she say what?
I asked one question in my prayer. I asked one question of God that I can honestly say is answered, And it was the prayer I alluded to earlier. I challenged him to, because I read the Bible for the first time. Well, not the whole thing. I didn't get very far into it before I threw it across the room in disgust, because it obviously wasn't the words of his.
Yeah, well, then you're not as cool as me there, bro. 2 times in.
Being.
One time was academic because they made me. The second time I was like, you know what? I'm going to read this on my own. I want to call them on their bullshit. And guess what? You want to become one of like the best debate lords. I mean, if you being a debate lord's your thing and you're an atheist, just read the Bible and get into it and like actually study, like not Bible study. I'm just saying, like, just read it and then go, huh? Because when you get that, huh? That's when a Christian will just kind of look at you and be like, yeah, but that's where you're missing the faith. You got to have the faith and then the text.
Wasn't a God of wisdom and love and all of that. I in the privacy of my own room, just like it says in Matthew, I prayed to God to justify the horror and atrocity and ignorance and stupidity.
Guys, I just had a very real moment where looking at him, I'm like, I hope that I'm not looking at me in 20 years.
Attributed to
I mean, blue goatee and all.
In the Bible. And that if you would not...
God willing, I'll still have this... Well, God will.
Do that. How the Bible got him all wrong. And if
it's an ancient sci-fi novel. Okay.
One.
Not a very well edited one, I'll tell you that much.
Then he could not have my soul. I was ready to damn myself to hell rather than be in the presence of and have to be subservient to an evil despot.
Mm-hmm.
And I can honestly say that that prayer was answered, because the entirety of my life experience after that has proven again and again and again, almost daily, that the Bible is a load of crap, that it got everything wrong, including God, if there was one.
You got it? This one from...
Guys. Is it picking it up? Because, man, he is snoring loud. And, like, it just... I was like, what the... It sounded like there was something in my ducts.
Okay,
I was like, what the hell?
I think that's the troll chat.
My
Let me
ducting.
load another one. But just give you Stuart's email. If you want to talk this one, I want to say, remind you folks that our guests are linked in the description. Samir Farsain says, Aron, have you considered...
He is out, man.
What if it's not God's fault?
He's sleepy.
What if...
Yeah, he went outside and he like came in and he looked at the door and he just knew exactly where he was going. So
it's humans' fault.
I know that he, while I let his sister out, it was kind of funny. I did see that he was just kind of standing there. I'm like, oh, we got a pet cam. Yay.
Wasting our lives trying to disprove his existence instead of seeking him.
I don't know anybody who tries to disprove God's existence.
No.
Again, this shifting.
No, again, that's a weird way of looking at it. And no, that honestly... that's some cope right there, because no, the whole thing is asking just like, well, I would love some of this proof, but you guys don't have any outside of this, you gotta have faith.
The burden of
like
proof.
It always comes down to that.
You're making an assertion that there's a thing. I say, okay, show me. Well, I can't show you. You got to prove there's not. No, that's not how.
No, that's not how exactly. That's not how evidence works.
This works.
I have not watched this.
This one from Eddie Dean says, if all knowledge...
You ever see now? Watching this has made me just kind of refresh my talking points and go, apparently they were not that bad. Apparently, like, I did have some really good takeaways. Like, and a lot of other sensible people read the same thing I did and went, no, what?
Science and religion were to be wiped off the earth in 2,000 years, the same science would emerge, but different religions. Do you both agree?
I do.
I do, because I think that at some point, like, with an absence of faith, people will just start just worshiping the sun again. Does the creator thing work if the creator is a whale instead of a human? I mean,
Read the beginning of that question again.
Again, because they have the loophole where we're created in his image, so everybody just assumes. But then again, the Nephilim, look up here. This is one thing that I do love doing real quick. Give me one sec. Biblical angels. There we go. Any compromising info on there? Nope, we're good. Here. Yeah, not exactly what you would think. And ignore the humanoid ones. It's more like this. And also they actually it's actually more like this. Yeah, okay, we're still good. I had a moment the other day where I was just like, wait a minute, why is my info on there? So yeah, this is a biblically accurate angel. So assuming that, God doesn't look anything like that. Here we go.
2,000 years, science would.
I think they're saying like if all sort of documentation and even like internal knowledge or beliefs were wiped away regarding science and religion.
By the way, just while I have all you guys here, real quick, sound off what you guys think. Do you like this streamlined version of the stream, or do you kind of want a little more bells and whistles and maybe bring the chat on? I don't know. But yeah, just let me know what you guys think. I'm trying to take kind of like a chat poll. I should probably just set up a poll, but I'd rather just have you guys sound off.
And then like let's say we'd like started from a clean slate and like just restarted humanity with no belief or knowledge about these things. 2,000 years later, the same science would emerge. In other words, the same mainstream theories, like let's say the Big Bang or whatever it might be. They say, but different religions would take the place of, for example, these kind of the old religions of Christianity, Hinduism, etc.
Yep.
I mean, it's impossible to say, but I doubt it.
Yeah. It's not impossible.
He was an all-powerful whale floating in space,
there would
and then
definitely be different religions. But
I just picture the Purrgil from Star Wars, super nerd moment. But
yeah,
if you know,
they wouldn't be the old ones.
It depends what would history have been totally different? Yeah, if history would have.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wish I would have watched the whole thing because I started this about halfway, but I'm enjoying this. There's 2 of these that somebody sent me, and they did it with the intent where they were like, no, I think you would have very good opinions about this. So I was like, okay, cool. But once I saw the timestamp, I was like, that's almost a whole stream. So
we're talking about if all knowledge of history was.
Sorry. You like the streamline format? Cool. I appreciate that.
Why?
Cool.
Somehow people with no knowledge of history are surviving.
Thank you. I will keep it at this then. I like it too. I've been watching more streams with people that just have the streamline look, and I like it.
A global nuclear war, say. And
the one thing I do want is I'm going to put like a little dono thing where it'll pop up anytime that somebody, gives a donation, and then it's going to be, come on, like, how am I going to be Pep Talks and not have a mild to spicy meter? Like, what? Like, not having the Scoville readout? Come on, like, that would just be dumb.
Come out in a new world from that.
I got to have that.
Eventually, they're going to figure out how things work, how nature works, and so and they're going to find evidence in the dirt.
Ow.
The same science will emerge, but it would be different religions.
No, I don't think so. Some of them, yes, but not the true religion.
All
right.
I'm sorry. That was.
This one coming in from Harrison Bridges says, Stuart, how old do you think the Earth is? And follow up.
Man, he is just cup after cup ready to go.
Mitochondria evolved outside of our
My man's a professional.
Cell.
Streamlined, convoluted, grid format. What you looking at? Duke, I don't know what you mean with these buzzwords you keep yapping, streamer man.
4.6 and no.
Dance, monkey, dance.
You got it.
roughly 4.6 for the best that I know of it, trusting in experts. And yes, because mitochondria started out as a rickettsia bacteria. So it precedes our cells.
Mm-hmm. You got it. This one from Sailman.
That's for all viruses.
Hey, Aron, what necklace are you wearing? And do you like Norse mythology?
Yes, I have Norse ancestry, and I am wearing Mjolnir. I've never been asexual.
Oh God, we really are. See, I don't wear Mjolnir. I actually just have some runes that I wear occasionally.
A neo-pagan spiritualist at one point.
Yeah. Wow, is this just something that happens when you get out of religion, that you're trying to find something, but then you go through it all, and then you're just there, and you're like, nah, it's very mundane, it's very sad, but at the same time, very freeing.
I hung with a lot of Wiccans, but I never identified as Wiccan and never identified as asexual.
I mean, in my case, I was when I got right when I got out of religion, I became a practicing Rastafarian for about 2 years before I actually lost full on, just went nah.
So I never had any particular belief,
but I formally renounced my Christian faith, and that everybody always says this. They're like, excommunication is very rare. I'm like, not in the evangelical church and school system, where excommunication is the only way that you can expel a kid. So,
or interest in, sadly, Norse mythology, but I do have the Mjolnir, and I do like my Viking heritage.
The religious guy creeps me out, and the atheist guy definitely owns a sword.
You got it. With that, I think that's all of the questions. We do want to let
he strikes me as the Claymore type.
Our guests go, as we're already over time. So we want to say a huge thank you to both Aron and Stuart. It's been a true pleasure to have you guys here tonight.
That was fun.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Aron.
Oh, okay. You know what? Distracting. Thank you for recommending that. That was I hope that if he's not here, he sees this at some point. But that was a really good recommendation. I appreciate that one. All right, let's get because we are in the post 420 era of the program. So that just means chill, chat, have a little bit of fun here, and then we can watch whatever the hell we want to watch. So Twitch chat, I appreciate, man. Okay, so I started with a whole lot. There were, a lot of people just hung around today. I'm shocked. Thank you, whoever rated me. Thank you so much. Like, for real. Thank you. I didn't really know how that worked. So when I saw that, you made a boy blush, and I appreciate it. Also, I really appreciate everybody following me, man. We're pushing them numbers. I thank you so much, guys. Like, I'm gonna just have this little moment just to say thank you so much. I'm very humbled right now, so thank you. Jim and Skinham, I got rated on Twitch. Yeah, I got rated at the very beginning of my show today. That was nuts. But if you were talking rated, no, I have been rated. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks hard, man. And I may have been doing naughty shit. So this was back when a certain something was illegal. So I had a situation. But all good. I'm all good. Excuse me. Who rated me? Goth something here. Let me see. Hunger Games. Hunger Games. Oh my God! Why is this not working? Go. Up. Oh, wait. Duh. It's right here. I'm so dumb. I was rated by Matt United with help from Adrian Vixen, who I believe is a mod for the for TY, or she used to be a mod for TYT. No. Oh, sorry, Matt, you didn't raid me. I didn't raid. Okay, no, so she did. Okay, sorry, I'm still all right. Adrian did it. Cool. I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you for the correction. I was kind of like, a little embarrassing, but at the same time, I've been here for 4 days and I have never used Twitch really. I hate to say I'm a little new to that angle of things because I don't know, man. I tried to keep all this stuff uncluttered. It's also why I don't have an Instagram because I don't need one more thing to do that stuff, like to do the social stuff. And I've had a few people even call me out for like, oh, you do know that like having more social media presence would really help your channel. I'm like, yeah, but that also is a sacrifice I don't want to make. Gotta call them out. It's customary. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so there we go. Thank you for now that's thank you. So then they them. Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, thank you. So Adrian, them, they is I wish more people would do that. To be completely honest, I think I might have to start being like, can you use your pronouns? Because I can only use dude and man so many times before I do fuck up and feel real bad. So that was a genuine just oopsie, my bad. Yeah, nothing meant by it. But no, shout out to I want to get the name right entirely. Where are they? I almost did it again. Adrian Vixen. Shout out to you for rating me on Twitch. I'll have a better way of saying that. That is but no, thank you. Jim, I have a handler actually. Rectangles is my handler, if you must know. So if you have any problems, take it up with her. All right. Oh, dude, I bit my tongue so bad. It hurts. When I first started watching Twitch, it was hard for me to keep up with all the pronouns. Yeah, the thing is, it's not that hard for me to keep up with. It's more so with people not sounding off. It's kind of like the way that you lose Try not to like lisp with it because, dude, I bit the tip of my tongue so hard that, yeah, I don't want to lose myself. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get some cold beverage on it because it. Oh. If you make the big time, you will be sleeping with those people. They're big swappers. Where the hell did you think? Yo, just because I made a upside down pineapple joke doesn't mean that I'm a swapper. Yo, no. No pink flamingos in this yard. No. It's so funny to me when I do see an upside down pineapple. I'm just like, I know what that means. Just like, oh, freaky. This is the thing. I do not kink shame. I do not like, I'm curious, but I also want to be respectful. So I try not to go too far with stuff like that. Maybe call that my Christian sensibility, my ex-Christian sensibilities, but I'm also like, kind of vanilla in that way where I'm like, there is a Twitch pronoun Chrome ad that will tell you what people's pronouns are if you are using a computer. Oh, no shit. Okay, thank you, Hunger Games, for that. I am trying, guys. I am trying. Ooh. I feel like I need to get ice. You ever done that where you feel like you might have accidentally bit like the tip of your tongue off? No, I didn't. I'm good. It's just red. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. I hate the. I'm so weird like that where I've had really bad injuries, right? Where I'm just like, ugh, ow, ow. And they're like, how are you not screaming right now? I'm like, I don't know. But then shit like this, I'm just like, ah. It hurts. Oh God. Okay, so as far as the pronouns go, though, I think that I'm okay as long as you get it. But also, Maddie, seriously, thank you for helping me with this. Like, this is awesome. You guys haven't even been on Twitch a week, and I feel like I have so much like help and support, and yeah, man. Also, haven't even been on YouTube that long for my new followers here. I only started what? Duke, how long I've been here? You were part of pretty much my first stream, so I feel like it's only been 2 weeks. I've been 3. I'm gonna check. I'm actually gonna check. 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago. Oh, yeah. This will be the 4th. Actually, yeah. Today is the 4th week right now. Because I started on a Friday. Okay, so here. This is super embarrassing to ask. All right, boomer moment. When I raid somebody, I have to do that at the end of stream, right? Like, I could just Google this, but I feel like, why not? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You also have to press send. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Like, I'm not even kidding. Walk my, like, half boomer ass through that because at this point, fuck, man. I'm a quick learner, though. Once I do it once, it's pretty much mastered. I said, do it. God, I'm a fucking child. I'm never gonna grow out of that. Ever. Ever. You called them a rectangle. No, I called them a wrecked angels. I thought it was wrecked angel. And it wasn't a rectangle. It was rectangles. Trust me. I know how bad I fucked that up. Trust me. The sad part is, she's a friend of mine, so I'm kind of like, oops. Rectangle. You don't think they are going to get revenge soon? No. Well, number one, don't mess with her. She is a very, very good mod. So, all I can say is do not cross her. She's good at what she does. Speaking of, all right, Duke of Bread or rectangles. That was when White Jesus was born. Now he smokes weed and tries to read politics. All right. She's appreciating this, so I'll just say it was just so funny. She's just like, what is happening? She's like, what happened? I love it. Okay. What is... Okay. Whoa, shit. Okay, I like bent down to check my screen. Oh, hey, you gave me the oh my god. One Piece pirate flag. Cool. Okay. Can I give you guys... I'm gonna break some hearts here. Never seen One Piece. Never watched it. Like, I've seen it. I've never watched, like, the series all the way through. I have... Actually, one of my friends compiled the manga for me, so I'm just gonna go through the manga. They said that it's the best way to do it, and, like, to get everything. They said it's, like, also just, like, awesome. I watched the first episode of the Netflix... So I'm interested. Okay, but I had the same problem where, just in general, where I have so many interests that I just sometimes am like, okay, I need to like put a cap on this, because at that point I was still in the middle of watching Naruto. But Dragon Ball is like also. I mean, come on. Comfort food is comfort food for a reason, and Dragon Ball also, when Dragon Ball Super came out, was that was an event. That's a big event for me. Watch the live action one. It's actually pretty decent. I got like 200 episodes into One Piece and gave up. Yeah, see, that's that's the problem. 200 episodes for me, even 25 minutes long or even 15 minutes long, like without, like, nah, I'm sorry. It's a bit much. Especially when because like now, also full disclosure, I've been trying to watch from the beginning of Dragon Ball all the way to the end of Super, so, or, well, Daima now, but yeah, I don't know. It's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm at the end of the Cell Saga right now. Duke of Brett's like over 1,000 episodes. Yeah, that's what I remember seeing that. I was like, what? But the manga, there's only like two. I feel like I might get this number wrong. It was like a couple hundred. So that's doable to me. Okay, that I can work with. Actually, like, my favorite anime is Trigun. Trigun's my favorite anime. Vash the Stampede, Love and a Peace. If you haven't watched it, do it. Just do yourself a favor and go do it right now. Just download it. It's one of my favorite animes of all time. That and Cowboy Bebop. And Samurai Champloo. And soon to be Lazarus, because it's all done by the same guy. So I know I'll like that. He also made the new Lupin movie. It was really good. As you can see, I'm into anime, but I'm into, like, old anime. Like, I'm a Gundam. Like, I love Gundam. Gundam's like, yeah, I love Gundam. Gundam Requiem, awesome series on YouTube on Netflix. I like short anime, like 5 seasons. Like, yeah, Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop, Space Dandy, Outlaw Star. I was also a Toonami guy, so, you know, there's that. But no, I'm with you. I'm actually with you on that. That's why I think I also, like, kind of still, well, not so much anymore. Tenchi Muyo is a weird watch now. Like, I remember trying to watch that, and I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. This show is weird. He's a kid. And then, like, waifu is, like, yeah, she was like 1,000 years old, and they even called her Granny Waifu. I was like, oh, this is weird. Anything Studio Ghibli is cool. I am not super into anime. Oh, I mean, come on. That's art. I don't even consider that just anime. That's art. Like, that's high art. Yeah, I love me some Totoro. God. The Boy and the Heron. Ooh. If you guys want to get a little teary-eyed, that movie will do it. That one got me. Let's see. What else do I like? There's a few other animes that I'm into. Oh, Dan to Dan. I just started it, but I haven't had time to sit down and just catch up with it. I think I'm gonna try and do that this weekend though. So yeah, I really want to watch that. Damn, I have started Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, but keep falling off. I really need to finish both of them. I know they are not long. I like Death Note. Yeah, no, yeah. Death Note. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. The Death Note anime, like just the original, because I know that they did something recently that was even outside the live action ones where I was like, I don't know about that. Yeah, I also, I don't know. I'm not into Boruto or any of that crap. Like, to me, Naruto ended during the Toby fight. That was pretty much when the end of Naruto hit for me. I like JoJo. JoJo was okay. I never really got big into it. I like the stylistic flair that they were going for, but it was just like, I couldn't get into the show. Baki was another one that I actually ended up liking from Netflix. Like, that show's just crazy. It's kind of like JoJo's. It's got a little bit of that like crazy anime look to it, but it also it's pretty cool. God, I feel like I'm forgetting something, and it's like, how can you? You ever done that where you're just like, but it's no, I think because Trigun, Samurai Champloo, Kivant, Bobo, what? What? No, I don't know that. Okay, now now I'm like, Nani? No, I if you could get a hall pass, who is your YouTube celebrity pick? Don't say Hassan Dog either. Hassan's dog? Does it have to be a YouTube celebrity? I think she's a YouTube celebrity. No, my hall pass. Sasha Banks. She's Mercedes Moné in MONE in AEW. Look her up. Wait, I'll look her up. I'll do this one with you guys. This one's okay. All right. I'm all right with this. Sasha. You guys asked for this. You asked for this. Thank you for asking for this. Wait, where is it? Where's the picture? Oh, you're gonna do this to me? Wait. Alright. Hold on. This is being stupid. Jim, this might be the last show. Well, per my wife. No, hey, she's cool. Like this, you asked what my hall pass was. I'm just being honest. She's my hall pass. She's my hall pass. Get your own. Yeah, she's a women's wrestler, if you don't know. She is also Snoop Dogg's cousin. Just a random little fact. Yeah. That's my hall pass. I don't know. YouTube celebrity? I don't really follow YouTube celebrities, to be honest. I mean, I used to think Shuon Head was pretty cute until she, like, turned into a reprehensible just human being and like really actually Anna Kasparian, I would say the same thing about her. Like, she got uglier like the more like she just lost it. So Just don't name another YouTuber, please. I'm not gonna name another YouTuber. Duke of Bread. Oh my god. I'm almost crying. No. I'm just honest. What? I know you guys are trolling a little bit, but I'm just like, hey, topic, content, what's up? I don't care. At Samurai, wait, Samurai Destroyer, what's up? How's it going, bud? Or I call everybody bud, dude. We just went through this with the pronouns thing, so I was like, oh, you know what? As long as everybody knows that I'm just kind of a bit of a silly goose. So Samurai Destroyer, how is it going? Also, Samurai Destroyer, welcome, and I'm going to welcome you properly. Oh my, not trolling, bad for branding. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, sorry. Well, then I will not name another YouTuber. But wait, Rect, was Sasha okay? Is it okay just to let you know? Like, come on. That's what I like. Even my wife would just be like, yeah, you really like Sasha Banks. I mean, she does call herself the boss. Nah. Also, I'm curious, what is your political view, if you don't mind answering? No, not at all. I'm a I keep saying the left-leaning thing. Fuck it. I'm a leftist YouTuber, but I try to report from like not even the center. Like, I'm trying to get all the perspectives, especially, you know, from sources now, since that's where we need to go. But also, the one sponsor I have is Ground News, and they are very good at aggregating the news. So I try to help with that. But yeah, because I'm left leaning, yeah, there's a little bit of a spin there, but interesting. Yeah. I'm also, I'm pretty easygoing as far as like, yeah, if you want to debate, as long as it's in, you know, God, I hate the term good faith because it's been overused online now, but I do mean that. Like, if you're in good faith and just, you know, not a dick. Like, I've encountered some people that are just straight up dicks. Nope, he's a lib. He has an auto pet feeder. I don't have one yet. I was talking about getting one. I'm not a good debater. Don't worry about it. I'm centrist. Oh, cool. No, it's okay. You are welcome here. I do not hate centrists by any means. Oh, Ground News. I've heard it. I heard it is good to be unbiased. Yeah. Here, I'll show you real quick. Just do the quick little briefing on it. OpenAI fires back against Musk. Claims he wanted OpenAI for profit. Ooh. So real quick, this is Ground News. This is I like how simplistic the layout is. It's very, very user-friendly. The way that they break it down, you got the bars here. They give you the percentages of who's reporting on it. They also break down exactly who is reporting on it. So like when you click on an article, you go over here, you can see in the center here that most of them are just your average like center. And then you just have like the little bit of a pivot, like lean left, lean right. On other stories, they'll just give you like the full, like 100% leaning right stories, like these ones, like the Ernst bill. Preposterous Biden administration extends liability protections to COVID-19 vaccine. No wonder that's right-leaning. But the thing is, what I like about this is none of this would pop up on my feed in any regard. Like, all of this would be buried because of the algorithms. So I really, really, really enjoy it. So, but also, yeah, wanted to be in full disclosure that I am also sponsored by them. So, That's ground news, and that's the segment as far as that goes. I don't like that mainstream media are being very biased. Well, yeah, it makes things very, very hard to cut through. But actually, I would argue that the algorithm is what's making it harder. Like, our own tastes are kind of what's making it harder to get, like, all the news out there, and also just kind of getting other perspectives, because the algorithm then just keeps you in your bubble, shows you what you want to see. So that's where I come in. I do try to break through that. That's also why I'm very proud to have that sponsor, because I didn't want to be sponsored content. I do identify kind of as a socialist, so where I'm like, having sponsored content's a little problematic, especially when you're like that. But at the same time, as a leftist on YouTube, it's like I'm trying to make it so. I'm a social dem. Yeah, I mean, some people call me a sock dem, but I don't know. What do you guys think? God, I feel like my position on the oh my god, the Overton window. Jesus, I had one of those moments. It's shifting because they're shifting the window. No, I guess I'm a socialist. Yeah. Well, socialist Democrat, or well, I don't like the Democrat part because I don't like being lumped in with those nudniks right now. I'm a socialist leftist. Thank you, Samurai Destroyer, for actually being so inquisitive about it and just asking up front. I appreciate that. Also, if you haven't followed already, please do, if you enjoy this content. Well, I'm not on the left, honestly, but I'm more open to ideas for social democracy because I support the market. No problem. Cool. Yeah, I got libertarians in here. I dare say I'm a bit of a chill guy that just likes democratic socialist. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not a sock dem. I'm a dem sock. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of over just like, why do I have to pick a side? Well, pick a side, like pick a term is more so it, like, but I guess it is true where, yeah. I also just, I'm not as comfortable with kind of lumping myself in because I feel like everything is shifting a little bit. So depends on the sponsor, and if you have editorial control, it's not inherently problematic. Take a sponsor on the left. The right will try to limit you if you don't accept it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of why I was playing that. I was just kind of like, it doesn't matter whether you are a dem sock dem, you are a chill guy to me. Cool. Appreciate that, Samurai Destroyer. Also, oh, Sasha's fine. Yes. Okay, cool. Can we look at her some more? No, I'll be good. Now the cold hurts. Man. That one depends on your... Oh, sorry. That just came in. I don't know. Also, like, here's the reason that I get like that is because it depends on who you ask in my life. Like, god damn. Like, I've had so many conversations where they're just like, you're so far left. Then I've had other people just be like, no, you're kind of centrist. I was called an enlightened centrist when I started this because I was like kind of promoting Kamala's campaign. So I don't know. I think that I'm pretty consistent in my my views and my morals. I try. Like I also am willing to not like shift my positions as much because I do feel pretty like strong in my convictions in that regard, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to like try and see it from a different perspective to maybe just be like a little bit more charitable, if you know what I mean. Diet Republican never works. People will choose the real thing or nothing. That's true. That's very true. I have noticed that. God. Yeah, so many times in my, like, that's like the Joe Rogan thing, because I have a lot of people, like, I hate to say like the Joe Rogan effect, but it is kind of like that, where I just equate a lot of my friends as just like normal people that don't like, they don't delve into political content. They barely think of about elections, but when it does come time to actually think about that stuff, I would kind of consider them diet Republican, mostly because, but they're also diet Democrat, because like, I guess this is diet centrist now that I really break it down, because they only care about who's in power and then just being like, this is a referendum on them. So the fact that like the working class was getting so fucked, that's why my friend, like, who is, I consider apolitical, that's why he even said, yeah, I'm gonna vote for Trump just because it's different. I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, look, the Biden thing didn't work. Let's see if this works. I'm like, and then I have to try and be charitable and be like, well, he doesn't watch all the news and blah, blah, blah. His vote does count just as much, which also, Duke of Bread, 100%. The game of Monopoly was intended to teach you that the free market capitalism ends in a winner takes all. Yep. Yeah, I know. It's the only time I've ever seen my grandma, like, mad is when we were playing Monopoly. I was winning, and she did the classic flip the board. I don't want to play this anymore. It's very funny. God. Family Uno nights used to be fucking cutthroat, dude. Oh my God. I remember like the joy that, certain family members would have in their like eyes when they would slap that like pick 4. It's like, damn. And then they'd throw another one, pick 4, swap color, bam. It's like, what the Samurai Destroyer, I suck at Monopoly. Don't worry about it. We all kind of do. I think that's part of the game too, is you're supposed to kind of suck at it. That's why I think it is annoying where like you get that one guy in your family that, is good at math, also probably knows a little bit too much about, the stock market, and he's just like, well, look what I have. It's just like, well, I will smoke everyone in an hour, shortest, most aggressive Monopoly player ever. Nice. Damn, Matt, that's some confidence. I appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate that. I would make my family play Risk for weeks at a time when I was a kid. I almost said something really mean. Dude. Just knowing your family situation, I was kind of like, oh, maybe that's why your family doesn't. But it's like, you don't talk to your family. It's like, do you support Bernie Sanders? Do you think he will create a social democratic party like in Europe? I hope so. And yes, I do. I do support Bernie. So people throw fists at my Monopoly. I even know which spots are I'm most likely to land on. God, you're that guy. I don't like playing games with people like you, because that means it's just like, oh, they've already got it mapped out. But this is why chess is the game. Chess is the game to play. I'm just kidding. I even know I play online. You don't want the smoke. Actually, Matt, one of these days, you know what? I might do a chess match with you on stream. That'd be fun. Oh, if you're talking Monopoly, then no, I do not want this smoke, because although that'd be funny, I don't know, play a Monopoly game on stream. That could be funny, actually. Get 4 streamers to do it. I would smoke. You would smoke me at chess. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably would. Sorry. Not trying to be overconfident, but yeah. It's like the one game that that and Solitaire, I play those very recreationally, but at the same time, like I go game after game after game after game, and yeah, my win record's pretty good. So I'm not one of those guys though. That's just like, yeah. Let's say this. Timed, like the timed games. Ooh. Ooh. Especially if I'm hitting the Benjamin. That could be a problem. That could be a problem. Oh, hey, we got 35 followers over on Twitch now. Damn. Look at that. Smoked that goal. Old man in the park playing chess, bragging about his YouTube years. Ah, that's me. Back in my day. Did you know that I was once a YouTuber? I had almost 1,000 subscribers. Before I bragged about chess a little bit too much. That's what put me in this park. You see? Checkmate. Hassan is offline. Doesn't look like a bunch of people joined. Huh? I mean, out of the 70 that were here, I mean, 10, 15? Something like that? I don't know. I'm not... listen, I'm still one of those guys where I'm happy just getting one. So, you know, I also don't look at, like... I've had some people kind of try and troll me about, like, you know... my numbers, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I got my crew here. I'm happy. Sasha, shame it ended so soon. Why would you shame me over Sasha? That's ridiculous. How dare you? I fully intend on being an old man playing chess in the park. Also maybe like a folk band with a banjo and rocking it. Ooh, see, now I would do that. I like me a banjo. 12 string. I'll get a banjo and a 12 string. We'll play some String Cheese Incident. It'll be awesome. Samurai Destroyer. Why did Bernie Sanders lose 2 Democratic elections? His policies seem to be popular. It's because they are so popular, and the Democratic establishment didn't want him to win, so they kind of kneecapped him. Yeah, because thank you. But yeah, that's essentially the long and short of it. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks because, like, realistically, he is just kind of populist, and like the thing is, in the realm of leftism, he's not even that far left, to be real. Like, yes, he's one of the farthest, like, mainstream politicians we have, but realistically, that's honestly sad. Not very democratic. Yep. Yeah, it sucks. Like, it sucks. Mute this yet? Damn it. I gotta update my mic. I gotta update my mic program. I don't want to do that. Do it after Scream. It's starting to feel a little bit better, but damn, man. Biting your tongue on stream was not fun. Because it's like, I have to talk more. Fun. Alright, where are we at? Alright, guys. What's that do? Gotta get another Mountain Dew. Which... I pretty much quit drinking soda until I started doing this again. And I was like, you know what? That little boost of sugar is just enough. I need to teach basic politics. I'm thinking my first video will be about that. Not a bad idea, Duke. Bite your tongue is a tongue-in-cheek saying. Wow, you've got a long stream so far. Great work. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually like pretty average for my streams here. So, I think that, yeah, I just did one last night that was like 8 hours. I think. Pretty sure it was 8 hours. Let me see. What did I cap out at last night? I was at 7:07. My longest stream has been 8 hours. My short streams are about 4 hours long, and yeah. So no, I'm pretty regular here too. Nice, that helps to get to affiliate. Oh no shit. Yeah, see, I don't know what it takes here. I'm already technically a YouTube partner, so I made that first, and then I was like, oh, now I'll go to Twitch. So, but no, thank you for that information, and also that little piece of, I would also just call it advice. So, perfect stream time and view count. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I'm looking for is kind of match that. Whatever works. Because again, the fact that you guys all showed up at the beginning of my stream, I was like, "What the hell?" YouTube's a little slower on that end, but even on YouTube, I got a decent little amount that show up. So my favorite part is my YouTube community is hilarious. Like, they are very, 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 very funny. So, as much as other YouTubers shit on their YouTube chat, nah, mine is hilarious. So far, pretty good stream. Thank you, Samurai. I really appreciate that, man. I appreciate all the feedback. Matt, to get a blue check, it's like 80 average viewers, but to get subs and bits, it's not that bad. Oh no. Oh, cool. I mean, yeah. Hey. Again, I've only been doing this for a little bit, so I think I got a pretty good outlook. I was shocked that I even have this much of an audience, to be honest. So, oh, thank you. Okay, so just got I've enjoyed the stream. Thank you, Squishmallow Dragon. 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 One sec. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, again, big thank you for the Twitch support, because yeah. Also, I probably shouldn't have waited so long to get on Twitch, but yeah. This is pretty hard to accomplish over here. Most people hover in the single digits for a long time. Really? No kidding. Really? I can be honest with you. I have 25 followers right now between my Twitch and my YouTube. So I'm pretty happy. Again, with somebody that, like, I would have been happy with one person watching. Yeah, Twitch is hard. That's it does not seem easy. It definitely has there's more of a learning curve than there was on YouTube, which is weird. It's so weird because everybody I talked to was telling me how much easier Twitch is. I'm like, I am totally experiencing the complete opposite of that. My damn tongue! I am sorry, guys. Oh. Do you smoke it or do you snort it? Hey. Jim, oh man, Jim's in a mood. Jim's in a mood. Jim, are you having Mountain Dews? Just, the actual Mountain Dews that they used to... Did you know that Mountain Dew actually was like it was like a mountain, like, whiskey drink for a long time? That's why they called it Mountain Dew. I don't know why I know this stuff, but I do. So. Don't ever get caught farting on your dog. That has ruined a lot of up-and-comers. If I get... Listen. You better be kidding. You better be kidding. I swear to God. If I get... do you know... I'm gonna just be out with it. I lost 4 subscribers from doing that. Thank you. Yeah. They were just like, oh, I feel like that was borderline animal cruelty. I was like, what? Okay. Ugh. Oh my God. All right, I need a Band-Aid on my tongue. It hurts. Ugh. No, it sucks is my drink is just not doing it anymore. Ugh. Also, I hate to say it, like, once Mountain Dew's not carbonated anymore, it's like... Eh. That ain't cool, man. Well, coming from you, Jim. Coming from you. That ain't cool, man. No, I'm being as open as I can be, but also... Samurai Destroyer, what's my favorite game? Favorite game? Alright, that's not fair. Like, my go-to, like, to play with people is Mario Kart. Which, sorry. But, God. I loved Zelda Tears of the Kingdom this year. That was probably one of my favorites. I like my Switch games. But no, like, ironically, it's kind of like Zelda, but I'm playing Sonic Frontiers right now. Favorite game? It's a hard one. Power Thought, what would Rush Limbaugh do? Oh. Definitely be snorting a little something. Ah! Did you know? Oh God, I used to be able to do a Rush Limbaugh impression. It used to make my dad laugh. Which is hard to do. Maybe that's why I remember it so much, is because it's like, oh, look at it! Look at that! He's laughing! Look! It's awesome! Lurk? Crap. Witcher, oh no, Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is probably my favorite game. Is that a good one? Even though, like, I haven't had the good ending yet. I'm good. Maybe that's what I should do for stream. Play a little Witcher 3. I wouldn't mind that. He was outrageous. Probably be blame women. Yeah, Rush Limbaugh did that for everything. Also, Robin B, what's up? It's good to see you. Oh, if you didn't know, I think you've been lurking in chat. I bit my tongue about a half hour ago, and legit, like, this is one of the worst ones I've had in a long time, and it's so hard to get past it and not, like, just lisp, and, like, I'm taking my time to make sure that I'm not, like, bite or putting it, like, anywhere near my teeth right now. As I said, I'm a child. But no, I appreciate you guys enjoying the stream. Also, yeah, coming up to 6 hours here. I think I'll be hopping off around... I'm in Chicago, so it's 9:30 here. So, or 9:37, I should say. So I'll probably be hopping off around 10. At the top of the hour. Also, if you haven't already, please follow me on Twitch, like the stream. That was hard to say. And follow or sub on YouTube. Subscribe. I really hope this doesn't hurt tomorrow. Everything's good here. Just wash the dog. Having a cut your tongue. Having a cut. Oh, it does. It does. It hurts. Like, it hurts. This one hurts. I appreciate you guys feeling bad for me because it's making me cope a little bit easier with it, where I'm just like, It was also the dumbest thing. Like, I was just talking. I wasn't even saying anything like, in a passionate, heated moment. I was just talking, and my teeth betrayed me. They betrayed me. Appreciate the patience, though, guys. Oh, man. I'm still thinking, Witcher 3 is still my favorite game. I love that game so much. Although Red Dead 2 is a really good game, too. Although, Samurai Destroyer, I'm going to be playing Alien Isolation on my members only stream, and then I'm also going to be playing Marvel Rivals because, I'm just getting into that. So, Rectangles, teeth gate. Yeah, no shit. Oh, so sharp. Yeah, it's kind of weird because now I'm afraid. Like, I'm having that moment where I'm like, I don't want to bite it again. I don't. If I keep talking, then it might happen again. I'm traumatized. Uh-oh. This is true trauma. No, as I said, I do appreciate you guys bearing with me because, Lord, it hurts. Some people claim wounds heal quicker if you let your dogs lick it. I'm not letting my dog lick my tongue, ass. My dog eats cat poop out of the cat box, and there's nothing I can do about it, okay? So, no. That's a big no. No. God. Squishmallow Dragon Teeth Gate. Ha 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 ha. God, this has become a thing now. Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, Duke of Bread, you're my internet historian. Put that in the lore sheet. Just check that one and then just put Teeth Gate. It will get you clicks. All right, Jim. You're the one who said that I need more fine women. I believe it was Duke who said that the cleavage was needed, which I was just like, what? Like, he added to it, but I was like, no, sorry. And then they're like, what about cats? I was like, I can't do the cat. Yeah, my cat is not allowed downstairs right now. He was a bad boy yesterday. He was scratching at stuff he should not have been scratching at. Is there anything worse than having one of the cutest cats on the world? I'm a New Yorker now, not inline, online. Oh yeah, fireworks, cleavage, and cats. I didn't say that, fake news. Okay, sorry, I got you mixed up with Jim and Skidham, my bad. Fake news! I didn't say that. I didn't say cleavage. All right. Note that, guys. Duke does not like cleavage. Put that in the notebook. That one's in the forever. Ugh. I just want to finish this. It's gross. What do we have here? Ooh. Hold on. Somebody sent me something through Discord. Let me check it. Nintendo seeing Luigi. Nintendo seeing why Luigi's trending. Samurai Destroyer, do you have any favorite political commentators? Yes, Majority Report are my my tops. The Then after that, I would say Matt Binder, and then I like Vosh. I know that he's problematic with some, but I enjoy watching his content. And Xander Hall. Xander Hall is one of the ones that I definitely recommend because he was smaller. I mean, dude, I've been watching that kid long time. Long time. And honestly, it's kind of cool to see him just like succeed in the space and just like become one of the bread tube guys. But I still don't understand where that bread tube thing came from. I know I've had it explained to me like once or twice, but it just like never stuck, where I was just like, okay. And then I go right back to like, where did that come from? But yeah, Samurai Destroyer. That's those are the political commentators that I like. I can tell you who I don't like. I'm not the biggest Destiny fan. I usually watch him just for like debates and his hot takes. But overall, not a fan. But I also like guys like David Dole, the Rational National. I do like the Surf Times. God, there's one more guy that I like. Oh yeah, Humanist Report. I gotta be honest, I'm pretty biased for the conservative commentator. Oh, that's fine. Like, so you watch conservative commentary? Like, so who's your favorite? Who do you watch? Because honestly, I'm like, dude, the fact that it's like different, hey, that's cool. It is true, but I didn't say that. I was there when Vosh accidentally showed everybody his balls. I was the one that screen snipped it and spammed Furman, and they didn't believe it happened at first. Oh God, you watched Charlie Kirk. Ew, one of the worst ones. Okay. That guy's pretty backwards and hateful. Okay. That's all right. I mean, God, I was hoping you'd say like Tim Pool, because then at least I could be like, hey. I was about to say he's not even that bad, but I'm like, no, he's pretty bad too. But yeah, Charlie Kirk is definitely his own level of shithead. So, but I'm not a fan of any conservative commentator. No, it's fine. Like, dude, I got a guy in here that hate watches me because I'm a millennial political commentator, and he loves shitting specifically on millennial political commentators. So, trust me, I'm not surprised by that anymore, and the types that tend to get into this kind of stuff. So, it hurts. Okay, here we go. BreadTube refers to the leftist YouTube content creators from a certain era. Bread is reference to the anarcho. Oh my God, that makes all the sense in the world now. I thought it was like a yeast joke. What the fuck? We love our boomer hate watcher. We really do. Yes, Rect, we really do. Les, I hate to say it, less is fun. We have fun here. He really does hate us, though. My God. He popped up last night, and man, you want to talk about it, like lack of sense of humor. That guy, whew, he's like a fucking black hole for humor. Rect, I forgot to tell you, I totally called him on like being a white hair hippie, ex-Trump supporter kind of type of guy. He was not happy about that. So, I think we might have been wrong. The Bread book was written by Peter Kropotkin. That's Kropotkin. Sound it out. Whatever. It's kind of weird that my biggest fear in like school was getting up in front of the class to read, and here I am doing it professionally. Huh? He's very, very dedicated to hate watching, and we thank him for every view. Yeah, or for the views. Yeah, no, we do. I mean, not just the views. Like, dude, he gives me like he comments. Wrecked. He comments. He goes on my videos. Like so I also do like I clip my videos, and I also sometimes make like exclusive videos for my channel here, and he'll comment on those. It's wild. Crockpot sticking, crackpots, crop picking. What? Let's not with the tongue right now. Okay. It hurts. It really hurts. As you probably understand, these labels take on a life of their own. So a lot of breadtubers were progressive liberals all the way. That's kind of what I meant. Like, that's where I was going with it, because they kind of like labeled so many people with it that I was like, what is this? Rexy's engagement for sure. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he doesn't just like hate watch me, he like hate engages with you guys. Like, he loves engaging with us. Oh my god, his little brain broke when he found out that we had somebody that was, over the age of 45, and I think he ran because of it. Because Rome Dog at one point like he had said something that insinuated his age, and I just watched Les just go poof. Oh, my bad. Samurai Destroyer, some of them do shill to the Republicans and Trump. Yeah. Well, most of them do, especially now. Like, dude, Charlie Kirk. That big-headed idiot. We don't make fun of people's appearances. No, we don't make fun of people's appearances when they're not mean, hateful people. If they're, like, if they're on our side, then we don't make fun of them. All right, clip it. I used to watch Destiny many times. Honestly, he lost me with his takes on the Trump shooting. Yeah, he lost me with his takes recently on this last one. He's lost me so many different times that he never really had it. Like, I'll be honest, I always kind of hate watched him myself. Hence why I get it. So, I don't know. I kind of wish he didn't. Let's just say that, as I said, Tim Pool would have been easier to deal with. Charlie Kirk, though, that guy's such a hateful douchebag that has half an understanding of shit. What do you think of him as a debater? He's very poor at it because he tends to gish gallop, and then he's always trying to like do the gotcha thing without ever engaging with the other person. Which in my book, that makes you bad at debate. So, the one that did it was the Jubilee one, where he was talking to that college the college girl who had like the like pink Care Bear shirt or something like that. She had a really badass nose ring though. Yeah, I just remember her smoking his ass, and that was awesome. I don't know. I could see me debating Charlie Kirk at some point. God, we're like, he's a few years younger than me, I think, but yeah, we're around that same age. He goes through a lot of the Christian stuff that I used to go through. Speaking of Christian stuff, Jesus saved Justin is not in the chat. I wish he was, because I want to know if he did his homework last night. Because I actually had a viewer who, number one, he's 20 years old, so that was like immediately like, oh, you're a baby. You're a kid. But you know what? He was very inquisitive and very open-minded to leftist takes, and also learning more about Jesus that outside of the perspective that the religious right has been just hammering him with. So I'm very interested to see what he comes back with, because I gave him some homework as far as like, I know that I told him to look up the apocryphal books of the am I religious? No, Samurai Destroyer, I came out of a religious cult. for lack of a better term. So it was essentially an evangelical cult who was very, very into the doomsday. They were super into doomsday. Still are. But yeah. I am not religious. I am just very religiously educated. So. Specifically in evangelical Christendom. I'm a Christian, specifically Catholic. Oh, see, I was an Anglo-Catholic. But no. Number one, I don't begrudge. I'm not one of those atheists that, like, came out of his faith and automatically is just like, you believe in Jesus? No. You do you. What I hate specifically is how Christians look at people needing to be saved. I think I brought that up earlier, where I'm just like, yeah, that's a major problem for me. I don't like that. And that's why I've always like looked at other other religions with a bit more respect. I'm a Buddhist. I tried. Again, my man Michael Brooks was the closest thing that I could say that, like, what I was going to try and do, where he practices Buddhism, but he kind of knows that, like, the actual religious part of it, or, yeah, I don't know. That's why you're good at debating religion, good niche to lean into, in my opinion. Well, we'll see. Yeah, the thing is, what I don't like debating is people who are like pastors in the religion. Like, for instance, that guy that we were watching on that debate, Aron. I don't think I'd like debating him because they come at it with this smugness of it's from that, like, well, he's just an atheist, guys. You can't take him seriously. You know, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. So I've always had a problem with that. But also, Squishmallow Dragon, I think you'd appreciate this. One of my chatters here, he has really gotten me into the Vipassana meditation techniques that Michael Brooks practiced. And I'm dead serious when I'm like, if I can get over my fear of not speaking for 10 days, I've looked into going to a retreat because, yeah, I don't know. There's one person that I respected, like, with that kind of, like, almost a stan mentality, and that's Michael Brooks, because he really was he was a real guy. Like, that was, he was so real with everything that he believed and everything that he stood for. And I can only hope to emulate that in, like, half the way that he did. So I do respect everybody's belief, and some of my family are agnostic and Buddhist. Been praying for them every day. See Samurai Destroyer right there, the praying for them. What are you praying for? That they find God? That they're, because, like, per your understanding that they need to find Jesus and accept him, like, in this arbitrary, like, needing it to be Jesus. Like, no, I think that you, like, every single person who has read the Bible or gone to church who has that understanding, got my tongue, about the Bible, as far as, like, well, as long as you accept Jesus as your holy savior, then you can consider yourself saved, and I will no longer have to pray for you at that point, because then you are one of us. Because that's how it comes off, bud. Like, I hope you see that. Like, I hope you know that's how a lot of people, like, that's how I see it, and that's how I saw it when I was in the religion. Like, nobody likes somebody, especially in Christianity, that is just like, I'll pray for you. Yeah, there's nothing condescending about that at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. Talk shit about the big boss and bit his tongue. Do the math. Oh, for safety and blessings. Okay. Sorry. I jumped the gun on that one. Sorry. Deem Stars, I'll pray for you. Thank you, Deem Stars. Also, what's up? Appreciate you popping in. Oh, excuse me. Samurai Destroyer for safety and blessings. Okay, so honestly, you're fine. You're fine. You just have to understand how much being a missionary and like evangelizing to people was like part of my religion and part of my like the goal of my faith. Yeah, I was raised Catholic and left a long time ago, and usually when Catholics say they are praying for someone, it's different from evangelicals saying it. Oh, yeah. Because, like, again, this is what I always respected about the Catholic religion, even when I was in it, was when we'd say, you know, blessed be, like, bless you. That's also the and you like, type of thing. There was a lot of that, and also, like, what I took away from being in the Anglo-Catholic Church was... just how therapeutic going and having a confession was, because there was the therapeutic element to it. However, it was missing something. I'm a UU. What's a UU? If you don't... You setting up a joke. What's a UU? Watching you. What is it? Come on, Deem. Come on, Deem. Let me know. You can't just put I'm a UU and then not let me know. I'm gonna bitch about this the entire time I'm on stream right now. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to the no, I'm gonna be ending soon. Shit. It's Friday night. Gotta eat something good. You Unitarian Universalist? I don't know what that is. I don't know. No, I don't know. Here. I'm curious, though. How do you spell that? Unitarian. Okay. Wait a minute, is this like the people with the coexist stickers? Free and responsible search for truth and meaning. Has no... Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how that almost does, boop, boop, be-doo. See, this is what I mean about my chat being hilarious, you guys. I love you. You guys are so funny. Here's the thing: I don't force anyone on my faith, or force anyone with my faith. I do encourage them, and is just that I pray for them, and they find Christ along their journey. Okay. Your idea of finding Christ, though, I'm actually like curious about that, if you don't mind me asking. Number one, what's your idea of accepting your faith, accepting like Jesus? Like, what does that do for you? Number one. And number two, does that put you on a like a different kind of level where you are more responsible because you are a not at that point not just a follower of Jesus, but I mean, you'd be a practicer of Jesus's words. So I'm not trying to be condescending. I can come off that way when I'm asking these questions because I have had these debates with a lot of people. So I'm also trying not to do that. Oh, shit. Wrecked. Thank you for popping in the Twitch. Appreciate that. What's your idea of when you accept Jesus? Because you're saying that you hope they find Christ along their journey. What's your idea of like when they find Christ? Like, is it the arbitrary? I now accept Jesus into my heart. I've hedged my bets. I believe in him. Or is it that you actually like practice, the not just like the word of the Bible, but like the actions of Jesus Christ, who they believed him as the man to be. So like, Book of Matthew and 2 Corinthians specifically. Duke of Bread, you think you're joking. Except you are. No, she just happens to be in all the chats, though. She's in all the walls. Ew. Oh, wrecked. Gross. You know that... Okay, so, Duke, I appreciate you, but also, ew. Wait. Insert Jesse. Science, bitch! Love it. All right. Oh, that's pretty fucking funny. Really? It's not angels. Yeah, I know. Duke, he almost admitted to getting pegged. You all saw it. Yeah, I caught it. All right. I mean, I would say for me personally, I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. It made me feel a lot better and be free from the hatred and starting to love others. His teachings personally. No, that's great. No. I'm just saying, yeah, if you're actually practicing like the tenets of Jesus Christ, then that's why I'm always interested by people that kind of like you're here. So you're interested by the left-leaning aspect of this. Possibly. Because I did know, I take that back. You did ask at the beginning of this, what's your politics, but you stayed. So no, that's cool. Hey, Fire Dragon. Welcome to the Twitch chat. I appreciate you popping in. Also, follow if you have not already, and yeah, sub to me on YouTube if you get the chance. Actually, you know what? I'll just do this. Boom. Hyperlink. That's my YouTube. Oh, cool. Sweet. Oh, you have Fire Dragon. Cool. Yeah, you're here. Sorry, to be completely honest with you, I've had kind of an influx in the last day here, so your name did look familiar though, so yeah, when you followed. Okay, cool. Day before yesterday when you followed. Cool. Well then, shout out Fire Dragon. I appreciate you. And yeah, that's why, like, I literally just saw it. You were one of my first ones. So that makes sense. Also, bigger shout out for you for being one of the first. Look at that, man. Let's see. You were 7th. You were 7th. So, I guess that constitutes technically being first. You were on the first day, so. I begged him to say it, I couldn't find it or remember. I'm not doing it. I just had I totally just had Admiral Akbar in my head. It's a trap. All right. Gotta be honest, since I'm pretty bad at debating, I honestly kind of afraid of talking my faith since I honestly do lack knowledge about the Bible. No, listen, Samurai, I'm asking for my, like, just for your perspective. I'm not going to debate you on this stuff. Even though, like, I am kind of, like, geared to. No, I won't do that. And I also respect that. Hell, man, that's fine. I just appreciate you being open with me. Like, that's cool. So, no pressure at all. Also, questioning, like, again, I want to reiterate, I'm not one of those types of atheists. I'm not one of those, like, I hate that shit where they're just like, oh, I'm trying to get people out of their faith. It's just like, if they need it, they need it. Listen. Howdy. What's up? Glocks Rex Oranges. Oh, Glocks Rex Oranges. Rex and Oranges. I don't know. I can't. Thank you for the Pepe. Not much. Drunk as fuck. Nice. I bit my tongue. That's so. You are in the right place. I mean, you're technically. I mean, this is high on politics, but hey. I appreciate you respect my faith as a Christian. No, dude. I'm that way with every. Again, if you're Glockswork Orange. Ah, all right. Nice. I like that one. Yeah. I'm not gonna. As I said, I can only reiterate it so many times, but I don't like when people are, just dicks and they're just like, well, I'm gonna get you out of your faith. It's like, that's why. What are you gaining from this? It's like, I gain nothing from getting you out of your faith. Like, so Fire Dragon, I'm high on tiredness. Ooh, those are the worst ones. Oh my god, there's nothing worse than being so tired where you're just like, I actually feel fucking high. You're just like, but this isn't the fun kind. This is the kind where I want to go to bed very, very badly. Samurai Destroyer. No, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's also like, again, like, I'm not gonna give the special treatment like with anybody. Like, if somebody has religious convictions and they're of the left too, like, what am I gonna do just because I'm a leftist atheist? Just be like, get out of here. We don't think alike. Like, God, that shit is weird. I will never understand people that ban people from their chats just because, like, they don't agree on just one subject, and it's usually mundane shit. So I'm just like, why? Do you need to curate your bubble that, like, much? That's weird to me. But whatever. Don't forget to change the cat litter. I'm out. All right. Actually, Jim and Skin. Funny enough, I do actually have to. I gotta change my cat litter, so I will. Thank you. Oh, it's because the dog eats my cat shit. I see what you're saying. You know what? It doesn't matter. I could literally go, like, he'll beat me to it. That's the problem. He'll beat me to it. He's done it. I have had that race before. I just went, you know what? Whatever. So, Lex Thompson, respect. Nice. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Same man. I have no problem with religion until it affects the country. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't like the way that the right just unilaterally gets to just be like, no, but you should all be Christians. It's like, no. See, you're missing that whole freedom thing. You're taking, well, that's God's law. No, not when it comes to America. Sorry there, hon. Might just be the open sign-off, hee. No, it's all right. I'm very interested in different views, whether left or right. That's why I came here and followed you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, man. They will never know. Box works orange. So sorry, new here, not gonna lie, getting tired of arguing with right-wing Trump voting people tonight. They are making me lose my shit. Well, you're in a safe space there. I'm a leftist. So I'll just say it. I'll just say I'm a leftist. Fuck it. I keep saying I'm left-leaning, and people are just like, what do you mean by that? So, there's one person that specifically was just like, what do you mean by that? I like apples. Lisa. Well, welcome to Pep Talks. I hope you like peppers too. I'm a questioning leftist real. Huh? Been hitting the Benjamin. Yeah, that was random. Just gonna say, that was random. Dead. Oh. Christian is actually against Christian nationalism because people will worship a person, which according to the Bible becomes, yeah. All right there, Samurai, you got it. You got it. I can respect that you actually have a better understanding of your religion than 99% of the people who practice it, so I appreciate that. Oh. It's gonna hurt all night, guys. This sucks. For anybody new here, I bit my tongue about an hour ago, and it hurts. It hurts so bad. Glocks, both sides are fucked, in my opinion. I kind of just want some decent entertainment from the new Trump presidency. Well, you're in the right place for that. I'll definitely be covering that. I might as well put some super glue in my eyes. Yeah, right. Yeah. Excuse me. Yes, I'm new to streaming. Yes. I've been I'm new to Twitch. Well, no, I'm new to streaming. Fuck it. I've only been doing this for under a month, so. And, wow, you are really random. You love you some Smile too. Cool. Mouth watering. Let's not. Hey, come on. Any lisps or oh, that is 100% just me trying very hard right now. You're new to streaming already, 14 viewers. Congratulations. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Nice man, been scuffing streaming for 2 years now straight up, putting all my payouts towards a PC. Nice. Yeah. Stop saying mouth watering. It's making my tongue hurt. Dude. It really does hurt. Because I bit, like, not just my tongue, I bit the very tip of my tongue, and it's got one of those, like, little blood blisters forming, and dude, every time that I talk, it's just boom, 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 like, oh, it hurts. Okay, so I'm gonna stop bitching about it, but still, I'll try and take care of it. Lex! Cha-cha-cha! Sorry, I'm random. Literally the definition of lobotomy and autism smoothie. Lisa, it's okay. We're very, we welcome the neuro spicy here, so you're okay. Listerine is the worst. Don't even fuck with me. I'm not touching Listerine for the next, like, few days. No way. Ooh. No. Just thinking... It's the T's and the TH's that, oh boy, those hurt. Because I have to, like, press my tongue against the back of my teeth where it's just like, ow! I should make a cartoon about this little fucker. It's just like, haha. I don't like the term neurospicy, honestly. It kind of sugarcoats the name. How about neurosweet? Oh, my bad. Well, what would you... Wait, it sugarcoats the name. What, for autism? I'm just saying in general, like, anybody who has a little neurospice is definitely welcome in this community, is what I'm saying. And also, you're in a place called Pep Talk. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, you know what? You're on Twitch. My bad. You're in a place called High on Politics. My name is Pep Talks. So, get it? Neurospicy? I'd go tongue-in-cheek, but it would hurt. Oh, Lex. Thank you. Tell your girlfriend, thank you. It's my little scaredy bear. Neuro fucked up. No. Okay. Now it's basically welcome to hell. Buckle up, buckaroos. Let's go. Bonus bit. Lisa, do you play guitar? Or play Guilty Gear? Wow, I do. I actually do. Well, I mean, I played Guilty Gear 2. Now I need to play the new one. The only problem with Guilty Gear is my friends they're like competitive fighting game players, so it kind of sucks when you're not one of those and you just want to play. And yeah, so I can play Tekken with them and be on an equal footing. So I play Tekken with my friends there. So oh, actually, you know what? Street Fighter 6, I got kind of good at that. So maybe I'll stand a chance. Maybe Samurai Destroyer. I mean, I understand there are people who might be an extremist and Christian, but as a Christian, I'm not that strict. Hold on. But my faith is very important. That's all. I also don't buy that true Christians vote Republican. Even I agree a lot of Republicans on social issues, but I do not think on the left there are people who are genuine Christians. No, because most of us denounce our faith. Like, I'm one of them. Like, sorry, bud. But I also do have a very fundamental understanding on what Christianity is and who Jesus was. So, well, in it, like, even in the faith, because even though I may not have my faith, it doesn't mean that I just forgot how I was thinking at that time. You know, I know how I felt in my heart. I play the weirdest hoarder games, to be honest. Like what? Like, actually, Lisa, you might like it when I play, Alien Isolation, because I don't like jump scares, so this will be it's gonna be fun for me. You don't have to play the new one too. It is great. Lisa, I honestly am questioning my religion. Like, I do believe there is a God. I just believe he's technically not as good as we think. I play anime games. Nice. That Ori just doesn't care that much. Well, I can just give mine, and my opinion is a little. People call me a bit nihilistic, and that's just that I don't like talking about this because it makes people uncomfortable, and I mean, like, not just like anecdotally uncomfortable. It actually makes people like so uncomfortable to just even think about where I'm coming from. And that's, you know, when people ask me about like, well, where do you go after the afterlife? I'm like, where were you in 1972? Except for hold on, except for Rome Dog. You don't count. Even although my math might be off. Wait, I'm in 86. So you're 48. Yeah, well, 72. That works. Oh my god. Hold on, guys. The most important thing. Bonus bit. You have an emote of my dog? Oh, look. Look! Yeah, look! Ah! That makes me so happy. Hey, now I didn't come around till 76. That's what I mean. Like, okay, all right. So yeah, that's so fucking funny. We're 10 years apart, bro. I'm an 86 baby, so that's too funny. All right, yeah. That's what I'm saying. 72. So like, where were you in 72? You know, it's that mindset where it's just like I wasn't anywhere. I wasn't. I don't know. I've also been knocked out enough times where I'm like, well, that's scary. Once your brain turns off, there ain't nothing there. Huh. But that was just a me thing. So, again, I'm not trying to change any of your minds. I'm just explaining where I'm coming from. So, I mean, I do think there are people on the left that are Christians, like Christian socialism, Christian communists. Well, yes, but no. Samurai Destroyer, see... This is my problem with not just your framing here, but this is my problem with your overall statement, is the fact that, like, in thinking like that, you're just like, well, no, that means that Jesus, Christians in the right wing have it right when, funny enough, man, like, even outside of, like, me losing my faith, when I was still in the faith, it did kind of come down to when I was like getting into politics, having people try to convince me that Jesus would be some gun-toting, American flag waving Yahoo, as opposed to the brown-skinned, black-haired, man of the people who lived amongst the sinners. Like, no, that never made sense to me. And then, when I had communism and like leftism pretty much explained to me, because yes, I had to have my journey into leftist politics was a little like I had my hand held a little bit, and I'm glad I did, but I didn't get to come into it organically as much as most people. I did have more of the, well, have you... Actually, what did it was when I just casually said something about the Crusades, and my buddy just looked at me cross-eyed like, what the fuck did you just say? I'm like, yeah, we were just liberating Jerusalem. He's just like, okay, we're going to have a nice little sit down. And he's like, are you okay learning some stuff? I'm like, yeah. And yeah, I took like a week course of essentially just my buddy like bringing out all his history books and just kind of going through them with me. He's like, and then I think he was doing it out of curiosity, though, because he was genuinely curious about like where I was coming from with it, where he's just like, where the hell? Where did you get that? That's wild. I'm like, well, that's what my school told me. Like I didn't learn about the Spanish Inquisition like properly until after I got out of school, where I was like, that was a lot worse than I thought it was. So, a lot of that kind of stuff. But outside of all that, I'm just saying, like, when you read Jesus, specifically Jesus as the person that they claim he was, I'll just say it, the only ones you need are the book of Matthew and 2 Corinthians, and that's a pretty clear picture of who Jesus Christ was. Or Yahshua Bar Yusuf, if you will. I mean, I do think... Oh, okay, sorry. I just reread your comment. Bonus bit! I do want to know, where the hell is that emote that looks exactly like my damn dog? Opinion on Obama? People were too harsh on him for the drone strikes, and he was corporatist, but again, dude, like, I came from an era where they made a Chris Rock movie in 2003 called Head of State, where the entire premise was a black president? What? And then not even 5 years later. So, from an optics point of view, plus I'm a Chicagoan. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The first time, I was like, Really? That's a global emote? You're kidding me. There's a global emote that looks exactly like my dog. That's wild. Buddy. Hey, you have an emote. Yeah, you have an emote. It's cool. You still got litter on your you still got litter on your lip. It's gross. Ooh, Rum Dog, cheers. I learned so much more about history when I got to college. It was part of what turned me into a lefty. I didn't go to college. Well, I kind of did. I went to half a semester of community college and then learned that I didn't want to be part of academia anymore. So, Fire Dragon, the way he looked at you. Just, I'm sitting there like an idiot, like, look, and he's just like, don't trust me, it wasn't missed on me, man. It wasn't missed on me. Because I totally saw it too, where I was just like, oh, he's giving me that dirty eye. I love it. I studied anthropology and psychology. Nice. I more than likely would have gotten an art degree of some kind. If I'm being honest, an art degree with a minor in poli-sci. So, no, I went to a trade school. I went to broadcasting school for a semester. Biggest waste of $10K ever. But no student loans. That was pretty much just like, take all my money, pay for this, and at the end of it, just be told, oh yeah, so do you just want to spin records? Well, spin records. It was at that point, it was just hitting a button. It was literally just doing this, like just click, click. And then just being told, like, I wouldn't be able to even, like, think about having a talk show. So, yeah, it sucked. But I'm also a product of my time. That happened in, Jesus. 2007? God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That I just had a realization that that was almost 20 years ago. Oh my God. I went to community college and stopped like 2 times. I was applying for university today. I hope it'll be worth it. Hell yeah. Katie Silva. Number 1, welcome. Also, I hope it goes well for you. Because, yeah, I mean, I understand. Trust me. I wish more people were told that they just aren't built for academia and that, like, the trade school route is not only offered, but, like, they also kind of try to do it in a way that they'll flourish, because I hate how everything is broken down into the academic way of doing things when people don't think like that. My dream was to be a recording engineer. No shit. No shit. Wait a minute, 76. So, damn, dude, you were like peak 90s. Yeah, man, you would have had to actually use the soundboard with all the tapes, and yeah, that would have been cool. I remember my first time going into a recording studio and seeing all that. Dude, that was so cool. I can't say which studio I went into. I got to go visit the Mix in Chicago. 101.9 FM, The Mix. Or actually, I can even do the bumper. You're listening to 101.9 FM, The Mix. But yeah, it was cool. That was kind of that first hit that I was like, I really want to do that shit. Here I am. Like, this is essentially radio, guys. Like, I had the very first streamer. His name was Howard Stern. He used to have a radio show. Well, still has a radio show on Sirius XM. Yeah. Rose 47, straight up UNC. Bro gave you that Scooby-Doo look for real. Thank you, man. New radio for real. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love this. Like, this shit's awesome. Like, streaming, like, this is cool. Also, not having a program director in my fucking ear, just being like, so our format is gonna be. It's like, God, I don't want to do this. I remember the one. So when I was doing a internship at this one station, and this guy, he was so into his job. Like, you want to talk about a company, man? It was almost annoying how like into the company he was, but he was good at his job. So I can't begrudge him, but it was so funny just how he was just like, so you have to understand that when we do these bumpers, we take them seriously. And he was talking to me in radio voice just in the hallway, and I'm like, do you ever turn this off? Like, wait a minute. Nice guy though. He was a nice guy. You know what? I had a good time in radio for the small time that I was there, for the bullshit that I had to put up with, because there was some bullshit. That was that time where they were still like, oh, so you want to work for free? It's like, no. No, I do not. All right. I love to do an internet radio program. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing. Like, I set this up weirdly enough with that. So, honestly, I was a bit hesitant to follow you because I worry when at first found you that you may say bad things about my faith, but I do think you have been respectful to my faith, which I appreciate. Honestly, I don't really talk about my religion and debate about it because to me, I'm pretty sensitive about my faith. And that, Samurai, that's why I'm more than happy that, like, thank you for even discussing it to the point that you have. I do appreciate it. So also, like, I'm not trying to push it. So, yeah, thank you for finding me. Thank you for following me. I enjoy having you in my community. I enjoy having people that are like you in my community because, again, I'm not trying to talk you out of your religion. I do want you to think more introspectively, and I also want you to always kind of question things. Don't just, like, my biggest thing that I had a problem with in my Christian, like when I was a Christian, I hated how often I was told, well, it's just because it's because of your faith. And I'm like, that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it. And then telling me that I'm questioning my faith when I'm questioning these things was also a way of just being like, so you're telling me that I'm going to lose my connection to God if I question these things? Like, how the fuck else am I supposed to take that as don't ask questions? Which I'm not about that. I'm a curious guy, so I like yeah. Get this, guys. For the first time ever, we just outpaced YouTube as far as viewership. I have 13 views here. I have 10 views here. 7. That sucks. No spin music at all. Oh, no spin music and all. Unfortunately, Rome. Oh, wait. Rome. Without telling me where you're from, are you able to possibly? I might be able to put you in You know what? Rome, you're in the Discord. I might be able to put you in contact with somebody if you're dead serious about this. Give me one sec. Because, yeah, oh, here we go. Total of 19 viewers altogether. Yeah, which somehow doesn't make any sense because I am coming in at 27 right now. I don't know. Oh, there it is, 26. Yeah, 13. Oh, cool. But yeah, Rome, I actually, I'm in contact with somebody that actually runs a internet radio station out of Chicago. That it's an internet rock station, but they have all the music rights, so they're actually like broadcast on AM radio here. But they mostly broadcast on the internet. So I've been looking at getting the license to be able to do online music play. Yeah, it's really hard. It's hard. It's a lot easier if you go through and you get like this station. They have their approvals, or you go and work with somebody that already like say they work through Clear Channel or Viacom. Here, actually, Rome Dog, just look up Rebel Radio. Rebel Radio Chicago. That should take you to the URL. You just might have to put together a like an old school audition tape. And I'm talking like they might have you do a tape. Like that happened to me where I was like, you want a what? I was like, okay. Got to record a lot of bumpers that way. That was fun. It's funny. That's kind of how I started realizing I was like halfway decent at impressions of like just random shit. So, I've always been able to kind of mock people. Well, not even just mock people, but like do the impressions. Like, Macho Man, yeah. But you know that I know that Macho Man wasn't the problem, yeah, for getting me TOS. TOS on YouTube, yeah. Little bit confusing for the Macho Man. Macho Madness is on Twitch and YouTube, yeah. My favorite part about that guy was, because like everybody would always just be like, step into a Slim Chip, oh yeah. That was like one minor part of his whole persona. Like, God, I loved how much he like just got into it. Oh, our guys here, Jesus Save Justin. What's up, buddy? I was actually talking to you. Our man Samurai Destroyer here in Twitch chat is a fellow Christian, and if you will excuse me, I bit my tongue earlier, and it really hurts to even try to talk right now. So, I'm having a little bit of a problem, okay? But realistically, Justin, did you do your homework? God, I never thought I'd get to ask that shit. But, yeah, Justin, did you do your homework? What did you find out? And are you, I don't know, how you feeling? Also, how are you? Like, good to see you. Rome Dog, did you find it? I hope you found it, because honestly, this is right up your alley. Because I don't want you to go through all the fucking hassle if you're just trying to do an internet radio show, man. All right, cool. All right, another. Hey, what's up, guys? Wow. So another Mo and Jesus Save Justin. You guys just came in at the same time. Wow. What up, homie G Doggy? Which, speaking of my doggy, did you see him? There he is. And no, I'm not letting him give me kisses. Aww, I saw the look too. I saw the look. He is a good boy. He's the best. He's a good boy. He's been down here for 6 hours and 42 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is, God, I should probably here. You go up here. Give me 1 second. Let me take him up. I'll be right back. It'll only take a minute. Oh, all right. That's right. But all right, he's all good. He's getting a little restless. But Jesus Save Justin, check in here, if you don't mind. I would, yeah, here we go. Started reading the first book of the Maccabees. It seems very historical. The succession of Alexander the Great was the first chapter so far. Thank you. Okay, so, all right. I'm glad that you're reading these. So, now your next assignment is after you do read this, just go to your elder, whoever you're talking to at your church. We call them elders. Z-Rock? Z-Rock on AM? Yeah. And I also like this is so crazy. Like did you watch the show Z-Rock on Showtime? Rome, because one of my favorite stand-ups was on that one, and funny enough, like because of all that, I was like, whoa, I ended up getting into comedy, like the comedy sphere that I did. So yes, though, I oh no, you're talking about Z-Rock on Chicago AM. Yeah. 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 And I was watching a little bit of Sam Kinison as well today. LOL, nice. Oh, sorry, you didn't finish telling Justin what to do. Oh, Justin, my bad. I did get a little distracted. You need to go to your church elder and just bring up why you don't talk about the Maccabees and the apocryphal books of the Catholic Bible. And then just let me know what they say, because I'm genuinely curious if they're going to say the same shit that they used to say to me. So, oh God. All right. I'm going to take a sip of water and then I'm going to hopefully be able to survive, man. Damn. I hope I'm going to be able to eat tonight. This sucks. Oh, God. I couldn't have the worst job for this right now. It's just like, Samurai Destroyer. Me and Jesus Save Justin here, we had a nice discussion. Jesus, going into the, deep AMs here. Like, God, I think we were up until almost 4 a.m. discussing this stuff. Justin didn't know what the apocryphal books of the Bible were. Wrecked, he just didn't know what they were. Like, he just said inquisitively, I had never heard of that, so I gave him some homework as far as the Maccabees and all that. So he also was interested in Sam Kinison, who is one of my favorite comedians. His first two specials are some of my favorite comedy, but outside of that, not so much. Bill Hicks is one of my favorite comedians, honestly. Oh, my elders, Rack, they, all right, so this was, I think that I tried to talk to you about this at one point, where I told you that my mom was a rebel within like even the evangelical Christian sect of the super church that we went to. So when she got into an argument with a mom at a Bible study, and then just decided, well, we're going to a different church, but I'm going to go back to my ancestral church. So we're going to the Anglo-Catholic Church. And it happened that fast. One Sunday I went to, just normal church. Next Sunday I was at Mass. It was wild. It was a jarring fucking experience. And she kept doing it, man. She kept doing it for a few years. I got into some trouble. with it. I may have embarrassed my mom. Like we had one situation where we were walking in, we're dipping the holy water, and I dipped my whole hands in, and oh boy, they were not happy. Okay, so Samurai Destroyer, when I say elders, I mean pastors. Pastors or God, I know this sounds weird, but I don't want to bury the lead here too much, and I keep saying this shit, but I'm making a video explaining everything that I went through in my school. And the more and more I discuss this with other Christians, even, I realize how much my school was not normal. Yes, we had a council of elders. Yes. We had the book bans, not just book bans. We did book burnings. We did some weird shit, man. And we were very, very into the book of Revelation. Like, really into it. To the point where if what was going on in Palestine right now was happening when I was in high school, I could see them literally saying, like, prepare. So, yeah. People don't realize how much influence the Catholic Church still has over other religions. Yeah, no shit. God, just look at the Vatican. I still can't believe the Vatican gets away with what it does. Samurai Destroyer, that's what other Christians that aren't Catholic call authority figures. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. My bad. How are trans rights in Palestine? Oh, we're gonna play that game? Come on. You play Magic the Gathering. Can you just not be cool for like half a minute? I'm kidding, by the way. Another mom Magic the Gathering. And that's what I'm calling you by your full name. Bait! It's alright. I appreciate you kind of doing the little nudge. Alright. We're cool. You can call me daddy if you want. Nah. I really don't want to. I'll call you Lotus. So the homework, does that have anything to do with my faith as a Catholic? A little bit. I mean, so you're Catholic, you know, but no. So here's the difference. Winter Orb is my favorite card. Oh, no shit. Oh, I just had an idea of what deck you might be playing. Oh, wait. Are you playing the Forest? The new Forest? Oh my god, Forest Lands. The one with the mice. I'm skipping that one. I'm going right to monetary reasons. I had to wait for the Final Fantasy version of oh my god, I'm already having one of those nights. You know what I mean? The Commander decks. I pre-ordered the Final Fantasy Commander decks. So, because I am a huge Final Fantasy fan, if you cannot tell by my little chocobo with the book back there. Plus, I haven't played Classic Magic in a long time. You have 18 Commander decks? Oh my god! Damn. Did you get the Warhammer ones by chance? Because those ones are cool. I gotta say, I wish I would have bought those, like, for all four of those. Those ones were, holy shit. Also, the D&D ones, man. I kind of missed out. But yeah. Jesus, 18 Commander decks. I'm sitting here, I'm just like, I just want 2. One is over $2,400. I didn't grab the Warhammer or D&D. Oh, damn. Okay. See, we can have fun here and we don't have to troll each other. I'm legitimately just like, which ones do you have? I like magic. Wrecked. Samurai Destroyer 101. Basically, other Christians don't have certain books in the Bible that Catholics do. Exactly. Yeah. Like there are 13 apocryphal. They call them the apocryphal books. There are 13 of them. They do not exist in the Christian religion, whether you go through the King James Bible, through the NIV Bible. Now, there is a King James Bible that is at least in Anglo Catholicism that I can speak to, that does have it, but it is not the same King James version that the Christians tend to claim. It's infuriating to even talk about, but it's true. No, Rome, drones over New Jersey. I'm not doing it again. I already talked about it last night. All right, I'm gonna give you guys the 6-minute warning. I'm gonna be shutting stream down in about 6 minutes. So I have 4 or 5 colored decks. Commander is about getting gaslighting your opponents. It's true. At this point, it's just become fucking poker. I appreciate that take. That's funny. So at Jesse Save Justin is a Jesse Jesus Saves Justin is a Christian. So the homework help with your understanding on the video that you are planning to create. I came super late. Need to come way earlier. LOL. It's okay, man. I mean, we were talking until like 4 a.m. Last night, and I know I gave you my schedule, but I'm just glad. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that I got to catch up with you before I ended stream. So that ass hurt so bad. Oh my god. Oh fuck. 4 to 11, right? It's more so 4 to whenever, but yeah. Just tonight, it's Friday. I kind of want to relax a little bit because I was on late last night, and then I was up until about 5 a.m. after that. So, oh, you tried to find me earlier and kept getting sidetracked? Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. One of these days, I will start a debate about the Second Amendment rights. Well, you're going to be disappointed because I'm one of them lefties that likes his gun, so. Although I only have A. So. And I got it for protection. And also, so. I live in fucking America. At this point, it's kind of a necessity. Like, I don't know what to tell you. See, now, like, I'll debate that. I think that, listen, our country was a much better place before fucking fully automatic weapons were allowed, okay? Like, I grew up before the automatic assault weapons ban, and yeah, there was a reason that Columbine was, like, kind of a one-off. So, I may have guns, but I'm not the biggest fan of them, I'll just say. Like, let's just say this. Jesus would not be a fan of guns, because he was a, pacifist, and also the concept of a bullet would scare the fuck out of him. He'd be like, I'm sorry, what now? But yeah, just in general. Whatever, have fun. As long as you're not, one of those idiots that's just like, well, I'm preparing for the second Civil War, gotta make sure. Like, God. That's fucking... Columbine happened after the... No, it didn't. The automatic assault weapons ban went up in 2004. Okay? I'm not wrong about this one because I remember it, and Columbine happened in 1999. So, 3 precious metals, gold, silver, and guns. As someone who owns one, I don't get them. Okay? I don't get the whole idea. Like, they're fun, but I don't know. I also don't get motorcycles. Like, I get thrills, but at some point, you know, you can call me Pepper. Pep Talks. That's the name of my channel here. Here, I'm gonna link it real quick. But yeah, you can call me Pep. I like shooting my guns. I don't. I like shooting certain guns. Pistols are fun, but I don't know. Guns scare me. Like, they do. Like, the fact that it's so easy to just fuck up and accidentally hurt somebody or hurt yourself or take a life is... I'm sorry, man. But I'm a pacifist at heart. So, if I was in my perfect little world where, you know, even Jesus would probably be like, beast! I'd be like, can we not? But... No. No, it was not. You are mistaken. There were provisions that allowed the AK-47. The AK-47 was banned up until 2004. I'll just make it long and short. And then all of a sudden, what happened? So, a 22 won't stop a moving vehicle. Well, if you're shooting a 22, then I didn't know we were talking BB guns. Like, even I have a 10 gauge. Come on now. That's what I just said. Columbine happened in 99. Yes, Columbine didn't happen with... My point was that Columbine was a rare event, and it wasn't done with automatic weapons. It was done with shotguns and handguns. Passed in 94, expired in 04. That's what I mean. The assault weapons ban passed in 94. It expired in 04. So once it expired, what happened? All of a sudden, the assault weapons started. I think you guys missed what I was saying, and I may have... my bad. Okay, assault weapons ban. Right? They banned the assault weapons from 94 to 2004. They did not have those available in 1999. So Columbine, being an isolated incident to that point, which it was so isolated that they were like, did you see the movie Basketball Diaries? This must be what totally inspired it. Then we went until 2004. I went my entire high school career without thinking that I would have to worry. You know what we didn't have when I was in high school? Gun drills. None of them. At all. No. I think I misspoke. I'm sorry. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Sorry. Scaredy bear. Also, 7 hours of stream and haven't eaten. So, which again, now I'm going a little overtime here, but this is an interesting point. But I do got to go here soon. So, will be all right for me to pray for you. It'll be all right for me to smoke one for you. That's actually a good point. Maybe I'll just smoke one for you. I'll burn one for you. All right, let's see. Well, I think they should make it so a percentage of teachers based on the crime in a district, a percentage of teachers should be. What? No. Because these armed shootings are not happening in crime-ridden districts. These aren't happening in Inglewood, Chicago. Okay? No, I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Okay, so, but yeah, I'm going to read out my shout outs. I appreciate you all being here. Also, you guys can donate in my Streamlabs link, which I should probably include here, right? You know, that's like a thing. What the hell? Save those. There we go. Here we go. Let me put this in here real quick. Yes, but you can... tip there, and you can tap here. Doing the begging. Fuck it. But also it helps me out a lot, guys, so... if you either that or you can join the membership squad. I'm sure I will be back to trolling one day again. Good luck on your next stream. Thank you. No, I'm glad that you could pop in. I'll be at work for about 5 more hours. Oof, Squishmallow Dragon. I'm sorry for that. That sucks. But yeah, guys, I appreciate all of you stopping in tonight. I appreciate all of you stopping in this week. You guys have been fucking awesome. Also, I'm going to be releasing some videos over the weekend here. Some clips from my streams are also... that one hurt. Are also going to be part of that. So look out for that. But yeah, I appreciate you all stopping in. I will see you guys on Monday for sure. It's the holidays. I'm sorry. Like, I was planning on having a membership stream on Saturday. But maybe we'll have something Sunday. We'll see. Okay. But count on Monday, 4 o'clock. I will be there. So